All right. Welcome, everyone, to the Melee Town Square Super Spooky Edition. Good Lord, how's it going, everybody? Oh God, I am so freaking excited. This is my absolute favorite time of the year. I love the spooks. I love the spooky season. I love Halloween. And what a freaking way to kick it off. I cannot believe that. I cannot believe that. Our buddy Jerry Crow coming in and doing a live intro. That wasn't pre-recorded, all you people in the chat.
He did all of that live.
Yeah, he just went off and made a absolute gorgeous intro. Kay will be sharing the link to his YouTube channel in the chat. There it is right there. Go check out his music. That man is so freaking talented. I can't believe you guys are so freaking cool that he came in and did a freaking live intro for 7 minutes. A 7-minute freaking live intro. I'm blown away. That could be the show. That's the show. Goodbye, everybody.
All right, guys.
But seriously, Jerry, thank you so much. That was mind-blowing to listen to. You were super talented. I hope everyone checks out your channel because you absolutely deserve all the audience more than I can supply to you, my friend. So thank you. And I can't wait to hear more tales from Jerry. Okay. So I can't follow that. But we have a show to do. How's it going, Kay? Are you ready for the spooky showdown, the Halloween thrills and chills? Oh, man, I'm excited.
I mean, maybe. You guys are going to hear me sniffle or mute a lot. One of the two.
Are they scary sniffles? Are they scary sniffling?
They're spooky sniffles. They're in theme.
Oh, good. I'm in theme here. I got my zero sugar Fanta that's spooky. I don't know why, but it's got bats on it and a little spider. It tastes like garbage, but it's spooky themed.
Mine's not in theme, but I've got X-Men mug.
There's probably a Halloween episode of X-Men. Fuck it.
It probably is.
I got my gym shirt here that's all spooky. He's got the little, I love the ghost. Where is he? The ghost smoking the cigarette there. Love it. I am so pumped up. All right. So this is the Melee Town Square. What we do here is we love our little community that we have been growing and building and hanging out with all you people. We did one of these that was everything around the Xbox. What you're going to be hearing today is people are going to be coming in and out. You're going to hear a whole wide range of ideas, and the only rule is that it's all things Halloween spooky. We're mainly video games here, so you can absolutely, we encourage it, talk video games, talk your favorite spooky games, talk your favorite horror games, all that stuff. But it's all rules are out the window. You have spooky stories? Tell us your favorite Halloween stories. What did you go as trick-or-treating as a kid? Do you have kids now? Why are you taking them trick-or-treating? What are your favorite horror movies? What are your favorite spooks, your favorite haunts, your favorite kills? Everything. Kay, take it away.
You just took my entire speech.
Well, I want to hear yours. I got so hyped up from Jerry doing so good that I felt the invigoration, the power.
Much. Huh? I love this so much. No, I was like to James, okay, don't worry. We'll have Jerry play his music, and then we'll go live, and then all you have to say is, hey, I'm Melee James, and then toss it to me, and I will explain what's going on.
I felt
excited.
I felt the power of the music, and I took over everything.
It was a beautiful speech,
Thank
and
you.
It works, and it conveys everything we need to say.
Excellent.
But hey, I'm Melee K, or Charisma, whatever the fuck you want to call me. I don't know. For anyone that saw me streaming this morning, I'm sniffling and coughing a lot, so I apologize in advance. I'm very much a show must go on person, and so I'm still here. I'm just going to be muting or coughing or having my camera off from time to time. Please forgive me, internet gods. But welcome to the second Melee Town Square. We're super excited. Like James said, this one's going to be a Halloween special, the Halloween Super Spooky Special. Yeah. I don't know if we settled on that name, but I like it. It's fun. And we're going to have tons of people in and out of the call today. For those of you who don't know how it works, James kind of explained it, but essentially, we're going to have people come in and out, talk about their favorite things around Halloween, whether it's the music, their favorite candy, traditions. I like what James said about, like, do you have kids that you're taking trick-or-treating? Like, how is that landscape changed compared to when we were kids?
Jonathan Davis.
Jonathan Davis tipped $20.
Jonathan coming in and right away dropping a $20 tip, my friend. Thank you so much, buddy. Oh my God, that is so awesome of you, buddy. Thank you so much for that tip.
Thank you.
And I really hope you come on and share all the tales and everything spooky we got going on. But seriously, buddy, thank you so much for that tip, my friend.
He will be on.
Yes.
He'll be on. There's a bunch of people in the community. I see some people in the chat right now that are going to be on later. And I've been fully transparent with everyone. I'll be fully transparent on the stream as well, in order to make sure everyone gets a voice today, everyone gets to talk, say their piece, and have a good time. I'm not throwing everyone in the call at once, as much as I love the chaos. And for anyone who recognizes the beanie, one of my favorite streams ever is at the very end, when he's just like, I don't have time for all of you. Just everyone go in, and it's literally the internet in a box, and everyone's just screaming and yelling.
That was
and
incredible.
It's like my favorite fucking stream ever. As much as I enjoy that, just on a personal level, because I love trolling, I love internet chaos, I want to make sure everyone gets a chance to talk about the things they're passionate about today. And so, yes, I might have you in for 10, 15 minutes and then say, okay, see ya, and bring someone else in. But to anyone that was in the mic test earlier, I made it clear, I'll say it now too, if there's a point of the conversation, you're in the chat and you're like, guys, I have such a big thing to say in regards to this. I've got like a huge wall of text. Like, please let me come in and talk on this topic. All you got to do is bug me in the Discord itself in general, or if you want it to be a private message, you can also DM me at the Melee Games account on Discord, and I'll make sure to pull people in and out. So we've got at least 10 people that want to join the call today, which is awesome, and we're floored that any of you even want to talk to us. I mean, usually, we're fine. We'll do it, just me and him and whatever. But we're so excited.
Given the topic, I could just do the show for like 8 hours straight. And now I'm gonna pull back. I'm gonna get through my stuff nice, quick, easy, because that's awesome that we have 10. You said 10 people?
Yes, I counted 10 people.
Good Lord.
At least. There are some people that message me as maybes. Not everybody reacted to the post, but some people talked to me as well. So there are quite a few people. There's some people that were wondering like how long we're going. I'm going to accommodate this conversation as long as it needs to be. So if this is a 20-minute conversation, everyone's like, you guys are boring and we're done, okay. But I have a feeling we're going to be going for a while, and that's totally cool. We're going to have a great time with everyone. And yeah, please talk about all your things Halloween. I know it's a video game channel, and of course we're going to appreciate the video game conversation, but I wanted to keep this super open-ended because I think there's so much around this season that people get excited for, and really I wanted to make this specific town square an opportunity for us to all get in the mood, and that's why I did it at the beginning of October. So I'm like, let's get in the mood, let's hear people's suggestions on movies, shows, games, things to do, and maybe you might even adopt something this year and be like, you know what, I'm going to do that with my family or my friends or my spouse or whoever. Maybe you decide, hey, I heard this on the town square, that's a great idea. So that's kind of my side goal with this. It's not always a town square goal, but I think it's a really great opportunity for us to all share just like all the fun we've had and everything. And so as I said to people on the mic test as well, I know once we start bringing a bunch of people in, the conversation will carry itself. And so I actually want to start talking to James first, and I want to kind of not interview him, but just ask him some stuff, because I know this is his passion. Like, ever since I've known James, he's always been the Halloween guy in my life. He's always been that guy that's like, spooky season, I'm getting dressed up, like, I don't know if he's going to show some of his costumes they did, but he always goes all out. He always goes all out with decorations. I don't think we have too many decorations to show off this time, but we might show, I don't know, we'll see. But we've got like a bunch of stuff to show off, and I want to hear about his experience. And off stream, we talked about maybe talking about that time you did a little acting with horror stuff too, if you're open to talking about that.
Absolutely.
If you're open to that, I'd love to have that conversation too.
Yes.
There's tons I want to talk about. I did tell the first two guests that they'll come in around 7:45, so in about half an hour. And I know that you like to talk. So
I know, and I
want to give you that chance.
Thank you, and you know what? I'm going to cut my time even more short because when people are in here talking, I don't want to interrupt them. So I want to quickly say hi to chat before we get the ball rolling. So I'm going to read some quick comments here. And
You say hi to chat. I'm filling up my tea.
All right, you enjoy your tea. It's you and me, chat. You and me, baby. How's it going? We got Dude1286 saying Kay is ready to chew some ass. Exactly. Ass chewing abound here. I'm glad you caught that one, dude. Insidious Bliss is in the chat saying, let's go. Let's go indeed, my friend. Jonathan Davis saying, hail. And thank you again for that tip, buddy. Hail to you. Hail and kill, as I like to say. Insidious Bliss says, great mood music, Jerry. Hell yeah. DJ says, I'm already hiding under the blankets. Perfect. You're like, who is it that wore the blankets in the Peanut Halloween special? Was it Linus? I can't remember. You know, I'm overdue. I used to think that was so overplayed, and now it's been so long. I need to rewatch it.
Okay, you know what? No. Before we start anything, I'm just gonna say it's so overrated.
Well,
that is my one Halloween thing. I don't even care about anymore.
Here's
it's
the
so
thing.
Overrated.
It's great, but it's overrated. You know what I mean? It's so overplayed.
Yeah,
it's
like,
one of those things where there will be channels that play it 24/7 when October hits. And as a kid, I actually didn't like it because, spoiler alert, I hate how the ending is like, fuck you. You never see, it's a cock block. It's a cock tease. You never see that great pumpkin. The whole thing is, it's a great pumpkin, Charlie Brown. You never get to see him. It doesn't exist. And as a kid, I was like, I want to see the great pumpkin. So, but I'm overdue to rewatch it, but it's good. I think the Christmas special is actually better. But
there's so many things around Halloween that you can watch.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many things. And I remember seeing that constantly, being like, this is the most boring shit in comparison to what I can watch around this time.
Ichabod and Mr. Toad, if you want to watch a Halloween special short, that's the best one you can watch. If you only got 20 minutes to spare, I believe it's Disney. You know what? I'm going to pull it up right now. I'm just going to go right into it. What is it? Ichabod and Mr. Toad? Let me get an image of this. The Adventures of Ichabod and Mr. Toad. Hell freaking yes. If you only have like 20, 30 minutes and you don't want to watch a whole movie, Bing, just give me an image.
Why do you know the most obscure shit ever?
This is
also, to answer what dude said, yeah, earlier on Side Scrollers, I said, I'm here to chew ass and eat and kick bubblegum.
And
that's gonna be my new quote now.
Yeah, put that on a shirt. All right, so you can skip the Mr. Toad part. This is a 2/2 Disney. I believe it's a Disney production. But probably this beats the hell out of the Peanuts Halloween special. The Ichabod, the quick animated Sleepy Hollow telling of this story. It's beautifully animated. It's absolutely incredible. I cannot recommend it enough. And we're already getting into it. So let me go back to chat here real quick. In Black Belt saying, hot damn, Crazy T. How's it going, Crazy T? Saying, I'm on time for the party. Crazy T, thank you for all those clips and shout-outs today on Side Scrollers. We really appreciated it. Kendon saying, it's freaking awesome. Makes me want to break out my guitar. Break it out. And yeah, Jerry fucking nailed it. Kendon saying, it's freaking... Oh yeah, I read that. Static saying, same here. Jonathan's applauding. Imp Black Belt saying, someone call 911. He killed it. And we got, how do I say the name over on Twitch chat? Teravan Burr saying, woo! Nature Boy style. Y'all are awesome. Well, thank you for joining us. And we got jack-o'-lanterns from Insidious Bliss. And we got this from Imp Black Belt. And we got the fire from Crazy T. And Jerry Crow coming in and saying, was fun. Hopefully y'all liked it. I fucked up the time I stopped for a minute. I thought that was just a song ending and a new song starting. That was incredible, buddy.
I felt like I was at a concert and I was waiting for an encore. Like, I was so into it. I was like, oh my god, are we going to get an encore? I was ready to chant.
Terry, I can call you Terry. All right. Well, how's it going, Terry? Jerry Crow, yes, Jerry Crow, it brought me back to when I saw John 5. I've gone to a few instrumental shows, and it felt like I was right there at an instrumental show. Insidious Bliss saying, I thought that was a dramatic pause. Exactly. DJ saying, Jerry killed it on guitar like Michael Myers. Hell yeah! My hero. Perfect. Static saying, the scariest game is Fatal Frame 2. I can't even play that now because I'm a bish! Fatal Frame is fucking terrifying. I've only played a very little bit of it, but you take the photos and there's spooky ghosts that scare you. I want to play it. There's a new one on the Switch. I really want to play it, actually. Has anyone played it?
It's supposed to be bad. It's supposed to
really?
be bad.
No!
I heard it was bad. I don't know if it's true. The people tell me stuff.
DJ saying, James got so excited for Halloween, he pooped on the carpet again. Yeah, well, yes. We need a carpet cleaner. Do you know one? Static saying, James got K sick. True. Kendon saying, that's awesome. Yes. In Black Belt saying, how many people do you need to break the server? I don't know. How many so that there's no survivors?
5 million.
Perfect. All right. We don't have a lot of time. Shall we get to the get to your questions here. What do you want to know before we bring in
Yes.
some lovely people?
Yes, and I just want to say, like, I know we can get into games, movies, all that kind of stuff, and we'll get into some of that, but I think that's some conversation that's good with other people too, James. So I really want you and Jonathan, for example, to talk movies.
Oh,
You guys are
okay.
always back and forth on movies.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, there's a few things. So what I want to know from you is your experience doing the acting with horror, and what compelled you to do that, and how that was, and any stories you might have
Oh my
when you were
God.
doing that.
Do
What did you do? I know the stories, but people don't know what you did, any context of
Are
anything
you
I'm
are you
saying.
talking about the house or the film?
Both, but
Oh my
I
God.
meant the house, but yeah, I don't know if you want to talk about the film. That's your choice. I meant the
could.
house.
Yeah, I can. I don't know if I will name the film I was in. I did
That's
terrible
fine.
things for money. I'm just kidding. There was no money involved. I just did terrible things.
Backdoor.
Yeah, no. I went to school for acting and singing and a little bit of dance, if you can believe it. The dance was just because it was a triple threat school. So yeah, I went to school for acting and singing, primarily for acting. I just wanted something else under my belt in the singing category, and I have fun singing. So my first real job out of high school was right next to us. We have a fair. We have, it's an exhibition. You got the rides and all that stuff. And every October, they deck it out Halloween style, and we even have some video clips and pictures we can show of what that looks like. Very few, but yeah, it's really cool stuff. And so I always loved horror, and I've always loved haunted houses and spook houses and all that stuff. So I'm like, what a great way to get the ball rolling and start off getting some money in acting by working in a spook house. So I applied to the horror nights, as they're called, at our local fair. And I specifically requested that I could be in the Hollywood house, because every other house was it was themed. Like, there was one that was a dark house and it's just all black and you just go boo at people, and I'm like, it's boring. Or there's a zombie house or a doll house, but I wanted the Hollywood house, because that one is themed based off of Jason, Freddy, Michael Myers, Hannibal, Leatherface, Exorcist, and Child's Play. I know that whole house. I had to memorize it and memorize all the escape routes and everything. And yeah, I absolutely loved it. I've talked about it a little bit before on stream, but it was the best and worst job I've ever had, because I've definitely told this on stream, but I haven't told it here. The first night I worked there, I worked as Michael Myers. And if you know Michael Myers, he's got here, let me pull up a photo of Michael Myers here, so I can put an image to it. Yes, exactly. Open image, new tab, bada bing, bada boom. Okay, so you got Michael Myers, right? And so this is what I had to look like. Now, it's an 8-hour shift, and this is literally what I'm wearing all day. So I'm wearing this trucker's uniform and then a latex fucking mask with a full head of hair on top. And on top of that, the room it's like Laurie Strode's room that you're hiding in. Now, what's the most iconic thing from Halloween? It's the Halloween music, the da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. So we have to have that playing. But my scare room, what I'm jumping out of, is this closet. It's the room's closet. And every time someone walks through the room, I have to bust out of that closet and just lunge at them with the knife in his hand. So I am in for 8 hours. It's a small closet. I'm standing in a fucking closet, full latex mask, full head of hair and everything. And then they need to play the music. So they put 2 loudspeakers in the cramped closet with me, turn it up to fucking 11, and for 8 hours, all I'm hearing is da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na, drenched in sweat, no water or anything. I couldn't drink water if I had it with the mask. It's
Wait,
just
how is
there.
this any different than what you do with streaming?
Good question. Good question.
Drenched in sweat, hearing the same sounds over and
Yeah.
over again.
True. But yeah, and so then you just have to lunge at people. And I did one shift as Michael, and it was a fucking nightmare. I'm trying to barrel through the story because there's so much shit to talk about, and we only have like 15 minutes.
You're fine. Look, it's a casual stream. Like, you don't have to. It's okay.
And that's it. Good night, everybody. That I went to my manager, and I'm like, I'm never playing Michael again. That was fucking terrible. I'm never playing Michael again. So the next day, they put me on as Hannibal Lecter. And it's the room over, so I can still hear the Halloween music. It's just softer. It's just... So I'm Hannibal Lecter in the next room over, and oh my god. All I have to do is wear an orange jumpsuit, put the mask over my face, and I sit in a chair. I don't even have to sit in a chair, but I'm in a cage. It's like the cage at the end of Silence of the Lambs. And it's just a cage and a chair. They didn't even have to give me a chair, and they gave me a fucking chair. Michael doesn't get shit. And, oh my god, it was so much better. It was night and day. And here's the thing. With me playing Hannibal Lecter, I was actually able... Michael, I wanted to be true to the character. So I didn't speak except for one story that Kay knows. I'll say that story quickly. Pretty much, I was actually supposed to go on break. To go on break, you had 15 minutes... And I had to walk across the entire fairgrounds as Michael in character. I had to be in character. So really, I had to speed walk. And Michael's not supposed to speed walk. So really, my break was like 5 minutes by the time I got there. And I had to go back. And it was crazy. But I actually saw Kay there with her group of friends. And I could barely see through that mask. And I was exhausted. So I didn't notice her. But I noticed her friend there. And I knew her name. So what was her fucking name? I don't know it anymore. Let's say it was Trish or something. Yeah, it was Trish.
Sure. Yeah.
So yeah. So I recognized her, and I know Michael's not supposed to talk, and this was the only time I was supposed to talk. I was gonna talk, and I just went and I lunged at her, and I said Trish, and she didn't know it was me. And Kay, what happened? Did she freak out?
Okay, so you just came in for a snippet, right? I was there with her the whole night.
Yeah.
So what happened was she didn't want to go at all. Like, we had worked so hard to convince her to even go with us to these houses. Like, she was just like, no, there's no way. I hate scary stuff. Fuck Halloween. Like, she was totally against it. She gets scared super easily, okay? Mm-hmm. And so we're like, don't worry, everything will be fine. We're with you. All this stuff. They can't touch you anyways. Whatever. All this stuff, right?
Yeah.
So we talked her through it, just to get her into the fair doors, okay? Then we're trying to get her into her first haunted house. And she's like, no, I refuse. No, I don't care. No, whatever, right? And we're just like, it's fine. Do you want us to act like your boyfriend and hold you? Don't worry about it. We were at that level where she was not even okay going without holding someone's hand.
Right.
So we're like, everything's good, don't worry, blah, blah, blah. She gets through that house successfully, and we're just leaving that house. And all of a sudden, you... as a fucking asshole, but I love it. It was so satisfying to me. You just run up to her and you're yelling her name.
And you can't recognize me.
Yeah, she's just getting over. But I recognized your voice, but the other people in our group, they don't know you as well, right? This was a group of friends that I hung out with that didn't really know you. Mm. So it was more funny. It's I heard your voice. I was like, oh, that's James, whatever. But... it was just so funny because it was already so stressful for her. She just got out of her first house and she's like, oh, okay, it wasn't that bad. It felt like a fucking movie moment. Oh, okay, it wasn't that bad. And then fucking you charge out of nowhere.
And
I
knife.
saw you coming. I literally saw you beelining it. I was fucking dying laughing.
So good.
And she was screaming.
Hey, extra zero!
Extra Developers 0 tipped $7.
Oh my god!
Here's a spooky story. Don Matrick and Phil Spencer buy Nintendo. Mario is redesigned to look like Steve Ballmer.
Oh no.
He is not allowed to say the words developers. Developers.
They're so spooky! We're having a seizure chat. A Caesar with Steve Ballmer. We gotta get the drop. Yes!
Oh my god.
Thank you so much, Extra Zero. I will always
Thank you,
accept
Extra.
developers. I will always accept those developers. Thank you, my friend. I really appreciate
Thank
it.
you so much.
I love Steve
Thank you so
Ballmer,
much.
and I love you. What? Oh yeah, I did this.
Fucking chick, you traumatized her for life, for fucking life, okay? Because not only was she like, and like, okay, here's the thing, right? So you guys like, you know James on stream and everything, and the thing is, he's the same person in person, but when he was a teenager, he was a lot more menacing looking. I don't know how to explain it, but like,
Excuse
people
me,
found him more
princess.
menacing. No, I'm not saying you're not now. I'm just saying it's different. Like the way that you like, you're more like into the goth scene at that time, right?
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
people were like more like scared of you. Even I remember I told you like even my mom was like, "Oh, who's that guy with the metal music and blah blah blah." So it's like,
Still listen to it.
yeah, I know. I listen to metal music. That's a whole other.
You're wearing a
conversation.
shirt.
I'm literally wearing a shirt for a metal band. But anyways, the point is that, like, she didn't know you that well. That was her first, like, I think the first few years in the city too. So like, she didn't really
Did I
know
scare
many
her out of the
people,
city?
and we like brought her into our group and all this shit. So she's like freaking out, and she's like, "Who is that guy?" She didn't know you. Like, you just knew each other's names, right? It's like acquaintances almost. So
Strangers
I
in the
know
night.
you're goofy and funny and all this stuff, but she was like, "Who is this guy that just like ran at me?" And it was so fucking funny, and it took so long afterwards to calm her down and be like, "It's fine. It's just how it's James. Like, don't worry about it. It's hilarious."
You might live. You might live.
Yeah. The next year, we were like, "Do you want to go back with us?" And she refused.
Really?
We've never been there together since.
That makes my day if I can scare people like that. That makes my freaking day. You know, I did that to one other friend, but it was like genuinely one of my best friends. That was the only other time I spoke as Michael. And so let's say his name's Bobby. So Bobby came in, but it was in the house. So I burst out of the fucking closet and I'm like, "Bobby!" And I slashed at him, but he was so fucking baked that his reaction was more like, "Whoa! Michael Myers knows me? Whoa, man!
I'm his top guy.
Michael Myers knows my name? That's like Santa Claus, dude!" So yeah, so I didn't scare him. He was just like, "Whoa!" But I'm glad I terrified her. So
You like succeeded, and then the funniest thing is that the story came up again a few years ago because I had like a casual dinner with her, and
you're
you
dating
weren't
Michael
there.
Myers.
No, literally, I was having a dinner with her and a few of my other like girlfriends, and we are just catching up on life. And you weren't there for some reason, I don't know, but I was there with them, and we were talking, and she's like, "So what's new?" and blah blah blah, and I don't even know if we were engaged, but at that point, but I think we were like getting close to getting engaged, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm living, with James. We moved in together, blah blah blah, all this stuff." The guy that ran at me, like at the fucking thing, yes, that guy. I'm with him now. I've been with him for quite a while. It was just so fucking funny because all the girls like, "Oh my god, that guy! What? He scared the shit out of us."
Well, this ties into the next part, which was when I was playing Hannibal. Shit got real. So I was very happy to play Hannibal Lecter. And here's the thing. That first night I was Hannibal, I don't like to toot my own horn so too much, but when it comes to portraying serial killers, I gladly will. So when I was playing Hannibal Lecter, I did so good on that first night that our manager said, "You were so good as Hannibal. You're the best Hannibal we ever had. You're never going to play anyone else ever again." I'm like, "Oh, thank God. Thank God, because I actually was able to do like, I did all my acting studies and I did all that stuff to try to like get into, because you don't want to just portray your own version of Hannibal like Mads Mikkelsen did so brilliantly.
I just
want
to say a quick hi to Tris, who's in the chat. Hello.
We got
How's
so many people. Fiera Miss, we got Jazzy Panda, we got Tris. How's it going, everybody? Thank you so much for coming out to our Halloween special. So, Hannibal, the people wanted the Anthony Hopkins Hannibal Lecter, so I just did a pretty much mock version of that as best of my abilities. And oh my god, it was so freaking fun because I was able to do so many different things. I also had an air horn. I have so many stories about playing.
Air horn? Oh yeah, you did have an air horn.
An air cannon, an air cannon. So it was a secret air cannon that if I stepped on it, it would go boom and it would hit people. But it would blow air at them, and it would be like really, really hard and fast, and it'd be like pop, and it'd be loud. But I have so many stories as Hannibal Lecter. There was pretty much 3 different feelings you would get when I was playing Hannibal Lecter. I'd either get pure fear, I'd get people terrified of me. I have stories about that. I would have people insanely angry at me, aggressively, insanely angry at me and wanting to fight me. I have stories about that. Or, the third and my favorite one, the only time this has ever happened in my life, ever, a lot of horny women.
You did it!
A lot.
You did it, lads.
And I think it's because I was this. So you couldn't see you could only see the eyes.
It's the female thing with fucking serial killers, and you have the serial killer eyes. That's the thing, you've got the eyes.
So tell me...
For all I know, I'm one of those fucking girls.
Better be.
I'm attracted to you. Maybe I like serial killers, I don't fucking know.
So, what story do you want to hear? Scared, angry, or horny?
Why don't you put a poll in the chat?
Okay.
I'm going to ask you a question about your acting, and we'll give them a quick few seconds to vote.
Start a poll. AMA. This is for YouTube. Scared, angry, horny. And I've told the horny stories.
By the way, if you're in another chat, just type one of those words. Scared,
just write
angry, or horny.
Yeah, and you'll probably get banned if you do it on Twitch, but yeah, just type in...
Or Rumble, apparently. It might not even go through.
Scared, angry, or horny. Yeah, that's true. All right, so we're already getting votes. We're 75% horny, 20% angry right now. Nobody's scared. Nobody's scared.
So here's my question. Talk us through how you got into the character. Did you watch the movie a bunch of times? How do you get to that point where you're able to act so naturally like the character?
I mean, don't toot my own horn so much. This was for a haunted house and everything. But
you take. I know. I'm doing it, not you. You're pretty humble about shit. But I'm saying you're good at it.
Yeah.
Hey, I like Actors Studio. That's a good show. Okay.
Is that still around? It was a good show.
It was a good show. It was a good fucking show. But no, I just you were somebody that when you commit to doing something, you do it well, and you really put your passion into it. So there must have been some kind of process for you. It's not like you just woke up and were like, oh, okay, 10 minutes until my shift to go do this. Oh, whatever, I'll wing it. You clearly always have a process.
You're telling me that there must have been some magic in that old fat hat I found?
Maybe.
There must have been some magic.
Did you find some beans?
In that old hat he found. That's the wrong holiday. Yeah, well, God, anyone talking about acting sounds like the most pretentious asshole in the world. But, yeah, so my process for Hannibal and also Freddy. I got to play Freddy one night, and that was the only second, is I loved playing Freddy. So I did this for Hannibal and Freddy. I had to play Jason one night. That kind of sucked, but it was our last night, and I was with my friend who was right next door, and he was also acting in the house. So we kind of just fucked around, and he just wanted to sing songs at people. He was a musical head, so am I. And so even though I was Jason, we would pop out and scare people, and then all of a sudden we'd be going we're a mean green mother from outer space, and I'm bad. And I'd be like, mean green bad. And everyone would be like, ah, and then they'd be like, musicals. So, yeah, so I didn't really prepare for Michael too much or Jason, but for Freddy and Hannibal, like I said, it was different from, a process if I was actually, preparing for a role or an acting role, because
Right.
I did the exact opposite of what you're supposed to do. What you're supposed to do, especially if it's something that has already been done, is you're supposed to pretend that thing doesn't exist. This is why a lot of fans get mad when the directors of beloved things like Star Wars and stuff will tell the actors, like, don't watch the original source material, don't watch this or don't watch that. And as a fan, it's like, that is maddening. But it's like, look, as long as the director knows, the director should know that stuff. But the actor is supposed to have like a clean slate. He's supposed to be guided properly in that way. So
It would be comparable to like singing, right? Like people that just mimic the voices versus actually finding their own sound to, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And so, but here's the thing. So anytime I was like studying acting, I would have to do a lot of scenes from existing films. I have stories about that as well. My favorite acting teacher, he hated me doing Knocked Up because he was like, you're just depressing during it. And he's like, and I'm like, what? I loved him. He was so honest. God rest his soul. But he was always like so honest, and that's why I loved him. Is he would just, God, yeah. When I was doing Knocked Up, he was like, you're supposed to be funny. It's supposed to be a comedy. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't want to act like Seth Rogen. He's like, yeah, you're not. It's just you're making like the script come off like a serious, sad drama. And I thought that was the funniest thing in the world. And then so I'd try to change
You're a
it.
serious person.
And then
like,
I would try to change it up. It was the scene where like she reveals to him that she's pregnant, and Seth Rogen's like trying to convince her to get rid of it or something. But the way I did it, I was just like, what do you mean? What do you mean you're keeping the baby? No, you need to get rid of it. Are you No, you get rid. And so it was just like, he was just like, yeah, no matter what you do, like, I'm just depressed. And I'm like, oh. So anyway, for these, it was the exact opposite, because I knew like people going in a haunted house, they wanted to see Robert Englund's Freddy Krueger, they wanted to see Anthony Hopkins, Hannibal Lecter. So it was just kind of like the night before for hours, and then also before my shift, because I was just in a fucking fairground with my phone, and this was this is like when you first started getting YouTube on phones kind of thing, so it wasn't the best. I would just be using all my data, and I'd just be watching clip after clip after clip after clip, and I would be pausing and repeating the lines back, and I'd be literally looking like a madman, like in this fairgrounds, like out of character, like acting like Hannibal Lecter and all this stuff, or Freddy Krueger, and I would just be like trying to get like their blocking down and get their movement down and get the inflections in their voice down and just like do everything. And I was just memorizing quotes that they would do, but then I would take those quotes and put them into new sentences, but then carry over their inflections and their blocking, and it was a lot of that. It was pretty much, I just wanted to be like a carbon copy, because I feel like that's what people would enjoy.
In this specific instance, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Like, I think, yeah, you're right. Like, if you're doing a film, of course, people are going to want, like, they don't want to watch the same thing. Like, with Elvis Presley, they keep doing, like, revamps of his fucking story. And then it's just, like, constantly the same thing. You want the actor to be different.
And
right?
what is the best, on topic, what is the best Elvis movie ever? It's Bubba Hotep, horror movie starring Bruce Campbell as Elvis. Hail to the King, baby.
That's a Halloween movie. There
yeah,
you go.
exactly. That's why I related it. Is best Elvis movie, best Elvis impersonator, Bruce fucking Campbell, buddy.
Hey, by the way, who won the poll? Let's bring in Dude and Imp in about like 5-ish minutes. So
all right.
You can talk your horny story and everything else.
Hey, spoilers. Scared got 7. Angry got 7. Horny, 86. 14 votes total. 86 horny. So I can tell, if we have time, I'll tell the scared and angry stories. Those are honestly fun. Those are arguably funnier.
Start horny and then work your way up.
You start horny and you work your way up. So here is the horny stories. Was women, pretty women. Again, I did not expect this going in, but as Hannibal Lecter, I didn't get any as Freddy or Michael or Jason, singing Jason. But Hannibal Lecter, because I was actually speaking and I was doing his inflection, so I would go up to the bars and grasp them and be like, my, what a little pretty face we have here today. And I would do all that, and I would just stare at them, and there was so many girls, and I'll try to stay away from expletives and all that stuff, that were asking me to do things, and they were asking, requesting things and all that stuff, and I was shocked and I was scared, colored me scared and horny, because I was there to scare people. I was there to put on a show, and suddenly I have like right out of high school, I have girls like all of a sudden hitting on me, and it's like, where were you when I was normal? Just kidding, I was never normal. And so, yeah, it was a lot of that, but the main one, and a lot of them, chat, a lot of them were with their boyfriends, like holding their hands, and that was the part where I got mad. I would get mad because I'm a bro first, and I'm horny second. And so when they would be holding their boyfriend's hands and hitting on me and telling me to do what, I would try to dial up the violence.
We don't know what. What would they tell you to do?
I don't want to get too into it, but yeah, they were asking me, to how you say plow them, or like, at the nicest, ask for their number.
Wait, they're actually like full on being like, hey,
yeah,
fuck
I want you to,
whatever.
yeah, yes.
Actually?
Yes.
That's fucking hilarious. I have no idea.
Because they didn't treat me like a human being. I was a piece of meat to them. So
do you think they were doing that like out of
it was like
to conquer the fear of it, or they were like actually like horny?
a little bit, but like it was, I'm wearing a mask and I'm in character. And this also ties to the angry and the scared stories, but like they like, for a lot of people, they switch off, or they want to switch off that part of their brain where they treat you like a human. They're treating you like you're a marionette, effectively, like you're a fucking puppet on a stage. So they don't realize that I'm a human being that is going to go home and eat Wendy's later, or they're not thinking about that. But yeah, so they would be holding their boyfriend's hand and like straight up being like, plow me kind of stuff. And then I'd be like, well, I might not do that, but maybe I could serve you up on a dish and have him next. Like, I would do that kind of stuff, and then they'd just get hornier. But the main one I remember was there was this one busty babe that she literally like unbuttoned her top and like pressed against the bars. And was like, what are you going to do about these? And like, I was totally within grabbing distance. I think she was with a guy as well, but I was just so like mask, like Jim Carrey's mask, like, that I was like, oh, what do I do? Like, I literally was speechless. I was like, what do I, you're assaulting my bars. I'm a cannibal in prison.
Assaulting my bars.
Like, what do I fucking do in this scenario?
You're assaulting the bars with your boobs. How dare you?
And so that was the main horny thing, is this girl literally like unbuttoning her shirt and going badonk right against them, and it was just like, those aren't actually steel, ma'am. You might actually knock those down. I don't know if they're that safe, ma'am. I didn't talk like that. I did the whole Hannibal thing. But yeah, so that was the horniness. That was the horny tales. Horny tales, woo.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, the rest of the stories are very different, but I will remember those horny stories till the day I die. So yeah.
Well, scared and angry kind of got tied. Is there one that you think is a better story? We'll tell one, and then we'll bring in the other guys.
Tell one, and then bring them in. All right, I'll tell my favorite real quick. Oh god, there's so many. This one was my favorite. So there's a lot of stories like this, but there was one that was when people don't want to be scared, like especially boys, they don't want to be scared in front of their girls or in front of their friends, and so they psych themselves up. Either they sneak in alcohol, or they psych themselves up and they get they act overly aggressive so they don't show fear a lot of the time. And this happened a lot, but the youngest one, he must have been like 13 or something. He comes in with his friends, and he is so scared that he's just talking this huge game. He's looking up at me because he's so small, and I can't repeat everything he was saying to me, but you get the idea. He was saying every expletive in the book, and he's just looking at me being like, fuck you, motherfucker, you fucking piece of shit. Hannibal Lecter, you think you're hot shit? Da, 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 da. I'm gonna fuck you up, blah, blah. And I couldn't even talk. He was just so loud and so fucking aggressive that I couldn't even like try anything. So I just went up to the bars and stared at him, because I couldn't talk over him, because I had to talk in a low voice because I'm Hannibal. But here's the thing. So I was pissed off now. This wasn't like the horny tales, woo. So here's the thing. I have my air cannon. And I know exactly where that air cannon is and where it pops and when it pops. And so he's walking around the bars, because you have to walk around Hannibal's whole cell and keep going. And I know exactly where the air cannon is. And so I'm just watching him. And the whole time he's walking around the bars, he's just like, yeah, fuck you, what now, bitch? You're in a cage? What the fuck are you going to do about it? I sweet chin music the fucking air cannon. I literally stomp it as hard as I fucking can right when he hits it. It blows. Hits him in the nuts. Not fucking joking. And he goes down.
Oh, fuck.
He goes down like a fucking ton of bricks. And he goes, bah! And then he gets up and he's hobbling. I'm not fucking joking. He's like, fuck you, man! Fuck you! And he hobbles out, and I'm doing everything I can to, like, not die laughing. Just not fucking cry laughing. Because he was so short, you see. Like, to anyone else, like, it would have hit them in, like, the fucking leg or something. But he was so short, and I stomped it so hard that it literally hit him in the fucking nuts. And he went down, and then hobbled out of there. So that was my
masterpiece.
Yeah, and I have more stories. I mean, this was a whole month of 8 hour, but yeah, like I said, best job ever, worst job ever. Because best job, horny stories. Worst job, Michael Myers in a closet.
Before I bring the guys in, is there anything else you wanted to mention in terms of games and music and movies and stuff? Like, I think people will bring those up throughout the conversation, so you can add your 2 cents throughout.
Like I said,
is there anything else?
Man, I love Halloween so much. It's my favorite time of year. I could literally do this show just myself talking about memories of Halloween and costumes and trick-or-treating and favorite movies, blah, 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 blah. I could do this for like 8 hours straight. That's not even like a fraction of the stories I have working in that house. So, yeah, I think we just bring people in. Let's bring people in. Let's do it. And if everyone goes through and gets bored, fine. It's fine. Oh, Extra Zero has got a meme. Let's look at that real quick here. And
well, you look at that, and dude, and Imp Black Belt, the call is ready for you too.
Oh so my God! There must have been some more magic in this pipe that I can't even say it. Oh my God! That's not even weed. That's not even.
Oh, we got dude in the call.
Dude, how's it going, my friend?
What's up?
Yo, happy Halloween to you, sir. How's it going? What spooky tales do you have
happy
for us
Halloween
tonight?
Well, I kind of got a horny one. Well,
ooh,
it's a horny joke.
I'm in.
With October being Breast Cancer Awareness Month, it's all about the boobies.
Oh my God, you reminded me. I wonder if I can find it. There was a shirt that I was tempted on buying that, you know what? I'm just going to find it. I'm going to find it. No, that's... God, please don't. Okay, thank God.
By the way, dude, your camera's still trying to load. I don't know if you want to refresh it. Try it again.
Peach boobies shirt. There it is. I almost bought this once upon a time, but then I was like, I can't get away with this in public. Boom. So, I do appreciate that joke, good sir, and that is good. I just love Boo, and so I wanted Boo on a shirt, and that was the only way I could do it.
Amazing. And we're in Black Belt in here too. What's going on?
We got all the stars are here. How's it going in Black Belt?
Hey, everybody.
Oh, look at him.
There he is. Good Lord, look at that handsome fucking...
Let me restart my Discord.
All right.
Yeah, sounds good, man.
I was so surprised that this helmet fits on over my headset. I wasn't expecting this at all. I was just putting it on for a gag.
You look great and handsome. So you wore this, did you wear this to a convention or like what'd you do?
Yes. I wore it to a convention. I just decided to troll around. It's just the whole suit. I gotta find that picture. It's around somewhere actually. The whole suit is made of fiberglass and Bondo. This helmet is actually like it's a much stiffer material. You print it out on just on a printer sheet on stiff paper, and then you cut it and glue it together, and then you form the material over it,
I love it.
and then you just let it dry and then paint it.
When you first came on, when I saw a glimpse of it with the hat and everything and the mustache, I thought, wait, is it intentional? Are you doing a Mr. Peanut like?
No, it's not Mr. Peanut.
It's got Mr. Peanut vibes, and I love it for it.
It does. With the as soon as I find the picture, wherever the hell it is, pictures, where are you?
Oh my god.
Here it is. Oh no, next month. Here, actually, I'll drop it in the general chat for you to share. And this is me at this convention with a bunch of my friends. The other guy in yellow was my roommate at the time.
Oh my god, that's
and we
amazing.
just happened across
This is glorious.
Raptor Jesus. So he stopped and he took a picture with us.
Ah!
It's absolutely hilarious. I love it.
This is like that joke of like, do you want to join my religion? I don't know. What do you believe? And then you just send people this image, and it's like, all right, I'm in.
Absolutely. Also, this thing is hot as balls. I'm no, I know. I bought this hat. I bought this hat straight off of Frosty.
Oh my
It's
god,
so
you
cool.
stole
He
his
decided he
hat.
didn't want it anymore, so I was just like, you know what? I'll take it. I could use a little extra magic in my life.
And I guess the magic comes in the form of a magic hat or meth, according to Extra Zero. So that is perfect. And yeah, no, you look dashing, good sir. I love that. Are you
Thank
still
you.
a 40K fan? Are you still following everything there?
Occasionally, but as one of my friends online calls it, it's more from what it used to be into kind of grim derp, and it's well, I believe they say grim wank, but it's not great. Like they
Yeah.
just honestly, like, fuck Games Workshop. It's ridiculous.
Do you have any
I'm not
hope?
a fan.
Do you have any hope for the Netflix show with Henry Cavill supposedly involved? I think that's gonna be like the deal breaker. Oh my god, he lives.
I live. No, I mean Henry Cavill is a glorious, beautiful man.
I love him too.
But that don't fit. Okay, no.
It
I
looked,
tried.
it kind of looked good though.
And yeah, that's too heavy. No, Henry Cavill's a great guy, but I have no faith in Games Workshop. I have hope that if they give him creative freedom, he could do something good with it. But because he respects these things, he's a gamer and he respects the franchises. He's done so much work. It was a shame when they basically kicked him off The Witcher because he wanted to make sure that everything respected the source material. But
Yeah.
that was just kind of the whole thing. It was like they didn't like him being there because he disagreed with them, and they didn't want to give him the control, and they wanted to do their own thing with it. And he's like, no, you gotta respect the series.
Yeah, or make your own
And-
fucking show with your own characters. Leave
Yeah,
my shit
well,
alone.
and you know what? Like, he's a great guy. He's a great actor, and he does a lot of wonderful stuff. He's one of the few actors I have a lot of respect for.
Yeah,
But,
maybe I can count the actors deserving of respect on one hand, and he would definitely be one of them. I heard he actually like carried around a Witcher book, and when he disagreed with the script, like on set, he'd be like, actually, and he'd like flip to the page and be like, right
I
here.
wouldn't be surprised if even if that wasn't what happened, it would definitely be on point for him.
Oh,
But
It sounds like him.
Speaking of silly costumes, I don't have that many. Like, my mother used to love doing arts and crafts and stuff for both me and my older sister. When I was young, we did all kinds of crazy stuff. She used to do all kinds of things like making paper mache helmets. Just like take a balloon, paper mache, pop the balloon after it dries, and then paint it however you want. I've done like a couple things, including like a Power Ranger. But there was one year when I was a kid where I got to dress up as a roll of toilet paper. It was just chicken wire and a white bed sheet. It was
Oh
a
my
very
God.
thin roll of paper.
Were you like a thick roll or an empty roll?
No, it was just kind of big enough to cover my body. And I've always been rail thin. Like I'm a stick. I've always been a stick. But that's like 5 years of martial arts and military service and everything else. Like, I've always just been tiny.
That's freaking awesome. Oh man,
But yeah,
how old were you
there-
when you were the toilet paper roll? Do you think?
I don't even remember. I just remember like, Mom, I want to go as a roll of toilet paper this year, and they had stopped and they're like, we could do that. She like looked at Dad, and Dad just kind of laughed, and I was like, yay, it's great, greatest day. Everyone else was like looking at me and laughing, and I'm just like, what are you laughing about? I'm having a blast.
That's so
And
good.
as my roommate said, I've always been kind of a troll. Wait, not a nut doctor. Extra zero. I just saw.
Oh no, we got another meme. How is he this quick? Let's take a look.
So quick! I posted something
Oh my
and 5 minutes later he made something.
Oh no.
Not a nut doctor. I
That's
love it.
perfect.
Oh
That's
god,
perfect.
that's great. This guy, he's magic. But like I've done a bunch of random costumes. I love dressing up. I could do cosplay if I get the time, which is hard. I need to find my this top hat I've had for years. I've had this top hat since I was in the military,
Mhm.
and it never always this band is actually removable. Like this thing actually just comes off. It's clipped on, but realistically, it's not too big deal.
Right.
But I used it for that costume, but I also used it for a couple of others, including an ugly Christmas sweater contest at work, and I got second place. Hey, there's the
Nice.
dude.
We got the dude in here. How's it going, dude?
So, yeah. Apparently, it doesn't take Linux too long to update and restart.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
There we go.
The curse of Linux.
Yes.
It's all good, dude.
Yeah, well, at least you don't have to take forever to do updates.
Yeah, it's true. It's not. Yeah, Windows sucks, but I remember one time in the military as well. I was doing a Final Fantasy style Black Mage costume.
Mm.
I just got I don't even remember what the thing was. I think it was like a robe that it was like a large robe that I just turned inside out and pinned the back on. The hat was a basic witch hat. I took some brown fabric and draped over it and pinned it on to make the big brown wide brim hat comes out like here. And then I took like a piece of like black foam and wrapped it around my face and cut out the eyes and put like yellow sheer fabric on the inside. It was super simple. It was just hilarious.
That's so awesome, dude.
Oh yeah, sorry.
No. Keep going. I want to.
I wish I had the picture. I've got it somewhere, but my friend George, he dressed up as Dr. Roxo, the rock and roll clown that year. Blew everybody else out of the water. It was a perfect costume.
Oh my god.
It was indistinguishable. He had the voice, he had the body type. He took he made all the pieces himself. He got like a full morph suit, and then he took it and slid it down the chest. He didn't even like cut the U shape out. He just slid it down the chest and put it on, thinking like, all right, well, I'll do this, measure it out, see how far it has to go. It just whoop right out, perfect size.
Holy shit.
Anyone that doesn't know what I'm talking about.
That's freaking amazing, dude. Do you have any costumes that you were dressed up as that you enjoyed?
I think the only one I can think of is that I was Harry Potter for a year, and it was because whenever I was growing up, I pretty much was a spitting image of him.
Oh,
Of Daniel
my
Radcliffe.
God. Yeah.
Oh god.
Around high school was whenever we diverged.
I remember, like, I'm the perfect age for every kid was obsessed with Harry Potter, and there must have been, like, every year there was, like, 20 Harry Potters in my elementary school. And then as soon as we hit high school, that ended because everyone would have been bullied to death, and the
Yeah.
spells stopped working.
Well, there's a magic time in high school where everybody just magically changes their opinion for public acceptance, and then they get past high school and they're like, "Oh fuck you guys, I'm gonna do whatever the hell I want."
Yes.
I'm trying to remember. There's a little comic. It's like someone's like Pokemon, like little kids. They're like going through phases in the panels and it's just them like in their obsession with Pokemon, and then they just get to high school and they're just all like sad in the corner like Pokemon, and then they get to college and they're screaming at the top of their lungs, "Come on!" just like with all their buddies.
What's funny is my high school didn't really have the typical cliques that you see in high schools, like especially in like the Hollywood stuff. Like, I was kind of the nerd, kind of the guy who just sit in the corner and was just to himself, but everyone was always nice to me, and that was always fun. So
Nice. Not my high school. Bullying happened early and often.
I think I only had one bully, and I got the leg up on him because I was two higher than him in the graduation class.
Hmm. Did you guys dress up for Halloween in high school? Did you have the balls to do that? I know that was always a risk.
I can't remember if our high school actually allowed that. I don't think it did.
Oh, really? Interesting. We were allowed, right, Kay? Did you ever dress up in high school?
I think
Probably because you guys were in a nicer high school.
No, we were in the ghetto high school.
Yeah.
I was in a nice high school.
Literally, like the kids that would get kicked out of like the private schools and shit would end up at our school.
Let's just say that we were the high class of the ghetto high schools in that city. But then there's only 3 high schools. The other 2 were way ghettoer.
Yeah, I remember dressing up in high school, pretty sure. I don't know, a lot of the people I hung out with really wanted to cling on to Halloween as long as possible and trick-or-treating, and I was like, we can't trick-or-treat at this age, we're like 16.
I think I
Yeah,
went...
of course you could trick or treat at 16. What are you talking about? I trick or treated at 16. I dressed up too.
You know when you're like a teenager and you think you're an adult? And so I was like, we're way too old for that now. Like, what are you talking about? We can't do that.
I still wanted to, and I think the last year I trick-or-treated was when I started getting weird looks. When you knock on the door and they start... Especially because I was always tall. So, like, I got the looks kind of early. I think grade 8 was maybe my last year trick-or-treating because I was too fucking tall for it. And the parents were like, I don't think you deserve this candy. And I'm like, please, sir, let me cling on to my youth. So,
It disappears so quickly.
yes.
That's why do you think I play video games so much?
I need to live in the past, god damn it.
Hey,
worked
James,
too
did your parents check your candy? I know with me, and for everyone else who I want to know, with me, my mom would check the candy, but then she would just chuck everything. So she would take me trick-or-treating.
Oh, you told
We'd
me
go
that.
around, and then she's like, I don't trust strangers' candy. She would throw all of it away and then just buy me new candy, like, the next day.
Yeah, you gotta watch out. They've been hiding student loan debt in their candies.
Oh my god.
That was the worst time for you to take a drink, Kay.
Yeah! Literally.
I didn't even see that.
Oh, it's fucking funny.
I had the parents checking the candy. They did not. My God, your mom probably lost a fucking fortune buying you candy. Good lord. But
I know. I was like, why did... But then she likes Mars bars, so she would just buy tons of Mars bars, and she was happy too.
so you wouldn't get a variety. You would just. Oh my God.
No, I get like, Kit Kats, whatever. I liked all the Reese's stuff, but like she wasn't like a huge peanut butter person, so she wouldn't really get me that.
Yeah, I only had a few pieces ever thrown out. It was pretty much if it was unwrapped or if there was like a seam broken in it or something, they'd be like, nope. And I'd be like, please, please spare the Reese's. I need the Reese's here.
I need some now.
But yeah.
Pretty much with my parents, it was just like, okay, just dump the candy on the ground whenever we get back home. The floor. And then you just make sure all the wrappers were still like in one piece.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. I saw In Black Belt react to something. Is there a meme?
Is there another meme
Yeah.
or something? Oh no. Let's go take a look. Oh my God. Be sure to check your kids' Halloween candy. My little sister found the water temple from Ocarina of Time inside her Mars bar. Ooh,
That's not even the worst. That's not even the worst temple.
I agree
It's
with
fucking hilarious.
my God.
I mean, it was bad enough that the developers felt the need to apologize for it. So, to be fair, it was pretty bad.
Actually, to be honest, I've actually gotten so good at it, I can actually do it without doing much backtracking.
I didn't know they
Wow,
they
that's
actually
crazy.
apologized. I didn't know this.
I believe they did, yeah.
That's crazy. I mean, you guys probably already know this, but I only played the 3DS version, and I was like, this is my favorite temple, but it's because they fixed it so much. Like, it's night and day difference in that version.
I mean, the main reason why I like that version is because of the fact that you can put the boots on an extra slot.
Yes, yes, and it's on the tap screen. That's what I did.
Oh,
is
James, don't even. No, James, you're not allowed because you didn't even fucking play it the original way. Did you?
I was a PS1 kid. What do you want to do about it? I didn't have it. I didn't have it.
You just got to cruise on by. The rest of us suffered. The rest of us fucking suffered, and you just came in and you're like, yeah, the water temple's the best fucking temple ever, and I don't care, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, because you played it after it was improved.
I was suffering over with Bruce Willis's Apocalypse on PS1. Thank you very much. I actually love that game. That game
is that great. An actual game?
You don't know about this game? It was like the first, like, so maybe not the first, but it was like one of the first.
Find me YouTube footage. I want to watch it on this stream.
All right. Why don't you talk about Halloween with our lovely people here while I look up Bruce Willis's Apocalypse?
Well, if we're talking about video games, I wanted to mention a couple of a couple of the spooky games that I'm playing right now. I've got a bunch lined up, but for right now, what I'm playing, and I just uploaded the first ones. I have been dabbling in the Typing of the Dead Overkill.
Let's go.
Yes, I fucking love that game. It's so fun.
It's so goofy. I love the House of the Dead series in general. Like, I love it. I think it's fantastic. And I actually never played the House of the Dead Overkill. I didn't realize the Steam version of Typing of the Dead includes House of the Dead. It can use mouse, and it uses mouse by default, and it uses the keyboard for the Typing of the Dead version as well. And it has online Steam multiplayer. So my roommate, actually played with me. On top of that, I've got various. I've got some various Castlevania games. I have the Castlevania Advance collection. Oh yeah, this game's fucking great. Like, just look at, if you scroll through it enough, you'll see the difficulties. It's bitch, agent, and motherfucker are the difficulty modes. It's great.
I love this game. I need to play more of it. I've always been meaning to do a whole run.
It's so good. No, dude, you and me, multiplayer, the two of us. Let's fucking go. We'll figure out a time. We could do that at some point this month.
Yeah.
And then the third game that I've been playing is, I started a run of Eternal Darkness.
Yes.
So I am super excited to get back to that.
We have the same taste. Great. I've never played that, and it's always been on my list to play that game.
It's on our shelf, James. I can see it from here. You can fucking play it.
I'm savoring it. There's so many games. I will stream it one day. I will stream it, but Imp Black Belt is pulling all the legwork for me. He streamed it. Go watch him instead. Is this it?
It's great. It's so beautiful. It's got so much going on, and that's on original hardware. Like, I could probably pull up my Nintendo shit cube. 1 second.
The Nintendo shit cube.
It's the best console ever.
Here's my Nintendo code.
The boy, he's right here. Yes. It is a beautiful thing. What's in here right now, actually?
Is your eject button also fucked up? I have the black one as well.
My eject button? Yes. No, it works.
Yeah, mine is dented since day one.
I did something unspeakable to it. It's all sticky and it gets stuck.
No, listen, James, since the day I pulled that out of the fucking box, it's had that issue. And then I remember, like, you tried using it recently. I was like, no, you can't press it that way. It's gonna get stuck. And you're like, what the fuck? It's an eject button. I just pressed the button. I'm like, no, you have to put your finger specifically in this corner and just slightly touch it. It'll be fine.
That sucks. I actually brought mine to a retro store just to give it a good cleaning because I didn't quite trust myself to fix it properly. It didn't really have that many real issues. I just gave him a few bucks to clean it. But
I want to brighten up the plastics and stuff on my old systems, like SNES, NES, all that stuff. You know, like yellowing happens.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of other fun stuff. I have the Splatterhouse the 360 remake of Splatterhouse. Mm-hmm. That'll get played eventually. That one's not great. It's kind of a God of War like game. It's funny, and the dumbest reason to play it is that you get to see naked pictures of his girlfriend.
That was why I pre-ordered it.
But it also includes the... we talked about it on stream before.
And I never got it. Is it really hard, or did I just suck? I want to give it another shot. Like,
I think you might just suck, but so do I. So
yeah, I played it whenever it came out, and like I was sucking balls at it. So I want to give it another shot because I've always been curious about that game. But yeah, it sucks, and I suck at it.
Maybe I should give it a shot to show you guys up.
There you go.
No, it's a fun game when you get into the mechanics, but I kind of like God of War like games. Like what was the other one? I'll probably end up playing if I pull out my 360 sometime this month. Was Dante's Inferno?
Yes.
which would fit the season as well. Dante's Inferno is a real fun one.
Another game on my list I've always wanted to go through. My fucking playlist is the same as yours. Oh my god. I've always wanted to run through Dante's Inferno. Kay, have you played Dante's Inferno? Are you familiar with all the crazy shit that EA did to market that game?
I haven't played through it, but I know about the game.
You know
It's one of those on my list
they
games.
staged fake protests to advertise the game outside their studio. Like they staged like fake religious people getting upset about it.
I mean, to
It's
be honest, they
genius.
probably could have, or they could have had real religious people actually being.
You
annoyed
think?
by
Well,
it.
they actually repeated a lot of their previous
There's a meme
marketing.
that you need to look at.
Oh god.
Are you?
They actually
kidding me?
repeated a lot of their previous marketing from a bunch of the other stuff, including. Oh no, that's a meme, all right.
What is going on? Too old to trick or treat? Checking my candy card now. Check my candy card now. Candy now, Mom! I will just eat the whole fucking razor. And then your parents are doing sex. Don't see or hear them. 67 levels of progressive difficulty. Avoid the trauma. Well, how did this even come about?
Why is it 67? It should be 69.
Exactly, I was just gonna say that.
The 2 extra levels are DLC. What did I say, or what did someone say to trigger this? Where did this meme come from? Good lord!
Wait, you said the last two levels are DLC?
Yes.
Does it have Capcom on it? No, it does not.
Oh
No, it's got the Nintendo.
no.
What is that? Oh, obvious. It's got that same
Yeah, we need
obvious
the Devil May Cry thing on there too, right?
featuring
And
Dante from
Funky
Devil May
Kong
Cry.
mode. We need a Funky Kong mode in the corner too.
Oh no.
Oh right, extra reminding me your GameCube was all sticky and it was my fault. That's what happened.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, sounds like you gave her a trick that year.
Oh, no. This will teach you
Just
to steal
that
my.
year?
Yeah. She
Just
stole.
that year.
She stole all my Mars bars from PTSD from her childhood. So I was
Speaking
like,
of trick, Jonathan just dropped a meme too.
"You
Oh,
people
no.
are crazy."
Oh, I just got off the general channel.
I'm going on back. You guys are freaking. I asked
Said
trick or
trick.
treat. They said trick. Oh
That's
my
great.
god. Why does Yoshi look like he's crying while wiping his ass across the cement? Good freaking lord. You guys are fast today.
Oh no.
This is crazy.
Must be all the alcohol they're consuming.
Good lord. Dude, what are some of your favorite Halloween games to play around this time of
Well,
year?
Currently, I've been playing through the Devil May Cry games.
That's right. That's
uh,
right.
Classy.
Yep. I finished up all of the achievements for DMC 1 on the Xbox 360. Ended up having to play through the game about 4 times because of the way difficulties are unlocked in that game. You have to beat normal to get hard, then you have to beat hard to get the Dante Must Die difficulty. It's one of those games.
Mm-hmm.
And then also there's an achievement for not using a single yellow orb, which means you can't die once, or you'll just have to restart the entire level.
Is there a difficulty gate on that?
Nope, you can do it on normal.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring Extra Zero in. By the way, you guys can keep talking, but he's
Gotcha.
gonna join in a minute.
And I'm currently running through DMC 2. I like some of the mechanics that they've added, but some of the other things are kind of annoying. But it's mostly like certain enemies. And again, I do notice that the guns are a little too overpowered, but some of the bosses are kind of annoying.
That was the biggest criticism a lot of people had was the guns are too strong because some executive meddling was like, it's gun game, make the gun strong. Like watching Vinny Vinesauce play through it for the 1 hour for the charity reward, and he was literally just walked around just holding out the pistols, going blah 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 blah, and things just die. And it's like
It's not that easy, but I mean, I am actually using the swords more than most people would, but I'm trying to get the combo up because you can't get the combo higher when you're just using the guns.
Hey,
But,
I love using the swords. I'm with you, man.
Yeah, but last
it's
night.
not. Sorry, go ahead.
Last night on my stream, I ended up beating both characters' campaign on hard in one night.
I could never. You and achievement hunters are absolutely crazy. I beat a game on normal. I'm like, that's good enough for me. Next, I can't.
I prefer beating the game on the hardest difficulty, but they don't give it to me. Now in those games, they aren't giving it to me immediately.
Oh, no. So you have to get punished again and again and again and again. And extra zero.
Games, it makes, at least with those games, it makes a bit more sense because of the way those games work.
That's fair. Extra zero's in the call now. You've been fucking killing it with memes all night, and now you're here. How's it going, Extra Zero?
It's going. I was playing. I was warming up in F-Zero 99 ahead. So
he's here to. He woke up and chose violence, ladies and gentlemen.
No, I've been up. That's the thing.
How you liking it?
It's okay. It's yeah. I mean, I don't like the voting system that they have in it. Like I kind of it's kind of like Splatoon, like because Nintendo doesn't know how to do online, and you know that's just concerning. That it's like Xbox Live had it down in like 2005, I think was like when they really actually let's even be more generous. 2004, like when Halo 2 came out. You know, they knew what they were doing, and you know, I just find it preposterous that Nintendo has no idea what they're doing. Yeah, hey, well, we're going to charge for this. You know.
Yeah. No, I played a little bit of F-Zero 99. I really don't like Battle Royale games because it's just like, oh, I have a 1 in 100 chance of pretty much getting my dopamine hit. I'm fucking okay. I prefer the team-based. Give me the 50-50 chance at least.
I think I said it among you guys where I was the one that said F-Zero would make sense as a Battle Royale because you know you eliminate racers who aren't qualified. So, you know, it's fun. I don't actually mind the Battle Royale element. It's just like, I think some of the execution is kind of odd. And, you know, there's just not a lot of options out of the gate. Like, I guess you can unlock other racers because I saw a bunch of people with, like, red and different color variations.
They're not other racers, it's just cosmetic.
Well, even if just cosmetic, because it's just like, you know, for me being new, it's like, well, there's just a slew of the same 4 racers on screen. Imagine playing Mario Kart and you just see a ton of Mario, Luigi, Peach, and Bowser, and that you saw.
No, it's just Waluigi.
Well, yeah,
it's just Waluigi.
99
like this guy.
It actually is all just Waluigi because apparently him in a certain combination of kart is the best.
It reminds me of the "Oops, all Yoshi's" meme I did.
Oh God!
All Yoshi's.
So we do one for you. That's "Oops, all Waluigi's."
There you go.
Wow.
And next month, Waluigi 99.
Nintendo, hire this guy.
They're not going to hire him. They're just going to steal his ideas. I know how Nintendo works.
They're going to send a lawyer with one of their crack ninja lawyers out to him.
Yes.
Hey, we are commandeering this idea.
Yeah,
you do not get any ideas.
Aren't you supposed to say we would like to play? Why are you being so mean?
Why are you being so mean? You heard it here, folks.
No.
I swear to God, I'm gonna get that empty DTOF taken care of. Like, I just have like 3 Power Rangers in there, and I've been sitting on like these Soul Chigoken figures that have not gone in there yet.
Here, you can borrow this. You can borrow Big Boy here.
I miss him.
You get the Balls of Steel version of Duke.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a reason I don't pre-order games anymore.
While we're sitting here, I'll put Voltron together.
There you go.
Okay. I've got my MK11 Golden Scorpion in the other room. I regret that purchase. That was not a great purchase.
Voltron. You have my attention.
Extra Zero is building one as we speak. Look at that.
Ooh, baby!
Yeah,
that is beautiful already.
While he's getting that out, I'm gonna say my one piece about F-Zero 99. My biggest complaint is how they handle GameCube controller support, since it just seems like Nintendo completely forgets that the GameCube controller is there, and they always just treat it as a Pro controller. I wish they had a configuration just for the GameCube controller.
Or at least gave you more customizable support. Yeah. Nintendo's really bad about customizable controls.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because to play F-Zero 99, guess which button is to accelerate? It's the B button. It's
B. That threw me off too. And I mean, I do.
I
have
would
this
rather it be the A button on the GameCube controller because it's the big green button in the center.
My roommate has to show something too.
Surprise roommate appearance. Let's do it.
So,
Yes.
Look at those. I'll bust those real quick here.
Oh baby.
That-
Those are nice.
That is gorgeous.
These aren't the. These are not the. How much do the which versions? How much do they cost?
The MG versions are like $100 plus,
100 plus each. That's
yeah.
and they can take
Holy
months
shit.
to build.
Oh yeah. Well, and even then, those are the ones that you just have
Yeah.
to super tiny.
I've built a few perfect grades in my time. I did the Wing Zero custom. I did the Zeta and the RX-78 too.
Not God Gundam.
Not God
He's
Gundam.
He's got a Shining Gundam. It's great.
Yeah.
It's actually my personal favorite out of the series. Gundam Wing was the first one I watched, but I fell in love with G Gundam. That's it.
Yeah.
G Gundam's the only one I've seen.
G Gundam came out at like the perfect time in the States because it was like when DBZ had like its second renaissance going on, and it really resonated with a lot of people.
I'm one of them.
I haven't seen any. I know Kay was recently on a whole frickin' stream where it was nonstop get ranked and it was all Gundam the whole
Yeah,
frickin'
and
time.
I told
Oh, yeah.
Devil before I fucking went on, I was like, dude, I know like maybe half of these at most. And he's like, oh, if you want to come on. I'm like, okay.
I wasn't able to stick around for the whole thing. Did SD Gundam make it on there, or did they just like shit can that one?
There was just a bunch of Gundams that got like combined. I've seen like one Gundam ever, barely. So I was, as soon as Gundam happened and everyone started like, oh yeah, and this mech and this, I just zoned out for like 20 minutes. So I have no clue where. I think Gundam ended up at A for most of them.
Well,
That makes
you
about
know,
that sense. Yeah,
Outside
that
of
makes
which
sense.
one?
considering the source, you know.
Gundam is a big part of just in general. It's kind of the gold standard for mecha for most people, anyway. I
My
love
gold
a
standard
whole
is
bunch.
Escaflowne.
Fair
Sorry,
enough. I
my
give you
gold-
that one.
My gold standard is Megas XLR.
Me
You
too.
know what? I was dude after
Nigga's
seeing that
great.
clip. Oh my god, that fucking show's great.
And
Oh,
the
there was
only-
something special about Big O.
I love Big O.
I'm
think it
selling
was
James on
timing
Big
on
O. I told him he
Yeah.
needs to watch it. It's the Bruce Wayne one, James.
Yeah.
Oh,
But you-
okay. Damn it.
I know James would love it because I recall it was done by the same studio, the same animation studio that did Batman the Animated Series.
Yeah, so I never heard of it, and then
Ah.
she was telling me that. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm just also wrangling people in at the same time. But yeah, so I had no idea, but people that animated the animated series, at least a few episodes, they went on to do this. I assume it was the Clayface episodes because those were the absolute hardest ones to animate when he was like getting
Oh yeah.
electrocuted and splattering everywhere. But yeah, so, and if you look at the animation, it's like, oh yeah, that's clearly Alfred, that's clearly Bruce Wayne. Like, it's got the same like chin outlines and everything. So I'm like, oh, any even remote connection to that show, and I'm freaking in.
Oh, hey, can you do me a favor real quick?
Yeah, and I think I do think that both of you will love Megas XLR.
I'm so in. I need to get
I
a
do.
one more anime.
The only problem is because it was done as a tax write-off. You have to go find it somewhere else.
What is
it
it?
was-
Made as a tax write-off?
It was written off as a tax write-off because it was greenlit by a low-level executive,
Mhm.
and it would actually have been perfect for Adult Swim, but it
Yes.
came out before Adult Swim came out.
Oh, Megas XLR. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. And they saw this as another action show when they had like all the DC stuff, and I think Ben 10 was coming, so the team that was working on it started creating the second season before they were even greenlit, and by the time the executives knew, it was too late for them to stop them because it was over halfway done. And how they killed the show was that they put it at like a 3 a.m. time slot. At
That's
Sunday.
just
Sunday.
Well,
Yeah.
So
that's-
you
that's
mean they
Cartoon
basically
Network's MO.
made it? So they basically made it proto Adult Swim and
Yeah.
said this will kill the Megas XLR.
Well, not only that show, but like they're trying to actively kill Robot Chicken right now, And it's just like
Really?
I don't understand. Like I still watch Adult Swim here and there, but it's just like they have this one show called Teenage Euthanasia. It's like who is watching this show? They have done like some really like I've liked a lot of their live action stuff. Like Your Pretty Face is Going to Hell was halfway decent. I loved when they did the import live action stuff. I love Tim and Eric. You know, I think Tim Heidecker has become a massive piece of human garbage lately.
Yeah.
But you know, not to go there on that, but I loved Tim and Eric. Of course, you guys know I loved all the Steve Brule stuff. But just the stuff that they're putting on, like Tuca and Birdie was another terrible one. And then they gave the Venture Brothers like the worst possible time slot. They put it on like at 12:30 and 1 a.m. and it's just like, why did you kill it? And then of course the even sadder story is what they did to Brennan Small and the other guy that worked on Metalocalypse. You know, they killed Metalocalypse, but then they dick those guys over on the music, and the music like was one of the most it was like one of the first lucrative things for Adult Swim because they were doing concerts and they were selling out the concerts and the albums were selling, and then they're like, oh yeah, fuck you guys, we also own all the Death Clock songs.
That's crazy. You know? Yeah. Oh my god. And Brendan Small's such a cool guy. I never watched Metalocalypse so much, but I'm a huge home movies fan, and I love how
I love home movies.
I've watched.
What's your favorite episode of that? I have to ask.
Oh, what is the one? I love where Coach McGurk tries to be a bartender, and all he can do is he gets asked to make sex on the beach, and he just like cracks a beer like under the fucking bar, and he's like, "There it is, there's sex on the beach." And God, there was the one that's the to bring it back to horror, the one that's the Rear Window, I believe it is, the Rear Window parody with the neighbor and all that stuff, and they have to go over and find them. If you guys haven't seen home movies, it's so freaking good if you're a film fan, because it's all just like these kids that want to be movie makers, and so that's their hobby, is making movies. But
I remember seeing that a long time ago. I get the feeling that wasn't that by the same people that animated
Dr. Katz,
Science Court and Dr. Katz.
Yep.
Yeah, because I remember those, and I do remember that. I believe it was Dr. Katz was actually a massive hit on Comedy Central.
It was huge.
It was huge, but they were trying for a completely different demographic than they were getting with Dr. Katz, so they killed it off so they could try for a different demographic too.
Yeah. Well, home movies first came out on, I think, UPN, if I'm not mistaken.
That wouldn't surprise me.
And I remember being really excited because I love Dr. Katz, and you know, people forget like what old Comedy Central was like. A lot of people really forget what it was like, to be honest.
People with the memes are going hard.
There's more?
There's multiple more.
There's a ton of memes. You're getting bombarded. People are taking over Extra's job.
Wow.
You need some competition. You know,
they saw his hands are busy, so he had to. Oh God. Kay, if anyone asks, tell them I lost a fucking bet, okay? Oh my God, that is from DJ. Is that DSP?
That's great.
Did you put my head on fucking DSP here? Good Lord.
Is that DSP?
I think so.
Oh, it is. DSP. Look at the background. Sure. You can. It's the background that gets it.
Oh my God. And then Nerdy Neo came in and said, "Y'all got any more of them achievements? Look at that. You need to make that."
Funny, it's coming from Nerdy Neo, and he has more than I do.
That's true.
Calling you out.
I've got a lot of achievements, but I just stopped caring about achievements at some point.
Yeah.
Like
I've 100%ed a couple of games in my time. I'm working on 100% for Sonic Adventure 2 Battle right now. And that's hard.
Good luck with that. That's fucking difficult.
Oh, I have 150 emblems, and I've got a Chow with like 90 to 95 plus on all stats, and I still can't get the last Chow Karate emblem. I'm just bashing my head against the wall.
I'm so stressed out hearing all this.
Unfortunately, I actually have to bide my time. I have to cut my time. I have to get to sleep. Otherwise, I'm going to be dead, and I got a lot of work to do tomorrow.
Oh, no.
Was there a clip that you wanted us to show?
Really quick, one other game that I'm hoping to get back into very soon is this glorious little piece of shit right here.
Metal
Dungeon. I'm hoping to get back into this one very soon. It is bad. James, you would love it. And I timestamped that little video right here. Because it immediately became a 10 of 10 for me when I was able to when I discovered what the character creator was able to do.
Where's the clip? Where can I pull this up here?
It's right above the memes in general, yeah.
All right, let me pull this. 7 minutes 49 seconds. Do you want audio as well?
Nah, you can leave the audio. The audio is not great, and the actual gameplay is pretty terrible, but it's pretty funny.
There we go. We got it up right now.
It is an auto battler roguelite adventure. The overmap for each level of the dungeon lets you it basically gives you tank controls. The camera moves slower than your character, so if you stop moving, then the character actually the camera has to take time to snap back into place. It's awful. It's just so wild and it's so punishing. And I can't wait to get back into it because I haven't been able to play it for quite a while.
With your character Will Smith here.
Yeah, he's a brawler. Go slap him.
That's amazing. All right.
I know, ancient memes. It's an ancient meme at this point, but it's still funny.
It's newer than the game.
It's true.
That's true. Yeah.
This is a classic Xbox game. I've actually never heard of this developer, Zycat Interactive. I've never heard of them before.
No, never.
No. But this will be fun to keep playing, because I am a connoisseur of fine trash.
Awesome. And Imp Black Belt, where can all the people find you? Where can they find you playing your endless trash here?
Well, you can find this jackass of all trades on Twitch and YouTube. I believe I gave you guys some links to check it out.
Perfect. So we're looking at your channel right now over on YouTube. That is Imp Black Belt. Honestly, one of the funniest guys I know. Everyone go check him out and watch him play with Will Smith all frickin' night. You won't regret it.
And I actually just started messing around with thumbnails and stuff too. So I've been slowly trying to improve things. This is mostly a hobby for me, so I'm not going to be begging for money or subscribers. But if you guys give me a follow, check out the Twitch, YouTube, Twitter. I have a link for a Discord channel as well if you guys want to check it out. If not, just hit me up on the Melee Games Discord as well anytime. I usually stream Mondays and Tuesdays. Those are my typical days off. If I have time on a weekend, I'll try to fit in a little bonus stream if I've got time and energy. Things have been a little bit rough, but if I get time, I'll have fun. And I'm always up for playing multiplayer games. I prefer a lot of the older stuff, but some of the newer stuff I've got, like Armored Core 6, both Dark Tide and Starship Troopers Extermination have just gotten recent updates, so I'll be looking forward to playing those again soon.
Is Dark Tide good finally?
I don't know, but apparently they're still trying. Big updates.
I was gonna say, I think
it just got released on Xbox.
It. Yeah.
Is it on Xbox already?
Yeah, it's on Games Pass.
All right. Well, hey,
I started installing it before coming on with you guys.
If I have, unless they fix the crossplay issue, because before you could crossplay randomly in fire teams, but you couldn't add a friend cross-platform and play with them in your own custom fire team. You had to like run into them in the wild, and it was like, why? Just give me you have it all there. Just give me crossplay.
That sounds like something Nintendo would do.
It does.
No, Nintendo would just say, no, fuck your crossplay. Nintendo only.
That is true.
With their shitty netcode. You're right. I agree with you entirely about that. Nintendo just has this habit of going kind of the cheap route. And they tend towards cheaper options technology. That's why the Switch is not new technology. It wasn't new technology when it came out.
No, the Tegra X2 was already out.
Yeah, it's just I don't even know what comparable technology that is.
I defend the Switch a lot because
it's a good piece.
It is, and also it's like the modern day Game Boy. I mean, for what it is, and I think James and I have had this discussion before, but like the problem with games right now, and oh god, I love Krigler, but it frustrates me to no end when he says X shouldn't be on the Switch, because it's like, look, game design has not changed all that much since the Xbox era, the first Xbox, and so really what we're getting is there's not much artistry going on in games, and you're getting people that are just kind of they're using the engines to create their games. I mean, how often do you see SpeedTree? How often do you see like quick building tools advertised when you boot up a game? And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But my challenge is like, well, a lot of games that Nintendo optimizes have fantastic artistry that work around the limitations of the system, and the people that port games, like Doom 2016 was a fantastic port. I've heard Doom Eternal is a great port too, but I wasn't going to. I don't like Doom Eternal all that much. I know that's sacrilege to some people, but
have you met me?
Yeah,
I'm someone who thinks 2016 is better as well.
Okay, well then I'm amongst friends.
My personal opinion is that Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal they're competent games. They're actually very fun. They're just not Doom.
I think Doom 2016 is closer to Doom's. You have key cards, you have all the elements, you have the building blocks of Doom. But Doom Doom Eternal is more or less an arena shooter. It's like you're going from arena to arena and trying to survive.
It's like Quake 3.
Like Quake 3, or like the Gears of War, the side story Gears of War. Judgment, yeah, where it's like the one where you played as Cole and Baird, and you would just go from room to room, and the rooms didn't look like rooms; they all looked like arenas. And like Doom Eternal really sucked me out of the experience when you go to like, it's that part before you like shoot yourself into Mars. You remember that? And
that was my favorite moment in Eternal, though.
That was a cool cutscene, but the thing is like you're going through labs that like look like arenas, and I'm like, wait a minute.
For me, it was the Doom dance and the absolute. Oh, very nice, very pretty.
That is freaking gorgeous.
And that's worth it. For me, and the last thing I'll say real quick is that for me, for the problem with Doom Eternal, on top of all of that, because that's a different consideration. For me, it was the Doom dance and the insistence on glory kills. They developed the entire game around those two things, which means that you have these massive enemies that are giant walls of health, taking way more bullets than they ever should have in the classic Doom games.
Yeah.
And if you accidentally blow them up, then you lose out all those resources.
Right.
And you're constantly switching between all these guns that you only have such limited ammo clips. It is expected that you dash around at high speed and keep moving constantly.
Wait for your chainsaw to recharge for the small enemies.
You have your chainsaw. You have to constantly switch between your chainsaw, your cryo grenade, your flame belcher.
God, I hated those grenades.
All of these. You have all these gadgets. Plus, you have your you have multiple air dashes. Plus your chain, your hook shot, everything, and it's all it's gimmick on gimmick on gimmick, and then you have to finish it off with a glory kill, because if you don't, you lose out all that stuff. This man's got taste.
No, I 100% agree with you. And that's not even all the problems I have with the game. There's also the enemy design. So the Marauder being the worst one, where Doom's whole design is supposed to be shoot it until it's dead. The original Doom design is you see anything, you can kill it with any gun if you're skilled enough. And then you introduce mechanic on the Marauder where it's like he can hit you at any point from any angle at any time, but you can only damage him when his eyes go blink, and then you can stun him and all that stuff. And it's like, that's not Doom design. And then you add on top of it the one-ups. The one-ups might be my most hated thing, because when you introduce one-ups into game development, then it's like, well, now if something's too hard, well, you can just go grind for one-ups, and then you can come back to it. So just putting one-ups throughout Doom, one, that makes it not Doom, and then two, it just kind of kills my entire trust in the game. I remember before the final boss.
At least 2016 had the one-up mode, and then as a mode.
It was like a separate mode or something, right? It wasn't the main mode.
And it kind of cheapens the tension. It cheapens all the tension. It removes any kind of like investment in that action. Because if you die, you die. If you introduce 1-ups and you die, you just come back with either full or partial health. It's okay.
Yeah. And the platforming too in Doom Eternal like really took me out of the experience, especially like
multiple air dashes and a hook shot.
That, and you got to like what I like to call the Bowser's Castle segments, where you literally have like the from the first Mario Brothers. Yeah. And I was like, God, this doesn't feel like Doom. And then, when I was critical of the game, now I played the game, the first time I played the game, I played it on Xbox. Like, my PC at the time just wasn't really going to run it, and I had, I think that came out before, that came out before Series X, so I was playing it on Xbox One X before I got my current PC. And a buddy of mine's like, oh, your problems are because you're playing it on console, it's not meant to be played on a controller. And I'm like,
hate that argument.
I just uninstalled Eternal from my computer, and it was a pirated version. Bethesda's not getting another cent from me anyway. Fuck Bethesda.
You have to pay me to play this shit at this point.
Another thing is that Doom Eternal, I noticed if you complain about it at all online, people are like, oh, you're shit at the game, you're shit. It's one of those games where it breeds that, and it's like, I literally beat that game out of spite just so I can be like, bitch, I beat the fucking game. I fucking hate it, just so I could like cut them down.
This man gets it. This man right here, he gets it.
I like Doom 2016's story a lot, and I thought Samuel Hayden was a fantastic antagonist. Because he was very nuanced. He didn't, his motives were somewhat clear, but then they ruined him in Eternal. First, there's the time gap where, he's out doing his own thing, and then he just completely gets RoboCop 2, and he's just a torso that's twitching and sparking. And then it's like, oh wait, he was an angel the whole time, and I'm like, no.
Well, and funny enough, there's a lot of back and forth on this and everything else, but it's weird because I've heard the exact same complaint from one of my other friends who is a massive Doom fanatic. He loves the game, plays mods. I introduced him to, for anyone out there that's interested, there is a very interesting and well done voxel graphics style mod. It's in a demo phase right now called Doom Infinite. I highly recommend checking it out.
I've seen that.
It's really good. But my friend that loves all these Doom games, he said the exact same things, all the exact same complaints, especially that about Dr. Hayden. Dr. Hayden was just lol. He's a maker.
I liked the idea of him being like the old man from OCP, but except instead of creating a cyborg to fight for him, he became the cyborg. Yeah.
Oh yeah. There's Doom Infinite. Yeah. No, those are all like voxel graphics too. So if you kill them and then walk around them, and it just looks so much like Doom. But then you start walking around and you start realizing, wait a minute, something doesn't seem right. Mm-hmm. And then you realize what's going on.
Haven't you guys played Paint the Town Red?
It sounds so familiar.
It's a voxel-based game where there's a pretty meaty survival mode in the game, but the most fun you get from it is like the brawler modes. Like it'll be like you go start a bar fight and then survive. And there's like 100 people in the bar, and you have to kill them, and it's cool because like when you hit them, like eventually, like because it's voxel graphics, like every little cube that they're made of can come off, like right down to muscle and skeleton, and they look like Roblox people or Minecraft people, but like you can get them down to like muscle and skeleton. I think there must be something because Kay's laughing.
What happened? I'm looking at the game extras.
Jonathan Davis. That's what happened. I fucking love Jonathan Davis.
Do I need to go look in general? No. Is this a general scenario?
Davis.
Oh my God! No. Okay, we need nice blood sports. I think we are they scheduled to come on at the same time? I saw Nerdy Neo in chat being like, "There's not a meme of me yet."
The next person, I wanted to let you guys talk your Doom stuff out. The boys had the Doom talk, but Crazy T's the next person to come in.
Doom I'm gonna get out of here. You guys all have a great night. Anyone that wants to see my stuff, I'm usually on Mondays or Tuesdays, but you can ping me anytime on Discord, Twitter, wherever.
In Black Belt.
Fly over my house.
Imp Black Belt is an amazing streamer. He's freaking hilarious. Everyone go check him out. And thank you so much for hanging out, buddy. I wish we could talk all night, but you've got crazy haunted ice cream machines to go battle. So
if this was, oh no, it's extra spooky right now. We got a brand new one, and it's thirsty for blood.
Oh no!
Nom nom nom.
So were we supposed to tell a spooky story? Because
we went so off the rails. Let's get into that.
It's fine. I let you guys do it.
Doom is spooky-ish. There's demons.
Yeah,
all right, you guys have a good one.
Have a good night, buddy.
Have a good one, man.
Have more fun with Will Smith than Jada has.
No. Yeah,
Crazy T has the invite. She knows that she can come in whenever.
Perfect.
So.
Let's hear this spooky story. You have spooky stories extra? I saw you when I was on Side Scrollers today talking about ghost stories. I have ghost stories as well that we can swip.
Yeah, so I'd be curious like what you have, because when I was a kid, when I was like I think I was about 5, I had probably what I remember being my first paranormal encounter, and before I didn't really know anything about ghosts or just like what you'd see in cartoons. And when I was it was just like I know for a fact it was like August or September, because I think I was getting ready to go back to school, and I showed you guys the pictures that I had, like the Mario mural painted on my walls and all when I was real little. Well, I was just one night I couldn't sleep, and we didn't have air conditioning. Like, I grew up fairly poor, and it would just get hot, and you would have like a fan, and that was it. And I remember out of nowhere the room got ice cold, and I was just surprised that it just happened. Like, there was no storm, it was nothing. It was like a still August night, and or August or September. It was hot, and the next thing I noticed was like this static formed in the room. Like, you could see it, like TV static.
It's like Terminator.
And not like Terminator, like Silent Hill.
Oh,
and I'll get to that. I'll get to that when as I get to like what I experienced as an adult, because these stories kind of are connected in a way. And the next thing I noticed was the walls. Like, there was condensation forming on the walls, and it was running down the walls. Like, I had semi-gloss paint because of that mural on my wall, and I could see the condensation just forming on the walls and running. And it's funny, like, when I first started watching Ninja Turtles, Michelangelo was my favorite. So I had this big, large, stuffed Michelangelo that sat across from my bed, just always hunched up. He was too big to go into a toy box, too big to do anything. It was like one of those ones that, like, when you're a kid, it's almost as big as you. And I'm sitting there watching it, just trying to figure out like what's going on, because it was like the biggest thing sitting out of the room. I'm fixated to this, and I don't, it didn't really, nothing really registered in my mind until it stood up on its own.
Are you what?
I'm not kidding you. It stood up on its own, and I just pulled my blankets instinctively over my face, and I'm just like, this isn't real, this isn't happening, this isn't real, this isn't happening, and just doing like, like little kid being afraid of stuff, noises. Like, I was terrified. And I finally worked up enough courage to look, and what's crazy, it was closer.
Oh my god.
Like, it was still standing there, and it was closer. It's the same thing. I pull the blanket over my head. This isn't happening. This isn't real. I'm dreaming. This is a nightmare. And I got the courage again, and it was closer. Like, it like moved in increments. And so again, I'm like hyperventilating, and I look one more time, and it's right there in my face.
Jesus, I would have ran.
I was a little kid, and I was in bed. And back when I was 5, we had strict rules. My mom was like, you don't leave your room at night. I screamed and I pissed the bed.
Oh, fuck.
And the crazy thing was, when I did that, when I screamed, the temperature went back to normal, the static dissipated, the doll just dropped. Like, it just went completely limp. I mean, it was rigid. Like, not like somebody was holding it. It was like it had a life of its own, but it wasn't doing anything other than just standing erect. I mean, there were no bones or wires or anything in this. When I say bones, I mean like a plastic skeleton. It was just a stuffed toy, and it just dropped. So, I don't know how much time passed in between this and, my mom comes in and she's like, oh, nothing happened. You're dreaming. It was nightmare. You probably had that there, yada, yada, yada. The other incident that I remember vividly, and after that, between that and an episode of Geraldo about alien abduction, remember when Travis Walton was a big thing, I was just scared shitless at night. So I started sleeping with the covers over my head. And one night, not long after that, the same thing happens. It's hot. The room suddenly goes cold and silent. Have you? I'll get to this in a second, not to get ahead of myself. But the room just goes cold and silent, and I see the static, and I just know something's going to happen. So I instinctively go to scream, just immediately, just scream at the top of my lungs. And when I go to do that, all that comes out is like air.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to feel my vocal cords, and even though I was told, don't leave your room, the first thing I do is I run to my mom and dad's room, my mom and stepdad's room, and I start pounding on the door. The crazy thing is, I'm hitting this door. I feel it. No sound. But I can hear my heart beating. I can hear my heart pounding. And just the static is getting thicker and thicker, and it's there. And so the next thing I do is I run to my little sister's room, and I just shove her. And she's, 2 years younger than me, so she's like 3, and I just shoved like a 3-4-year-old. And then it all went away. But I would experience crazy stuff. Like I've always loved to draw, and I used to leave papers all over the floor. And I would, in the middle of the night, hear something walking over my papers, and in the morning they'd be all crumpled up. But it wasn't my mom coming in the room, and sometimes I would get the courage to look, and I would hear them being crumpled, like someone's stepping on it, but there's nobody in the room. But I was too scared to look to see if the paper was moving on its own. We would hear cabinets and dishes crash. And years later, I would talk to my mom about this, and she confirmed, yeah, it wasn't a dream. That actually happened.
Oh my god! When did you move out of the house?
We moved not long. It was 96 was when we got out of the house, but we didn't leave because of that. My mom had remarried, and we moved to another place. And it wasn't until after we had moved that we had that discussion, right?
Yeah.
So flash forward to 2014. I'm kind of left wondering, well, was this a dream? And then my mom is a nutcase. I actually don't have any communication with her these days. My biological mother. It is what it is. I'll tell you behind the scenes someday.
Sure.
But I was kind of left wondering, well, was this just kind of kooky Karen telling me that her name's actually Karen? Was this kooky Karen kind of telling me a story? Did this actually happen? I kind of went through a phase where I was a little bit skeptic. So in 2014, I'm dating this girl, and I move in with her, and she literally tells me, hey, by the way, my house is haunted. And I'm like, okay.
You've been through this circus before.
Yeah. When I was a kid, I was in a apparently haunted house, and I have vague memories. I say vague, but they are vivid memories. But
yeah.
They're like the memories that are vivid, but you question. And this was some of the craziest shit that I've ever experienced in my adult life. First and foremost, there was a ghost dog that would randomly run through the living room.
Are you serious? Full body apparition?
No apparition, but you would feel it the way a dog would run through.
Wow.
And it had 4 legs, and you would see the indents on the carpet.
That's crazy.
You would also sometimes see paw prints form. in the kitchen, like liquid.
And she had no pets, I assume.
No, allergic.
Oh my god.
So
did she sneeze and then that's when you knew? Like, I was wondering if there was like haunted allergies or something.
Yeah. Then remember how early HD TVs, they like to have the touch sensitive buttons? Like the PS3 had those touch capacitive buttons.
Yeah.
Touch capacitive buttons would go off, and it would be at the trolliest times. Like, I was watching Game of Thrones for the first time, and anytime something violent or pivotal would happen, the TV would turn off.
That's weird. So that wouldn't be the dog. That would be something else.
No. There was a human presence in the house. And so what was interesting was before we got together, she would only sleep in the living room. And I was like, why do you only sleep in the living room? Because that's where the fucking dog runs through, and that's the thing that turns off the TV. And she's like, oh, no, those are benevolent. So I was like, well, I can't, if I'm going to live here, I can't sleep on a couch every night. We're going to go sleep in the bedroom. And the first few nights, it was fine. And then I can't say it's the craziest thing, but I got, we were lying in bed talking one night, and I saw a familiar thing. I saw the static form in the air.
Oh, no way.
Yes, as an adult, I saw the same static that I saw when I was a kid fill the air.
Fuck.
And then I got the ringing in my ears. And it brought me back to the terror that I experienced when I was a kid. So I'm trying to be calm, and I'm like, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this right now? Yeah, it'll go away. Just tell them to go away. So I'm like, hey, anybody here, we're trying to sleep, if you could leave us alone. And it dissipated. Well, then another night it happens. And I start telling them, like, hey, if you could go away. And I feel this is the craziest thing that I've ever experienced. I was facing her. I could see both of her hands, and I'm sleeping without a shirt on. And I feel what is simultaneously a human hand and not at the same time, rubbing my back, caressing my back.
Oh my god.
And as I'm telling it no, the static gets worse and worse to the point where I turn on the TV, I leave the room, I get angry with it. It's like it was like the weirdest thing because it's touching my hand. I know it's a human hand, but there's no warmth to it. There's just pressure, and I could feel the fingers like spreading and varying the pressure. And I'm looking at her. I'm like looking at both her hands. I'm like, what is this? What is this trick? And I'm too afraid to turn around to see if there is an apparition.
Did she see anything?
No. I said, is there something standing behind me? And she said, probably, but I don't see anything. And so we're both asking it to go away, and it won't until I get up angry. Like, eventually I just got so angry because I'm being touched by something that I don't know what it is or what its intentions are, and I'm sure as shit not going to go to sleep with something that's caressing my back like that. But eventually, like I said, I grabbed the remote, I turned the TV on, I said, get the fuck out of this room, whoever you are, whatever you aren't welcome here. Move on. And then the static started to dissipate, but it was just, it's a weird thing when you experience something like that. And I the effect that I experienced when I was a kid, it's called the Oz effect, and a lot of people that are into paranormal will talk about it. And again, I've only experienced it once, and I've talked to people and they're like, well, how do you know you weren't asleep? I've never sleepwalked in my entire life, ever. I'm an insomniac by nature. I just don't do things when I'm asleep. I'm always I have a very hard time falling asleep to this day. But yeah, that was kind of my big paranormal experience. you know.
What was the resolution with your girlfriend at the time? Like, wait.
God, so we broke up not because of the hauntings, but because she's, you know, again, I don't want to.
I mean, yeah, you don't have to. I was wondering.
I don't
want
to go into.
I was wondering if she moved, or if there was like, or if you tried to do something to get rid of them, or.
She had a daughter who she thought that her daughter's father was hitting her, and she kept a binder of photography of abuse, and was like basically saving it for when he really pissed her off. And I said, if you suspect she's being abused, you have to go to the police right now, or Child Protective Services. And I said, I won't be an accomplice now that I know that this binder exists with all these pictures. So that resulted in a big fight, and ultimately I didn't go to anybody. I just ended it, but I was like, I'm not going to be an accomplice in knowing that you have all of these pictures of potential abuse, and you're just sitting on them for a rainy day. But yeah, she also had a haunted house.
So anyway, she also had a haunted house.
Maybe the binder was the reason why she had the haunted house.
Maybe that's some dark shit, man. But yeah.
No, I think the problem is like she lived on very cheap land, and there were rumors that it was originally a cemetery they relocated.
Oh, well, that would fucking do it.
I don't know that definitively, and I don't know how much I believe like ghosts haunting cemeteries. I think, you know, people kind of stay where they just don't know they're dead. It's my hypothesis, but
I'm absolutely loving this, and I'm a ghost person, not a ghost expert, but I've been in a ghost my whole life. But I have to say, how's it going, Crazy T? Welcome to the spooky stream. Is it spooky enough for you yet? Did you hear this shit?
Yeah, it is spooky. It's definitely spooky enough now. Now I heard that story. I actually walked in on that story. I'm like, what kind of paranormal activity stuff is this?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
No,
are you a believer in ghosts? Do you have any ghost stories, Crazy T? That can rival that? I don't know if anyone can, but good lord.
Me, I don't have any ghost stories. I do believe in spirits, though, when someone tells you to get out.
Yeah.
It was just one time we was helping my uncle move out, and his wife had passed away.
Yeah.
And we were in her room. We did contact. He told us that we could have a couple of purses. So I took about 2 of them, and something fell. I'm like, that wasn't us. So. And then we heard it again. I'm like, we gotta get out of here because this house haunted. She told us to get out of her house.
Yeah. So you believe, and so it's like if you, unlike Extra Zero here, if you see something that's haunted, you're fucking gone. Pretty much.
Yeah, I don't have time to explain what it is. Just get out.
I will say, like, when I was house hunting, my wife and I went to this one place, and it just. I don't know. Have you ever been somewhere where you just feel like something's wrong, like you're being watched? But we went to this one house that it was a very old house, and like when we got to the basement, I was like, we need to leave now.
Yeah.
I had my realtor there and everything, but
when we moved into the place that we're in right now, I literally asked the lady, I'm like, okay, is the place haunted? And she laughed. And Kay looked at me and was like, he's not joking. And it's just like, I'm not joking.
There are some states where you have to disclose, and
Really?
like realtors will laugh. Yeah, but there's some states in the U.S. where you have to disclose if a place is reportedly haunted or not.
Oh my god.
You know, has anybody ever done like a haunted bar crawl?
I haven't done a bar crawl, but actually with my parents, I did it was effectively a haunted sightseeing because our city is known for having haunts, and so it was like you go on a tour bus and they take you to places and explain what the hauntings are. And I can even talk about the haunted areas. I've actually scared a lot of people because I just know about the famous haunts around where we live and all that stuff, and they're like, oh great, you ruined my favorite restaurant now, I can never go there again. And I'm like, you're welcome.
I just imagine you coming out painted blue, glow in the dark blue paint with chains on you, and Yeah, like, I'm the ghost of Applebee's.
I actually have a story about that. It was on the haunted tour. I actually thought this was disrespectful. It was an all ages thing, or else I'm curious about the haunted bar tour. But the haunted tour that I went on, I went with my parents, and I wasn't legal drinking age at the time, of course. But it was when we went to the cemetery, they actually hired a guy to like walk around the cemetery like a zombie, and he was dragging like a shovel around. And like the rest of the people on the tour laughed, and I'm like, I've always been like a very big on respecting the dead type person. Like I don't even like making fun of somebody. Like if I disagreed with them harshly or something, or I didn't like them, I don't like talking about them once they're dead or anything. And so like when this person was like dragging his shovel around the cemetery, everyone like had a chuckle, and I'm like, bitch, you're like ruining people's graves. Like some of those graves are hundreds of years old, and now you're just dragging across. Like fuck you. And I was like 14 at the time, and I'm like, this isn't the whole thing is scary enough. We don't need a fake guy dragging around a fucking shovel ruining people's graves. But
well, not only that, but people still visit those and respect them. It's just like, you know, I go to the cemetery regularly to pay respects to my grandparents. And you know, I like last time I was there, it wasn't on their grave or they just have those placards. My grandfather's like buried in like a military part of the cemetery because he was a veteran. But there was like a cat turd on somebody's placard, so I took like a leaf and I booted that off. I was like, that's messed up.
Yeah. Oh my god. Around here, especially if it's in the seedier parts, if you're buried, a cat turd's the least of your concerns on a grave. But good lord.
Jonathan Davis dropped another amazing meme.
No! Oh my god. All right.
You guys are all really competitive with the memes today, but Jonathan Davis is hitting the right niche for me today.
They're like here to save the world. Oh my, that is fucking awesome. Ghostbusters is literally a rare 10 out of 10 movie for me, so I'm actually honored. Thank you, Jonathan Davis. Okay. And we got Extra, and we got Nerdy Neo on here as well. I wonder who Sigourney Weaver is. Maybe Crazy T can take the Sigourney Weaver part. But yeah, good lord, that is freaking awesome. That is freaking awesome.
Is this Sigourney Weaver from Alien? Oh my god.
Yes. You can play that part.
Oh my god, no! I'll be like, y'all on y'all own. I'm out.
Yes! I saw Kay in chat be like, Crazy T's my spirit animal.
And that's why you'll be the first to die.
It really is.
Because
like fuck that, I'm out.
You see danger, you're out of there. And that's, you probably have dodged so many
I didn't
things.
Sign up for this. Like, I didn't sign up for this. Wait a minute.
That's why you'll be the first to die, because once you get into those situations, it's too late. Once you notice.
Once you're gone, you're gone. I'm so still enamored.
Like, motherfucker.
I'm so like interested in Extra Zero's stories he told. I've looked into ghost stuff my whole life, and I've actually somehow never heard of the static and like condensation experience that you had. I've never heard of that. I haven't experienced it myself, and you've experienced it twice with two different spirits. When you were telling the second story, I thought you were going to tell me, and I was terrified that this was a thing that followed you, because like that's what I was worried about. Because
my house has been fine.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and I you know, I don't know whether I'm sensitive to them or not, but like one of the things that I'm glad that like my wife's on the same page, because I was like, yeah, if anything feels weird in this house, I you know, I'm not, we're not buying it. It could be like the best house in the world, but if I feel something's like off, I'm like, no.
That's interesting.
That's a deal breaker for me.
Yeah. I wonder, maybe your childhood experiences have kind of kept you in sync with that world, because I believe that a lot of kids pretty much just see through that veil effectively. And then as you get old as an adult, you kind of lose this is the whole movie Sixth Sense, right? You lose that that Sixth Sense effectively.
So maybe if that person has a more stronger experience, maybe it sticks with them longer.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's just like knowing the feeling, because for me it's like you get this feeling, and I know I said it was touching my back, but even when I came into that house and started seeing some of the weird stuff, and like, you know, floorboards creaking and whatnot, it's this feeling you get in your spine, like this weird feeling that just runs up and down your spine. and it's like you feel that, and you also get the sense like you're being watched, like something's hovering over you, but you can't see, or there's someone like trying to look through the door or look through a window, and you kind of get this idea that they're there. Like you don't feel like you have privacy.
Yeah, and that's why you either believe in it or you don't, is because it's hard to explain, right? You can't put on paper or in science like I feel like I'm being watched where in here, whereas I don't over there. So it's like how that's why people are either diehard believe it or they're like, no, you're freaking crazy, and you can go both ways. Dude, do you have any ghost stories? Do you believe in ghosts at all? Craig asked me today if I was an aliens guy, and he was like, your hand's not raised, James, and I'm like, I'm not huge on aliens, but I'm huge on ghosts. What do you want, Craig? So...
I mean, I do kind of believe that both exist, but I've never experienced anything extra paranormal or extraterrestrial.
Extra Zero kind of brought up something about his Michelangelo toy was kind of coming closer to him.
Yeah, him having Five Nights at Freddy's.
Listen, I think I had like an experience like that as a kid when I had a Teddy Ruxpin toy. And how the ones that
tapes.
Yes, I had the one that talks and reads stories. I think I had it, and it was just sitting right there, and I think it came on by itself.
Oh my god, yeah.
Oh my god, worst feeling in the world. Like it was just literally sitting on the floor by itself and it talking. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, and the tape is in there, so it's like, okay, why is it? I didn't touch that thing.
Oh my!
So from that moment on, I walked out of my room. I was like, I was slept with my parents after that. I'm like, no.
Yeah. There's.
Are you sure this isn't because you're a big Child's Play fan, though?
It's so Child's Play.
Child's Play. This was way before Child's Play. I was like 3 or 4.
Oh shit! Okay, holy.
Trying to see
before I even thought about Child's Play even existed.
Oh my god,
that's insane.
That is.
I never looked at those toys the same way again.
And that's how a lot of.
I can see some of those experiences being influenced by the entertainment you watch sometimes, but.
Well, a lot of these stories tend to be like that, where you can easily dismiss them if you're like, oh, okay, well, maybe something bumped into it, but then maybe not. Then you have stories like Extra Zeros, where it's like you can't, like, the entire room changes and there's a doll walking around. You can't explain that. But that's something that's always interesting about ghosts, is it's just like it's things that can be easily explained away, but if you live them, you believe them. And that's my experience as well. It's like people tend not to believe in this stuff until they get like kind of a taste of it, and then it's like, oh fuck, all right, I'm in, kind of thing. So oh my god. But yeah, Kay, do you have any spooky ghost stories? I think you're probably the least believer on the group.
You and I get into this sometimes, and like you get super spooked out about shit, and I don't believe in any of it. And I think it's good that we're that way. I think if both of us deeply believed in this, we'd have a very different lifestyle, and we'd be like worried about random shit. So I'm kind of glad, but I don't believe in this stuff personally.
No,
because then you'll go look and follow it up and see what it was.
Well, for me, it's like everything has like a scientific thing behind it. If it happens, or there's a logical reason behind it. Like I haven't had a supernatural experience, right?
So I'm like Dan Aykroyd, and you're more like Egon, I guess. You're on the science side of things.
I guess, even though I'm not a nerd whatsoever, I just
yes, you are. Yes, you are. You just said I believe in science.
I'm a geek, not a nerd.
Oh my god!
But no, I don't believe. I'm more like, because you were saying about earlier today with side scrollers. I'm more the alien side.
Yeah,
I'm things,
not.
And you're more the ghost side of things. So we vary a lot on that.
And I'm someone who thinks, why can't they both exist?
I think that they both exist. But
I think they can. I think they can both exist. But if it's a spectrum, I'm like full on alien.
You're on the alien spectrum.
James brought up the Phoenix Lights earlier today, so I thought that was interesting, because I remember all the time in like, so like I think when that happened was about, what was it, 97?
It was just late 90s, and it's funny because again, I'm not a big alien guy, but I'm not like against it. But I noticed lately in the past 10 years, everyone talks about aliens. Everyone wants to talk about aliens. And
97. Yeah,
and so anytime people are talking to me about aliens, they'll be like about this, and they just talk about hypotheticals, and I never hear the Phoenix Lights mentioned. And then so I tell them about it, and similar to Craig today, I tell them, they're like, "Oh shit!" And it's like, yeah, I'm not an alien guy, but this is the thing.
I used to watch Sci-Fi Channel every day. I don't know if you guys had it in Canada or not, but
we had similar at least. So
there was a
probably
show
weird.
called Sightings. And I don't know if you follow Dinosaur Dracula, but he talks about like the episodes.
I love Dinosaur Dracula.
Yeah, I've been following him for a long time, back when he used to do Entertainment X. But he's talked about like sightings and the alien abduction episodes that like wrecked people as kids. But so the thing about the Phoenix Lights was it happened, and it was all over the Sci-Fi Channel show Sightings, because that was also 97 was also the 50th anniversary of the Roswell incident. So like that was like a big year for talking about aliens and UFOs. And we actually have a friend of the family that lives out in Arizona, near like in the outskirts of Phoenix, not in the city. And I remember like when it's funny because she came up in July with her son to spend like a week with us, and I remember like, Judy, did you see it? She's like, no, I didn't see it. It was on the news, but I didn't see it. And I was like, oh, but it was like the size of like 2 football fields. How'd you not see it? She's like, I didn't see it from where I was. But then there was that Vegas incident that happened earlier this year that people have kind of already forgotten about.
Yeah, it got swept away with the whole mini Mexican alien thing.
Yeah.
That I'm pretty sure I saw a video on. I think that's been completely debunked. Pretty much, they just took a bunch of bones from different animals and glued it together, and that was their way of getting around it. That's what I saw. Like the head was actually like half of a head of like a deer or something, and they just kind of shaved it down.
Yeah.
And that's why when they x-rayed it, they're like, it's real bones, and it's like, yeah, but this is from a rabbit and this is from a kangaroo or something like that. I might be wrong, but yeah, I'm not huge on aliens. Do you know of any explanation for the Phoenix Lights? Have they ever tried explaining it or anything?
No.
Yeah.
No, they never have, and they just kind of like stop talking about it after. I mean, it'll come up. Just same thing with like the Zimbabwe incident with all the school children in Zimbabwe in the 90s, where they had a bunch of kids have like a close encounter of the third kind with alien beings that stepped out, and to this day, all of those kids maintain. Well, they're adults now. They're like my age, and they maintain the story. But that one doesn't get talked about too much. There's an interesting one. It doesn't get talked about too often, but it's like it's just called like the EBE video, and it's like these guys that are out like on snowmobiles go and recover a fairly convincing looking body in the snow.
Interesting.
Of course, there are people that are skeptical about it, like, oh, this is staged. But then the counter argument to it is, well, they knew where it was and they were going to document where they found the body. But it's you never know.
Mm-hmm. Crazy T, what about aliens? You an alien person at all?
Not really, but if they exist, can they please come get me? Because Earth is really ghetto. Hey, I'm here. Come get me.
Let's hang out.
Come on.
My reason is because our leaders are morons.
Yeah.
Yes, that too.
I think my problem is my stuff owns me, so I don't know how well I gel with aliens, because it seems like they're very minimalist.
Depends on which type of extraterrestrial you think of.
Yeah.
If aliens are real, I'm very much on the Starship Troopers end of thing, of just like, I'm from Buenos Aires and I say kill them all. I'm the Didn't the government send out like a probe like decades ago that said, oh, we're here and we come in peace and all this stuff? And I'm like, that's the stupidest thing. You can send out one that's like, we have all the weapons, stay the fuck away.
It was a plot device in Beast Wars, or Beasties as you all have it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the golden disc. It was the same. So essentially, in Beast Wars, the original Megatron hijacked that disc that went up on the Voyager and put a message onto it. And Megatron, the future Megatron, when I say future, he's not Megatron from the future. He took the namesake Megatron, finds the disc and finds Megatron's message and finds his way to prehistoric Earth and is trying to alter the events of the past. But yeah, that was a big plot device in Beast Wars, was that golden disc.
Oh my god, I haven't watched it since I was a kid. That was my childhood Transformers. Because yeah, I wasn't a wee lad in the 80s or anything, so I missed out on the G1 stuff. So
yeah, it was before my time.
I love the G1 stuff now. I mean, especially the movie, but yeah, it was all Beasties. And it was just so funny. I didn't know it was Beast Wars until I was like a teenager.
Because they also had War Planets, which was called something else in Canada.
Yeah. Planeties. No,
it wasn't Planeties.
Oh my god.
It was Shadow Raiders in Canada, which is arguably a cooler name than.
That's a way cooler name.
Yeah, those guys were at least creative.
I want to bring Kendon in soon, by the way. Because we've had about 30 minutes since we brought someone in. So I want to give Dude like at least 5 or 10 minutes to summarize, and I'm booting you out, Dude.
Oh my god.
Dang, I barely talked about stuff I wanted to talk about.
Dude, take the floor.
Take the floor for the next little bit, and then when you're done talking, I'll bring in Kendon.
All you, dude.
Going back to the Doom talk. I mean, I love Doom 3. That's just a really fun game. I know that not many people think of it as a Doom game, but it was my first Doom game because I was mostly a console person, and by the time I was finally able to actually convince my parents to buy me those type of games, it was on the Xbox, and I love the Xbox version. But and also the Xbox version came with Doom 1 and Doom 2 because I had the collector's edition.
Is this the BFG version that you're talking about?
No, this is the original Xbox version.
Okay.
Not the 360, not the
That was a really competent port too.
Yeah, they just had to split some of the levels in half because of how much memory the Xbox had. But after I played through Doom 3, I played through the first 2 Dooms, and I saw what they came from, and I was like, okay, you press this button in Doom 1 or Doom 2, bunch of enemies come out of the walls. It's kind of horror, but if you think about it like that. And then Doom 6, and then of course this is me coming back way later. Doom 64, it had a very horror aesthetic, with both the soundtrack and the changes to the art styles. So it was going in that direction the entire time.
Yeah.
In my eyes.
There was a time too when just having like the satanic imagery was considered to be horror, enough of it, because it did wig people out, and when you got to hell in the original Dooms and seeing like the flesh walls that was moving and like the heads on pikes and pentagrams, that scared people back in the early 90s. It's funny to think about now.
If you think about it, Doom is the ultimate Christian game because you're killing demons.
I've always said that. Yes, it's such a great game for that reason. You're killing all the demons.
I'm actually someone who thinks that the BFG versions actually kind of ruined the original experience of Doom 3 because it gives you the flashlight on your shoulder at all times.
Right, so it takes out the ambiance, right?
Yeah, and the original release, you had to choose between the flashlight or a weapon. And I didn't mind how the Resurrection of Evil expansion, where it actually allowed you to have the pistol out with the flashlight, because then you could still somewhat defend yourself. But you couldn't really defend yourself against the big stuff. And Doom 3 is actually a game I'd really like to see ray tracing with. Because that would be amazing.
I have the VR version and I have yet to play it.
Even though I still think it's an inferior version, I have played through and gotten all the achievements for Doom 3 times already. And I just love the game.
I really need to play through it. I think you probably heard my story. I've talked about it before, but it was absolutely terrifying to me. And it's that thing, how you have muscle memory for games? I almost have muscle fear for Doom 3. So even though like I'm a fully grown man, like trying to play it now, I just get so terrified, like I'm little me seeing it again. And I just quickly, because I don't want to take up too much time, but I remember it was because my dad wanted a big projector that took up like the whole wall, and he hooked up his computer to it, and then he was like, "Hey, come watch me play this game." And he made me watch and play Doom 3, which was already at the age I was at terrifying. But then the zombies that are coming at him are like 20 feet tall, and I remember like literally being like fetal position scared. And so even if I play the game now, I'm like fucking terrified. So I would love to stream it one day, because I do love Doom, and I have no real complaints about Doom 3, even though it is kind of not a Doom game because it's so different, but it is, but it isn't. I respect it and I like it. It actually reminds me a lot of one of my favorite games, which is Prey. It's got Prey vibes to me, and I love Prey.
The original Prey or the new Prey?
The original. I've played through the original Prey so many times. I've never played the new one, even though I hear it's good, because I'm just so bitter that we never got Prey 2. But I love Prey.
I tried to play Prey the remake, or it's not even a reboot. It's just it's a completely
they just
different
took the
game.
name.
Yeah. I don't think you'd like it, James. To be honest, you know, it's. I imagine the whole time you'd play it, you'd be like, I would rather just play a Thing game.
That is why people have said I would like it, is because it's so comparable to the Thing. But then I look at it and I'm like, it doesn't really look up my alley. It's a little, I don't know what the word is, but it's for a certain type of person. It's kind of System Shocky, which can be good.
But I don't think you'd like it. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think you and I are very similar in tastes in a lot of ways, and I think what's really missing from it is ambiance.
Interesting.
It doesn't have that ambiance like the Thing has, and it feels like an arcane game. I think it is an arcane game, actually.
I think so. Yeah, Dishonored, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is them. Yeah, and I have a love-hate relationship with Dishonored, and I've talked about it on one of our Melee Madness podcasts, where it's like, you have to like force yourself to play that game, because there's some, like, the game doesn't like grab you in. You have to like kind of make your own fun in it. It's very weird. The only mission I loved was the Masquerade Ball, and the rest of the game, it was kind of a slog, and it had so many design problems. I never played Dishonored 2, and I know Dishonored 3 got leaked from that Xbox major leak. So
I've tried so many other games. The one I played the most was the first Dishonored. I tried, and I wanted to like that game, but I just didn't. But I did finish it, and I got Dishonored 2, and I was just like, this is just more of the same. And I got Prey, and then I got what was that one that they had that came out? Deathloop. I thought Deathloop looked cool, and my friends were like, "Oh my god, this game's a game changer," and it's just more arcane. I just, you know, you can't fool me more than 5 times.
What's funny is me and Kay went to, was it PAX we went to for that Dishonored 2 party or whatever?
Oh my god, yes, the boat party for Dishonored was fucking great.
It was the highlight of PAX.
That was like the best thing that year.
However, I'm an asshole, and I found Dishonored devs, and I'm like, so you're making Dishonored 2, and I literally pulled a Jericho list, and I'm like, here's what you need to change to make Dishonored 2 a good game. And I was just like, look, here's this design issue and all this stuff. So I was explaining to them that it's like, you have this weird detective mode that's like Arkham Knight or whatever, or Arkham City at the time. And the thing is, it kind of, like, the way I played the game, because I had to stealth through it, because my issue with the game is the morality system and the outcomes are based on if you kill people or not. So I'm like, well, fuck, I want to do the good ending, actually, for once. So I didn't kill anybody. But to do that, you have to play the game very stealth. And so I just used their fucking detective vision. But the problem is the detective vision, if you remember, it's on like a timer, and then it disables. And I'm like, either don't put that in the game, or if you're gonna do it, have it a toggle on and off, because I kept having to click it on, and that was the whole game for me. And I'm like, this isn't fun, but this is the most effective way to play. Therefore, this is how I'm playing this. And they were like, oh, that's funny. We don't have that problem and all this stuff. And I'm like, all right, I don't care about Dishonored 2. Great party though, but I'm like, you're gonna make the same mistakes. I don't care.
Some of the best food ever. It was like so good. Everything was good. The boat was decorated and like all the Dishonored stuff, but the fucking game neither of us cared about. It's like, yeah, good game.
Dude, do you have any other? You love Doom 3. Is there any other horror games that you love?
Well, I mean, I'm going back to the Doom 3. For you, if you actually do end up going through it, go through all 3 campaigns, because they actually do feel very different. Because you have the Doom 3 original campaign, which is extremely horror. But then Resurrection of Evil actually tried to put more action into it.
Yeah, even though it's still the gravity gun.
Yeah, the gravity gun is amazing.
What's the gravity gun? What's that do?
You literally can pick up an exploding barrel and then throw it at enemies.
Yeah, oh, is it Half-Life? Half-Life?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they were like, "Hey, Doom 3 came out around the same time as Half-Life 2. So what's the secret sauce to Half-Life 2? Oh, the gravity gun. Let's put that in Doom."
And you got to remember, for Doom 3, it was a showcase for that id Tech engine.
Yeah.
No.
That engine still is pretty damn good.
Well, when it came out, again, I was terrified, and it was like the most beautiful game I ever seen, like visually, like when it was just terrifyingly good.
And the campaign just let you know, the campaign that they added for the BFG edition, it actually feels like the old Dooms in that engine.
Oh, okay. I'm in on those. I would probably play the BFG version, just because even though it kills the ambiance, I think those would be more up my alley. Just like in how I play games and stuff. So hopefully it doesn't ruin it too much. But I just know that
it depends on how much you use the flashlight.
I would just keep it on the whole fucking time. I'm a baby. I'm a baby. So,
and it kind of makes sense with your history with it.
Yeah, no, I am actually scared to stream that game, because I think I would have like genuine like fucking fear moments, and I'm like, oh, I don't want to look like that much of a bitch. Come on, I already look like a bitch. I don't want to go that far down.
You're probably gonna scream a lot.
Well, to be honest, with you being so scared of it and not wanting to play it, you're kind of making yourself out to be a bitch.
Oh God, now I have to. Now I have to.
Dude, if
Why
you
would you say that to him? That's like the do it no balls of
I triple dog dare ya.
If you could get James to play one hard game on stream, what would it be?
Hard game?
Hard.
Horror.
Oh, definitely Doom 3.
Okay. All right.
Crazy.
Mainly because I love it. Mainly because I love it, but he also has that history with it.
Crazy T, do you have any spooky games that I have to play, or any spooky games at all that you want to talk about?
Other Splatterhouse.
That'd be a fun one.
The original or the 360 one?
The original. I'm sorry, the 3D was shit.
Yeah. No, we were talking about it with Black Belt, and like I own it, and I was excited for it, and I thought it was like, yeah, it was kind of a buggy, broken mess, but I remember it being hard. But the original Splatterhouses were pretty hard as well. Like, I've never beaten them, but oh, look at that!
Yeah, I got this.
It's actually on my Super Console X. I played about a couple of times, and I died. I'm just like, you know what? I'm good.
Yeah, it's a bitch. It's a bitch.
Which console did it come out for again?
I want to keep playing it.
Which consoles does it come out for again?
The original one.
It's for the Super Console. I have it on the Super Console X.
Yeah, it was arcade and Genesis, I think. And then there was.
So yeah, it was on the Genesis. Yeah. The Genesis.
Wasn't it the third one that was actually like exclusive to like a random console?
Well, the second and third one were exclusive to Genesis, I think.
To answer your question,
I swear it was like on the TurboGrafx or something like that.
It is called Candy Butt Plugs.
What? Wait, what? Where'd that come from?
It was a poll. Is Candy Corn good or not?
Oh yeah, I'm just putting random polls while you guys are talking.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
It's basically candy butt plugs, okay?
Have any of you guys watched that?
Now we know why Kay likes to chew ass.
I like to chew ass and kick bubblegum.
I still gotta finish that meme. But have you all seen like Lewis Black talking about like candy corn?
No.
Yeah, it's fantastic. He's like, I'll link it in the Discord. It's like a minute long, but it's like one of my favorite of his stand-up bits, where he's like, he's like every Halloween, like an Alzheimer's patient, I return to it. I see the bowl of it, and I think to myself, candy corn, corn that tastes like candy, and I taste it. Son of a bitch.
Which is why it's called candy butt plugs.
I used to hate them, and as an adult, they're okay. They're okay.
I don't like them.
I'm with James on that. It's like they're okay. If you give me a handful, I'll eat them, but I'm not gonna eat a whole bag.
They're going down the trash.
Yeah, well, they aren't good for you, so yeah. I mean, if you don't like them, don't fucking eat them. That's for sure.
Has everyone in this call voted as well? Because right now we're 50-50.
I can't vote.
Yeah, I voted. I said no. You already know how I feel about butt plugs.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't even vote because it's just like they're so okay-ish.
I won't recommend it.
Holy shit.
Oh my
I'm gonna bring Kendon in now, by the way.
All right.
Gotcha.
Yeah. He says the candy corn is the only candy in the history of America that's never been advertised.
And you know why?
Yeah. Well, because all the candy corn that ever existed was made in 1910. And every year after Halloween, the candy corn people come and sweep it out of the trash and wash it and repackage it to sell it again next year.
Oh, God. Wonder if it's good for your immune system then, because you're just getting all this, like, dirt. No? All right, I'll stay away. I'll listen to Crazy T. I'll stay away.
What? All the kids that actually could eat, that ate dirt when they're younger don't actually have all these allergies.
That's exactly. And we got Kendon in, who has a photo of, what is that? I can barely tell, but I see me in the little corner there, and is this like Scrooge with Tiny Tim or something?
It's Dr. Dolittle.
Oh, that's right, because
the original,
because you're the real life Dr. Dolittle. Yeah. Oh my God!
All those animals we've been seeing in the Discord.
Do you own like several farms or something? Like, I need the lore on this.
Wish, man. I freaking wish. My wife works at a pet store, so we just get a bunch of pets all the time. It's freaking awesome.
That is awesome. I am a huge animal lover, and yeah, for everyone in chat, Kendon, I've named him the real life Dr. Dolittle because yeah, he for some reason acquires all these freaking animals, and there's not even just cats and dogs. Like, why don't you talk about it, Kendon?
Yeah. So basically, my wife started this pet store. We had cats, dogs. We got a couple of guinea pigs. A chinchilla. Started working at this pet store, and one of her coworkers started giving us reptiles. So now we have, we've got a bearded dragon, 2 leopard geckos. One's a baby leopard gecko that actually lost its tail, but it's regrowing.
Oh my God!
And just today, she brought home a crested gecko, and now we're getting. Next week, once I get this reptile room set up, we're going to be getting a Eurymastix, an Egyptian Eurymastix. That's pretty crazy. Oh, like
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, I didn't either until I went over to this guy's house because he was giving us the beardy, and he showed it to me, and I'm like, I want one of these. I want one. And then so he's getting rid of them. Because he's trying to focus more on, he's going to be breeding his geckos, so he wants to give them to a good home.
I brought up the Eurymastix, Egyptian, yeah, and it's a freaking tank.
It is, yeah. They grow up to like 30 inches long.
Oh my
God! But
God.
They're herbivores. They don't even eat meat. I'm like, what the heck? That thing's huge.
Yeah. So you don't own a farm. Like, where you putting all these animals? Are you like re-adopting them out into the world? So your house is kind of a foster home or something, or like, what?
We're trying to do that with the cats and a couple of the dogs, but the reptiles, they're just gonna go in the office with me. So I have a actual office that's also just a jungle.
That's amazing.
Just get the big lizards away from the chinchilla.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
A good idea.
That's another thing, is just like trying to segregate them all so they don't get hostile at each other. Like I can't imagine. I love animals so much, but I couldn't imagine. Like I owned a cat and a dog as a kid, and that was enough for me, kind of thing. And you got everything.
We are actually going to get a farm eventually, and she
Nice.
wants to get some goats because she knows goats really well.
And then you can make your own background.
Yeah, exactly.
That is freaking awesome. You should be uploading like all sorts of photos and videos of these guys, because I want to see them all. I'm sure everyone wants to see them, like especially like the random, the crazy lizards you got going on. Like, who doesn't want to see that? Because that's like being at the zoo for real.
Oh, it's awesome. Next up,
I'm pretty sure it's pretty difficult for all the upkeep.
It can be. It's not awful just because, they eat crickets. I mean, it's not like they eat crazy.
Well, you also got to keep You also got to keep the pens clean and all that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure you have a schedule at this point with how many you got.
Pretty much.
Oh my god.
The dude we got these from, he's got, I think, 20 reptiles in a 1-bedroom apartment. So we have a little bit more room.
Oh my god, I could not imagine. I had to babysit my cousin's bunnies recently, and I was worried because I've only ever taken care of cats and dogs, so just bunnies were too foreign to me. And then I learned that it was like they're literally easier than cats. They do nothing. You just shove food at their face and they just eat it. And that was pretty much it. But yeah, that is freaking crazy.
Most exotic pets I've had is hamsters.
Oh my god. What about you, Extra Zero, Crazy T? Do you guys have any wacky animals, or have had any wacky animals?
Just dogs. I mean, you've seen my dogs do that weird spin thing that they do, where they get really excited for FOOD. Yeah, they're in an earshot, so I don't want to.
I remember. Oh my god, I haven't had a dog in so long, and I remember having to like spell out words that he would like know, and then he would learn the spelling of words, and it's just like, oh god.
All we have to do is, it used to be, who's hungry, and now all I have to do is go who's, and our girl dog gets like ridiculously excited just by hearing that. And now sometimes, like, she knows when it's 6:00, she starts dancing, and she like fucking annoying, because at like 5:15 she starts, and then she'll start dancing, and she'll start, and I mean, she legit. I posted a video I want to say earlier this year, like around May, of just like them dancing for breakfast.
I think I remember that. Yeah. I've seen a few videos of your dogs. And then Crazy T, I know you have a dog.
Yes, and he's actually laying right here on my bed.
Oh my god! Hello there.
He is just laying here on my bed, just chilling, sleeping. That's what he does when, like, he's a something else. Like, he knows when the mailman's here. He knows when the Amazon is at the door, so he'll just bark and dances around the door like, open the door, open the door. I know he's here. Yeah, I'm talking about you.
If there's a Ring camera commercial and you hear like the little melody,
yeah, he'll have like someone. There's like a trigger that said that like let you know that someone's at the door, and he'll bark like, "Oh, someone's at the door! Open the door!" I just want to greet you.
That's freaking awesome.
And going back to the Extra Zero story about the FOOD, don't know if they can hear me, but what my parents had a cat, and they would feed it the canned cat food once a day. It would always be like at 5 p.m. And he would always be ready. He would always be messing with them right before they would go get it. So he knew the timer. Oh, of course, when daylight savings changes happen, it always messed with them.
Extra Zero, I have a problem with what you posted, and James, if you are eating that, I have a problem with you.
What are you talking about? What's going on?
Candy butt plug.
Butt plug pizza.
There's more memes. Oh my god. Okay, so we got Jonathan Davis posting the sequel no one asked for. And we got everybody. All the stars are here. Well, this is better than what that poster is based on, that's for sure. And then we got the candy car. Oh no!
And look what I posted right underneath it by accident.
Extra Zero, Crazy T, you said it, and Extra Zero willed it into existence. Look at that.
I just Google searched that one.
I see it. Oh my god.
I can't see that now.
We can't skip over the fact that, like, literally the butt plug was posted right after dude was like, "Let me plug my stuff." Like,
no. And then here
I was there, just like, okay.
I would actually try candy corn pizza. I've seen this meme before. I would try it. Okay.
I'm pretty sure that the people who love pineapple pizza and the people who hate pineapple pizza would agree to disagree to go after the person who made that pizza.
Yeah.
I would eat only pineapple pizza if it means getting rid of that.
I don't understand why pineapple pizza is so hated, because it's like
it's gross.
No, I'm just saying, like, no, like there's plenty of
it's a line you can't cross.
No, I'm just saying that, like, there's like black olives on pizza. Like, there are people get like
that. I will hurt you.
They're like, and then like people get like mushrooms and black olives or anchovies. You know.
I'm a buffalo chicken pizza guy.
Buffalo chicken.
I like the trifecta.
Buffalo chicken because it's chicken.
Pepperoni, banana peppers, and bacon. That's my
pizza. Yes, we can all agree on that.
We can agree with the bacon, but pineapple and mushrooms and black olives and anchovies, I will literally put you in the corner. You're in timeout. You're in timeout.
But one of the best ones I ever had was it was like a beef stew pizza where they did like brown gravy, and then it was more like a poutine, but there were no fries, and they had like brown gravy, cheddar cheese, and then chunks of like beef cubes on it, and it was really good.
That sounds good. I gotta say, I'm not a pineapple pizza guy. I don't absolutely hate it. But I will take that stance because it's like people either love pineapple pizza and it's all they eat, or they hate it.
I like it once in a while.
Oh yeah, no, it's like I can eat it, but I don't really like it. But I would take candy corn pizza over pineapple pizza. I've seen that photo years ago, and I want to try it. I will try the butt plug pizza.
Listen, I like candy.
We need to make sure that clip goes to Friday Night Tights.
But plug pizza, okay.
Oh my god.
There is a poll about pineapple pizza now, by the way.
Have you heard talking about like anchovies? You know Danny DeVito. Like, he will literally carry jars of anchovies with him when he goes to get pizza.
Oh, he's Zoidberg.
Just in case the...
He got too into the role of Penguin, and now he's been living it ever since, I guess.
I guess.
I was going to say that.
I was thinking it.
Mm.
I know dude's got to get rolling, but I do too, because it's almost 1 a.m. on the East Coast.
Oh, yeah. Let's let Extra Zero, you got so much stuff to plug because you're super talented and do everything in the world.
Guys, using the word plug is not working.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Find another word. Chill. I don't know.
Promote, you know?
Yeah, promote.
No plugging here.
No plugging, please.
Extra Zero. What you plugging with that candy corn?
You know what?
No.
There's no candy corn in this house. Except
maybe you are just causing chaos.
Maybe that's what you ought to do. Is like you have like the bad trick or treaters. You get like the 25-year-old James going around being like, "Look, what the shirt says. This is my costume. I'm not creepy at all." It's when you give him like a fistful of candy corn.
I'll take it. I'll take all the little butt plugs. Don't worry.
That's
At
probably
that
where
point,
your
it's
love
still
of
the
candy
childhood
corn.
innocence.
Your love of candy corn came from being like a shitty early 20s trick or treater, and they're just giving you fistfuls.
It's all I could get. Okay, they wouldn't give me anything else.
He still gets his childhood innocence that way. He's fine with it.
It's like you're sitting there with like a shit-eating grin. You got like a yellow and an orange smear across your face.
God.
And you're like, it was free.
Disgusting. Gross. And to answer Jerry, yes, you can peg your channel, but just don't plug it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Real quick,
Got
got the meme stream tomorrow, of course. Have you guys heard of Project Egg Roll?
No.
No, that sounds like a Metal Gear Solid
How have
spin-off.
you guys not
I don't
heard of
know.
egg roll? That's what Jay always yells out.
I'm an old man out of touch. In my free time, I watch like the Munsters and stuff. I don't know what's going on.
So Phil and Gray from Project Egg Roll are going to be our guests tomorrow. So we're really
nice.
excited for that. So come check that out. 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. So that's going to be a really fun show. And then also on Thursdays, I have Figure Action, which if you're into collectibles, if you're into Star Wars, Transformers, Black Series, Marvel Legends, Storm Collectibles, SH Figuarts, you name it, we go live every Thursday at 9 Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, and it's a fun interactive show where we interact with our chat, and we've been growing. We're getting close to being monetized, thankfully. So
Awesome.
after five long years, we'll finally be able to monetize that show. And I just want the StreamYard to pay for itself. So yeah, that's my goal. It's you know. But yeah, that's basically all I've got going on right now. And then of course, just follow me on Twitter, Extra008. If you like memes, it's a good place to go. And I'm working on getting myself up to 500 followers, so I can hopefully get monetized there and get that to pay for itself. Because right now the Legion pays for it. And I've been getting like harangued by people. Oh, you're a blue check. Well, no, I'm only a blue check because Elon's dumbass makes it so you can only IM certain people if you're a blue check, which is preposterous.
Yeah.
So
there is like pluses and minuses to getting the blue check mark, as we know on Twitter. We have one as well, but yeah, it's a non-argument to be like, oh well, you pay for Twitter, and it's just like, yeah, all the times you guys are saying how is this site free? Well, I decided to give it some money.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, Extra0 is one of the most talented people I know. I don't know how he does the stuff he does. Before he came on this stream, he was just pumping out those memes, and I know he's got so much more material now. Legion of Memers does gold non-stop. I loved when we were on their show, and then the Figure Action podcast is freaking great. These guys know so much about Transformers and everything. So definitely, if you're on the internet, you are gonna run into Extra0, and you should be damn glad that you did, because he is an awesome dude. So go check him out everywhere.
It's great to make a name for myself, because it used to be I'd go to like conventions or people would run into me and they'd be like, "Oh my God, you're T-Man's friend," and I'm like, yes, but I have a name.
Oh my God. Well, yeah. I know your name, and I'm always haunted when I get that Twitter notification from Extra0, because I'm like, oh God, what is Yoshi gonna do to me now?
Yeah, I've been adding variety. Today I made you Frosty the Snowman smoking a crack.
I loved that one. Yeah.
Oh my God.
That was hilarious.
I've always said you can do anything to me, Extra0. My soul is in your hands, so meme away however you please.
Need to animate it where you're like, "Happy birthday."
That's gonna be great when we're doing Christmas streams. That'll be perfect.
Exactly.
Oh my God. Oh.
And yeah, for anybody wondering, talking about segueing from action figures into Christmas, I do have all of those Star Wars Christmas action figures, and I'm getting the 3 new ones that are coming out this year. And I'm also getting the Hanukkah Mandalorian, just because, it's I don't have much love for Star Wars left, but I do like the little festive things, and then I can, we have them like under the tree. We have like a little tin sleigh, and now it's like fully manned. And how could you say no to a Jawa that's dressed up in Santa robes?
Yeah, I love seasonal stuff, whether I am such a sucker for Halloween stuff or Christmas stuff. They're my 2 favorite times of the year for like complete polar opposite reasons, but it's like, yeah, if you put a Jawa in a pumpkin outfit or in a Santa outfit, it's like I'm fucking in.
Yeah. And I also have the Wookiee that's meant to look like an abominable snowman, which is also a really fun one.
Wookiee. I'm surprised they didn't do like a Wampa or anything, but maybe they have. I don't know the line.
That would be way too big. They're already selling them for an inflated price point. So, yeah. But with that, I'll go ahead and I'll dip out. It was a pleasure hanging out with you all.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you for telling the spooky ghost stories. I still gotta I gotta get to mine, but I don't think they compare to yours. That was crazy. The only issue I had with them is just like there was no end. You just left the house, which is what Crazy T would do. You just left the house, and then in the second house, you just left the house. So I'm just like, if it's like a movie and you told it like a freaking movie, I was like, there's got to be like a part where you banish them. Yeah,
That's the reality of most ghost stories is people just they just
get
leave.
the fuck out.
I mean, yeah, there's nothing. It's like either leave or you're stuck living with it for a period of time.
Yeah.
You know, and for me.
They usually haunt a location, not an object.
Yeah. Yes, I agree with that. All right. Well, thank you, my friend. Thank you for sharing all that. And yes, like I said, everyone check out Extra Zero. You don't have a choice in it. He's everywhere doing everything.
And occasionally I'll pop in to just do the developers because that's always fun.
I love it. By the way, because of you, I did add a secret developers tip. So there's a secret amount in there that will just trigger Steve Ballmer every time. I've got like 50 secret tips and only like maybe 5 of them. Like I think the Crack Seagull's been hit. Obviously choking me is Yoshi because that's $1. But I have like a wide range. And I'm like, some of these will never get hit. But they're funny because even if they get hit like 5 years from now or 10 years from now, that'll make me laugh.
Be funny.
Yeah, exactly.
Like a time capsule almost.
Exactly. I'll be like, what the fuck is that? Oh yes! In 1992 I added that. But yes.
All right, y'all. Well, I'll catch you later.
All right. See ya, buddy.
See ya, Extra.
See
ya.
Have a good night.
Yeah, and for me, I'm gonna go and get off too because it's 1 o'clock for me as well.
Oh my god, dude, chill your stuff. Let me bring up your Rumble right here.
First off, I have to say thank you, Nerdy Neo. Not only were you my first podcast, you also created my first meme, and it's actually a good one. So, I stream on Odyssey, Rumble, and Kick. Currently, my Rumble is where I'm getting most followers, so I'm starting to be more on that platform more. But I pretty much stream myself achievement hunting because it's something I would do anyways, and it's just I tend to play more action oriented games. Currently, I'm playing DMC 2. This Saturday I usually play on Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, and I start at 7 o'clock Eastern time. I tend to go at least until 10, and this Saturday it should be my last night playing DMC 2 because all I have to do is go through the hardest difficulty on one of the characters, and then I have to do the Bloody Palace. So I should be able to finish that this Saturday and move on to DMC 3 on Wednesday.
That is awesome. Yeah, and if you guys aren't familiar, Dude1286 does, as he said, great streams. And as you've gotten a taste of, he likes playing games on the hardest difficulty. He goes hard all the time. So if you're someone that enjoys like watching 100% runs or like the hardest difficulty or like pretty much games being played like perfectly at the highest degree, check him out. And yeah, I've been watching his Rumble stuff, and yeah, he's killing it on Rumble. So absolutely love to see that. And hey, Devil May Cry is such a good series. That's awesome.
Hey, when I played Halo 1, because I just decided I wanted to play that game, I've already got all the achievements in Master Chief Collection, but Halo C, I played through Halo C on Legendary. I almost beat the library without dying.
Fuck.
I only died at the spot where they keep you in a very small room and they just keep spawning on you.
Yeah, fuck, that's insane. Oh my god.
But I got to that point, that was like at least 3/4 of the way through the level.
Yeah, no.
And I actually did it.
And yeah, I mean, Halo, like, on Legendary, it's so bullshit, so that's crazy to hear. Like,
to be honest, the only one that's seriously bullshit is Halo 2.
Because of Sniper Jackals?
Pretty much everything, it was not balanced, because they didn't have time to balance it out.
Right, yeah.
But every other Halo actually is mostly balanced.
Yeah, I just remember Sniper Jackals are the thing that will...
There's a reason why they never really returned.
Yeah, they're just bullshit.
But yeah,
I haven't played Halo in so long, man. I need to get that. I need to play that again.
Master Chief Collection is definitely a good choice now.
Mm-hmm.
No,
I remember, man, I couldn't have done freaking Legendary. Who knows now? But man,
No, I am almost Halo are some of my favorite games ever. In fact, I call Halo 3 my favorite game of all time, and I'm just
And hey,
like,
those first 3 games are kind of horror related because
Yeah.
of the flood.
that first flood mission in Halo 1 is terrified me when I played it. I was like, I thought it was just going to be another mission, killing grunts, haha, they're so funny, they scream. And then it's like, oh, I'm the one
And if you
doing
read the books,
screaming.
because I've actually read a few of the first books.
Yeah.
The book that's based on Halo 1,
The flood.
it actually has some chapters where it's talking about Keyes after he was taken by the flood.
Yeah.
And
it's
it is extremely torturous because he's trying to make sure that they do not get the location of Earth, because he knows that they're looking for the home worlds of the people that they're taking over, so whenever they take over the ships, they can go fly to those planets and make more flood.
Yeah, I remember that as well. I read that, and I read I think Fall of Reach, and those were the 2 I read. And yeah.
First Strike is the one that's supposed to be in between Halo 1 and Halo 2, and how they get back. And I think it does actually explain how Johnson actually survived.
Oh yeah, because they kind of just were like, he's alive still.
Yeah. Well, they explained it because one, he was actually part of the Spartan 1 program, and he was the only survivor or the only person who could still be in the military after everything. So that's why Spartan 1 that's why the Spartan 1 program was considered a failure. So yes, Johnson is technically a Spartan.
Oh shit!
But it was a failed experiment.
Huh? I never.
Like I said, he was the only one that could that even was able to make it through in a way that he could still be in the military. That's how bad the success rate was. And then 2, he apparently was so close. He apparently survived a plasma explosion that caused his bloodstream to actually have plasma in it permanently, which is what caused the flood not being able to take him over.
I miss
That's how
Halo,
he survived.
Man. Oh my god, I miss enjoying Halo. I actually thought Infinite was a step in the right direction, like in the campaign, and I'm like,
yeah, definitely the campaign was.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, okay, and then apparently they've just scrapped it again, and there's no plans for Halo in the next like 10 fucking years.
I just hope they do some things with that was good that I liked in Halo 4, like the idea that I actually really liked the dynamic between Cortana and Chief.
I like the dynamic of Cortana.
Yeah, but in Halo 4, it was actually an interesting idea because Chief was acting more robotic as a human, while Cortana acted more human as an AI.
Right.
I actually like that dynamic. I actually want them to continue that moving forward. But because of Halo 5, it felt like The Last Jedi.
Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do.
They threw out everything good that I liked about the Halo 4 campaign. And
I have never met a single soul that enjoys Halo 5. Not one. I
like the multiplayer.
I've heard that a little bit.
I don't like the campaign.
Yeah, I didn't like anything about that game at all. I liked the concept of the splitting the campaigns in 50-50. I like that in theory. But not
It was better done in Halo 2.
Yes, exactly. And we got Nerdy Neo in here. How's it going, Nerdy Neo? First, though, but yeah, thank you, dude. Everyone, go check out Dude1286. His streams are killer, especially over on Rumble. You can check him out on Odyssey and Kick as well, but he is absolutely killing it over on Rumble. And if you want to see peak gaming, go check him out. And you've inspired me. I got to fucking get on Devil May Cry. And now I want to go play Halo again, thanks to you. So
you need to get done Doom 3.
So when I need to, I don't know, I need to get some liquid courage maybe before I play it. I'll have a bottle of whiskey the whole time, so I'll be like, I don't like these zombies, blah, and then I'll handle it.
I will convince you to play Doom 3.
I'm convinced. It's about I need the courage. I need the courage. So
well, it's the perfect time. It's the horror season.
For me, it's always a horror season. We'll see. Our October is super packed, but yeah, we'll see if we can squeak in some Doom 3 in there. I've got. Look, you're not getting rid of me. I'm gonna be here for a long time. Doom 3 is gonna get hit one.
Not
one
if Elon
day.
has anything to do with it.
Yeah, yes, I know. We're back for now, though. The gobbled countdown terrified him. We fucking took care of that.
But Yep, that's gonna be it for me tonight.
All
Y'all
right.
have a good night.
Thank you, dude.
See you later.
Appreciate
Have a good
it,
night,
buddy.
dude.
Later, dude.
And we got not one, but two new faces joining the call. We got Nerdy Neo and Jonathan Davis. How's it going, guys?
Hello, everyone. How's
He-
everybody doing?
Good evening.
Never mind, it's V.
I am.
Oh my
I love
god. It is a Halloween stream, and he's the first one to dress up. Let's fucking go.
It's like my only costume. I've been V for Halloween like 5 times.
Oh my god, that's great. I used to be such a huge fan. I mean, I still am. I still love the movie. You know what's funny is I saw the movie first, and then I read the graphic novel after, and I like the movie way better. It's one of the rare cases where I actually prefer the film over the source material. The changes in the movie as well, I prefer them. Have you read it, Nerdy Neo?
I didn't even know there was a graphic novel.
Till when?
Just now.
Are you kidding me? Oh my god.
Yeah, Alan Moore wrote it, right?
Yeah, and that was the same. It's the same guy as Watchmen, right? Which Watchmen is.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and Watchmen is literally my favorite graphic novel of all time. That in The Dark Knight Returns, which is Frank Miller. But yeah, what the hell? I didn't think that. You need to read it.
I've never been, not that I've ever had anything against comic books and graphic novels. I just never really got into them.
It's weird. I used to have this friend, and she wrote a whole thesis actually on the differences in Watchmen and like the strengths and weaknesses and all this shit. Because like usually when you have something, the source material always wins. Almost every time, everyone will tell you source material wins. Rarely does it exceed, but there's people that, because V for Vendetta is different in the graphic novel and in the film, there's people that like one, there's people that like the other, and they're different enough that it's like neither of you are really wrong. The graphic novel is a lot slower, it's a lot drier, and it ends, or not without spoil, it goes into more moral grays instead of having a big spectacle like the film does. But yeah, I want to get you to read that now, because like you've been V so many times. I assume you're a fan of the movie.
Oh, yeah. So my funny story about V for Vendetta is, given that it's the Wachowskis, or Wachowskis, I still am not sure what the correct way to say it is.
I have no idea.
But given that The Matrix is my favorite movie of all time, and this was like the first thing they did after The Matrix, I was super excited for it. But the first time I saw it, I was super disappointed in it, and I thought it sucked because I was expecting another Matrix.
Oh, okay.
So it wasn't that, and I was really disappointed. But then the second time I saw it, I went in, knowing what it was and watched it for what it really was, and I fell in love with it, and I freaking love this movie. And literally for like a decade, we would watch this every November 4th, and we timed it so that right at the end of the movie, when the clock strikes midnight and it's November 5th and the building gets blown up, we would time it so that it hit that right at midnight in our time zone.
That is awesome.
We did that for like a decade.
That is.
I've watched it a long time, but it's such a good movie.
I really want you to read this graphic novel now. I mean, to time it and all that stuff. I'm blown away that you didn't hear about it until I fucking said it. So that's freaking crazy. And yeah, the same guy that's done From Hell and Watchmen. But yeah, that's
So was the ending not good for the comic book?
I don't.
'Cause I own it. I just haven't read it.
I don't want to spoil it, and I read it fucking like 15, 20 years. How old am I? 15 years ago. But it kind of ends in a whimper and not a bang like the movie, and it's kind of like
the Killing Joke ending sucks also. So I'm used to his endings.
I love the Killing Joke ending, but with the laughter, right? I'm trying to tread carefully, even though these things are old and tired. I don't want chat to yell at me. I have an unpopular opinion of, no matter how old it is, I'm like still spoilers, because I watch movies from 1992. So I'm like, don't spoil the original Phantom of the Opera for me from 1921. I haven't seen it. Actually, I have seen that movie. I love that movie. But yeah, so I love the Killing Joke ending, but I'm trying to remember the V for Vendetta ending. It's just it plays more in the is V the villain or not? Like, there's not really a good guy, bad guy. It's a lot more like gray, and it's like, is it the right choice? Oh, I remember it. Yeah, I can't tell you, but yeah, it pulls a little subversive trick, if you will. It pulls a little rug out from under you in the comic ending. I can tell you off stream if you really want, but it is, and especially now, I want Nerdy Neo to frickin' read it. But yeah, it's got a very different ending. Oh God, you made it come back to me. But yeah, Jonathan Davis is here as well. How's it going, Jonathan?
Going well. How's everybody doing?
Oh, I'm having a freaking blast. We've been all over the place. This is a Halloween stream, but we've been talking about Gundam, and we were talking about, like, other video games and all this stuff. So, as usual, we throw out the rules out of the window. But let's bring it back, and let's talk some spooky stuff. So, everyone, tell me a spooky story. Whoever wants to shoot first. Let's hear something. It can be Halloween-related. Can be video game related, like spooky games or anything. Whoever wants to shoot first, be the Han Solo in this situation.
I don't have a spooky story, but my favorite movie.
What's your favorite movie?
Well, it's the Child's Play series.
Let's go. And you know what's funny is I had a story I wanted to tell you, Crazy T, about Child's Play. My ex refused to watch Child's Play because she was terrified by Chucky. And then my best friend refused to watch it for a number of years because he was terrified by Chucky. So even though I love horror, I didn't watch Child's Play until like a month ago. And I love it. And I'm like, and it's not scary at all. It's hilarious.
Like, it's funny, but it's like, it's supposed to be horror, but it's like, knowing that I like to laugh, this is hilarious.
And Brad Dourif is so good.
As a kid, it was like really scary to see, like, okay, this is unusual. But as an adult, you're like, okay, this is hilarious as hell.
Oh my God. Do you have any Child's Play stories or anything, or memories of watching it as way too young or anything?
Yes. I remember watching at our old house when I was like 6. We got introduced to the first Child's Play. And my brother and my cousins and I, we were really scared. And it was raining too on top of that. And we hid in the closet. For some reason, the closet wasn't opening when we tried to get out. I don't know who pulled that, but it was so scary. I was like, oh, hell no. We'll never watch that again.
Oh, my God. That's freaking great. What about anyone else? What do you got for us, Kendon? I haven't heard from you in a while. Do you have any spooky stuff? We were talking about your Dr. Dolittle animals. Are you also like a Frankenstein as well?
Actually, not quite. No. But I do have another. I've got a spooky animal. Story. Yeah, when I was a kid, my mom was. We had a 2-story house. Well, plus basement. But we had a 2-story house. My mom was renovating one of the downstairs rooms to move her mom into. Mm-hmm. So she had an electrician and a plumber over putting a shower in. Well, as they were cutting through the wall, they found a fully mummified squirrel in our wall.
What?
Yeah. I almost wish I still had it, but the thing freaked me the heck out. It was fine during the daylight. It was perfect. But every night, I had to go turn the lights off downstairs. My bedroom was upstairs. And of course, this freaking squirrel skeleton was sitting right next to the stairs on this piano we had. And it freaked me the crap out. So, I think I took it to like show and tell one time in like 4th grade. And then the very next day it was in the trash. Because I was like, I cannot deal with this thing. It gave me the willies. Because it wasn't damaged, nothing. It had buried itself into the drywall, into the insulation, and just dried out. It was freaky.
Oh, God. It reminds me of one time I had to help my local comic book shop that I've been going to since I was a kid. I had to help them move. I didn't have to, but I liked them a lot, so I helped them move. Mm-hmm. And so I've been going there my whole life, and I'm like just getting comics. It's pretty much just piling comics into boxes and then taking down the shelves, putting them in vans, repeat. So I'm at one shelf at the very back, and I'm looking up here, and I've seen this shelf literally my whole freaking life, but I'm looking up, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh, there's a giant rat skeleton here, and my brain went Halloween mode, and I'm like thinking that was like a toy, like a Halloween thing, and then I'm like, oh, that's real. And it's like, how long has that been? It was like perfectly skeleton, like giant rat, just like frozen there on the top shelf. And I'm like, it's probably been there like every time I've been in here. And these shelves are to the fucking ceiling, so nobody even knew about that.
Yeah.
Is it on your shelf in your house now?
I didn't even tell the owner or anything because it's like, look, let's just leave. We're leaving anyway. We're about to lock up and go. So I just like backed away slowly. But yeah, oh god, I wouldn't have kept it. I definitely wouldn't have kept it because I'll get all the props, and I've bought in a lot of prop stuff, but for the real stuff, no, I would have thrown it out just like Kendon did here. But yeah,
have you guys seen Supernatural?
I used to love that show.
I think till season 5, and then you just stay for the characters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You remember that scene where Sam and Dean? Well, Sam's been taken over by Lucifer, and they've got to go fight in the graveyard. The very last scene before Sam gets dragged into hell with Lucifer. Okay, I actually lived about 20-30 minutes from that graveyard.
Oh, really?
Like, it's Stoll, Kansas. Yeah, I grew up just Lawrence, Kansas, which is actually where they're from.
Mm-hmm.
I grew up in Lawrence, Kansas, and tell you what, that fucking place was creepy. They've got iron bars around the whole thing, and they have to be careful because people will go there to commune with Satan.
Oh my god,
freaky!
So you have to keep all the fucking cultists out. Good lord.
Now, is this just
So what are we talking about? Is that Hollywood?
Huh?
Is this just Supernatural fans?
No, it's like literal Wiccans. Like, Wiccans will go there, and witches and stuff, just to commune. Like, because it is, like, they didn't just make that. Like, it's been said that it is a gateway to hell for the longest time in this graveyard. It's crazy.
That's insane. Have you been in there yourself, and have you witnessed anything?
I've driven by there multiple times. I've driven by. I just couldn't go in there. It was too freaky.
Yeah.
Like, just driving by, it's like, oof.
That's crazy that it's such a problem that they have to like try to fucking keep people out from it. Oh my god. That's some like Buffy the Vampire shit where they're like doing blood sacrifices on you know, in the one area of the ground. Oh my god.
This is why my mom wouldn't let me play Dungeons and Dragons growing up. Thanks to these people.
Oh my god. Nerdy Neo, I know you're not big into the spooky. I was actually watching you play Republic Commando. I was just busy getting work done, so I couldn't type at the same time. So I was there, but I heard you talking about how you're not big into the spooky stuff, but you had some things. I know you said you had some things.
Yeah,
to talk about.
I just wanted to come on because I had a funny story to tell from Halloween. Lighten the mood, especially after the creepy story we got from Extra
after the
Zero
ritual
earlier.
sacrifices and possessions and
Yeah. So for Halloween one year, it was my two cousins and our good buddy. So it was the four of us, and one of our buddies, his name was Cody, and he had like this pretty creepy werewolf mask. And so we were just like, there's like a major boulevard that kind of goes, it's like 20 miles. It goes like all the way across town. So we were kind of just driving up and down that in a certain segment where there's a lot of activity, because there's lots of like clubs and stuff that were, you know, have a lot of people outside like waiting to get in and stuff. So we just drive around going into parking lots, and we'd kind of drive up really slowly right behind them really quietly, and like right as we got up to like someone who, like, you know, they're talking or whatever and have their back to us, Cody would roll down his window with his werewolf mask on. He would like kind of jump out the window and go and then like he would scare the crap out of people. It was really funny. So the best part was we stopped at the parking lot of this Taco Bell, and we got out of the car, but before we went into the Taco Bell to get anything, there were like 3 cars in the drive-thru. You know, in the drive-thru, everyone's looking over to the left because that's where the menu is and that's where you order. So we were on the right side of the car, and so Cody crouched down and walked up next to a car. You know, they're not even looking because they're looking the other way, so he's like behind him. and he kind of came up to the car that was like at the ordering window or at the ordering speaker box, and just stood there like with his face like this close to the passenger side window, and there was someone in the passenger seat. And he just stood there until they noticed him, and it was a dude, like this big buff dude. And when he turned around and saw Cody with the werewolf mask on, he screamed like a little girl, and he punched the window. We're surprised he didn't shatter the window. He punched it so hard. It was so hilarious. We were dying laughing. So that was just a funny story I wanted to share. One of my favorite ones of Halloween. We kept going down that street. We were going down that street for hours, just kind of messing with people. It was a lot of fun, but that was like a highlight. That was hilarious.
That's like a lost art form as well. And that was a huge part of Halloween, especially when I was growing up, is like the bigger kids scaring the littler kids. And then like it's your turn to get revenge later on and all that. But yeah, that's freaking great. Jonathan, regale us with some spooky stories here. You must have something for us.
I'm going to disappoint you. We really didn't celebrate Halloween. Like I can remember one time we went trick or treating. Like
that's fine.
But I could talk about movies.
Hell yeah! Well, we got Crazy T. It's a movie fan as well. Are you a Child's Play fan like Crazy T?
No, I don't do evil clowns. I don't do evil dolls. I will not watch it. It scares the crap out of me.
But the Child's Play thing. This is a thing. Is it the advertising for it is scary, but then when you watch it, it's like the funniest fucking thing ever because Chucky himself, he's like an ex like mafia type guy, and so putting that. Are you kidding me, Jason?
Jason Tonget tipped $6.66.
Thank you, Jason.
Seems
Thank you for the tip,
for
buddy.
The Halloween Town Queer.
I was like, is Jason Voorhees there right now?
Oh, God.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, buddy. I
appreciate you.
I'm
having fun with Jason and the others in the chat making random polls.
Oh, well, they're welcome to come on
Did
as
he
well.
tip?
If you want. He did tip, yeah.
Okay.
He tipped $6.66. Thank you, Jason. Yeah, the thing about Child's Play, and I'm sure Crazy T can back me up on this, is it's like because he's like a former mobster or anything, it's super funny, and there's like jokes about him like being an adult. And I watched Child's Play 3 the other day, and I was dying laughing because the plot of Child's Play is pretty much like he uses voodoo to go into the doll before he dies. And then you have to get out of the doll only by the first person that sees you living in the doll. And so the first, I'm only up to 3, but the first 3 movies is him trying to get back into the body of the little kid. So it's about him chasing after this kid. But there's a part where I think it's Child's Play 2, the babysitter is driving the Chucky doll, and he's like holding a knife to her. And she puts her seatbelt on, and she slams on the brakes, so Chucky goes flying through the window. And as he's flying through the window, you hear Chucky go, "Stupid women drivers!" It's like,
yeah.
And
My
it's like,
favorite part, he's telling her to shut up before he kicks her teeth in.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Base Chucky.
Yeah, no, and it doesn't stop there. In the third movie, the first, it's not actually Andy that sees him alive. It's this other kid because he's staying at a military school, and so it's more about this new kid, and but Andy is there as well, and so Andy's then trying to stop him from killing this new kid, and there's this part it fucking killed me. There's this part the kid happens to be black, and so Andy's like, "You better stay away from him," and he's just like. Chucky looks at him and he's like, "Yeah, that's right, Andy. Can you believe it?" And he's like, "Chucky's gonna be a bro." And he puts up a fist, and I'm like, "This guy it's the fucking funniest." Do you remember that?
I was like, "Oh my God, seriously."
It's just so they're honestly hilarious, John. Like they're if you like offensive comedy.
So is Child's Play and Chucky different franchises?
No, it's same.
Or are they the same?
Okay,
Okay.
same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen Chucky, like maybe the first
Chucky's
one.
the
a long
doll's
time
name.
ago.
Child's Play is the movie.
But yeah, no, we can talk movies. I know you recently saw the movie that I consider maybe the greatest horror film ever made. It's not even like I don't know if it's my favorite, but it's just like bar for bar the best. You just watched The Thing, John Carpenter's The Thing for the first time. Has everyone here seen The Thing? Oh my God, we need to fix that. Oh, we need to fix that. Crazy T, have you seen it? I think you're muted. Crazy T, you're muted if you were talking. I don't know, but I'm curious if you've seen The Thing.
No, I haven't seen The Thing.
What?
Oh my.
It was crazy to me that Jonathan never saw it because I'm like, this is a lot of people's like #1 horror movie ever. And now,
in my book, like the #1 for me is between the Nightmare on Elm Street and Jason Friday the 13th kind of feel. Those are two are my #1 franchises in my book.
I have a question.
But the Thing is like one of those things like I never saw.
I have a question actually about Nightmare and Friday the 13th. But okay. Well, Jonathan, why don't you sell the people, because you loved The Thing, right?
Oh yeah, it's one of the greats. Like, it still holds up.
All right,
today.
sell the rest of the panel on why you all need to fucking see it.
Okay, so the opening of the movie, it starts out, there's these two crazy people on a helicopter chasing a dog, trying to blow it up and shoot it. So it's almost comedic opening, like, oh, this is not going to be scary at all. And then when you get to the plot, I don't know if I can spoil it or not, but when you get to the plot, it's like, it becomes one of the creepiest movies you'll probably see.
Yeah, it's if you guys know Among Us, it's pretty much what Among Us is. So it's yeah, it's
What are you whining?
And we're talking about the dog heard about Jonathan Davis talking about shooting down a dog. That's why he's terrified now. But yeah,
no, he wants to go outside.
The plot is and here's the thing, it's done by John Carpenter. And he
did Halloween too, right?
Yeah, and he might be my favorite director ever because he did Halloween, he did Prince of Darkness, he did They Live, he did Escape from New York, he did Assault on Precinct 13, he did Big Trouble in Little China. Like, he's done so many 10 movies, it's crazy. The Thing is his best movie. The Thing and Halloween, I think, are his top two. They Live is my personal favorite. So yeah, the plot is pretty much there's an alien, without spoiling anything, and it can take the form of anybody or anything. So it can take the form of an animal. It has to be a living thing. And so they're these researchers that are like in the middle of the Arctic, and it's only men in the movie. There's like 6 or 7 men that are stationed there for like science. Look at the dog! There he is.
Bobby.
I hope he's not the Thing. He's got a little shirt too.
No.
Oh my
Yes,
goodness!
dress him up.
I derailed everything for this frickin' dog, and I don't even care. I love him. What's his name again?
Bentley.
Bentley. Oh my God, I love you, Bentley. I will derail everything for a dog. I don't care. You show me, Kendon. If you want to whip out your Dr. Dolittle animals, I'll derail everything just for you.
I'll go get my beauty. I can go do that.
I would love to see that. But yeah, so The Thing is pretty much this alien that, like, it can take the form of anything, and it's these men, like, using logic to be like, how do we fight this? Can we fight this? Is this possible? What the fuck do we do? We're in the middle of nowhere, and it's incredible. From a psychological standpoint, I see chat talking about the practical effects, Jason. It's maybe the best practical effects ever, and I love practical effects. I love practical effects. So yeah, I don't want to say any more from it, but everyone needs to see it. I know, Nerdy Neo, you're not big, but Nerdy Neo, I heard you say that you like sci-fi, like Alien and stuff.
Yeah, so I don't really do spooky, scary stuff on pretty much anything. But especially when it comes to like demonic horror, ghosts, demons, sort of like Doom, is an action game. But if it's more like an actual like scary game, Like the only ones I've really played were like probably one of the scariest games I ever played was I think it was from like '94 was the Alien vs Predator 2.
Oh yeah.
When you're playing the Marine campaign in that, the entire game is basically pitch black, and you have this tiny little flashlight. You have night vision, but you can't really use it because as soon as you fire, the muzzle flash will blind you. So there's no real point in using it. So the xenomorphs can come from literally anywhere. So you're basically walking down hallways spinning, so you can keep a 360-degree view of yourself. But yeah, I don't really do. So, but when it comes to like movies, like I'm okay with like sci-fi horror. So I've seen like Alien, and Event Horizon and Prometheus. I'm more okay with that.
Yeah.
But not like Insidious or. Whatever those creepy
The more
ones are.
you're not into the spiritual, supernatural kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't want to watch any of that stuff.
That's crazy because I consider Event Horizon to be one of the scariest horror movies out there.
And I actually I've been saving that one.
But I didn't think it was that scary.
I haven't seen it. I'm saving it because it stars Sam Neill, and I love Sam Neill so freaking much that I'm like, whenever I see this, I probably am gonna watch it this October. So I'm excited.
Given that those like sci-fi horror, sci-fi scary movies, I'm pretty much okay with. Do you think the Thing would kind of be in that category?
You'll love it.
Yeah,
like that's the reason why I liked it so much because I love Alien. I don't like supernatural stuff. Now I do watch the occasional slasher, but yeah, this is definitely sci-fi Alien right up your alley.
Yeah, slasher is okay. Not that I've ever really watched anyone. I actually just saw probably my first slasher ever. I saw the original Scream last week for the first time because we watched it on the Salty Nerd podcast watch party, and I enjoyed that movie a lot.
The original Scream is so good. It's so good.
It was, I wouldn't even call it a scary movie. That one's just more of like suspenseful.
It's an homage to so many slashers, and it's the genre itself. So it's like, yeah, if you're a horror fan, you need to watch Scream because I love how they like can plan out the killer's inspired by horror movies, but then all the survivors also like horror movies. So then it's like, wait, we can kind of see what's coming, and like if this is this movie, how do we do this? And like up until the last two Screams, they're all really good. They're all really good.
The new one was awful.
Yeah,
I stopped watching like 20 minutes in.
I just recently watched Scream 6, and I liked it better than 5. That's about it.
I don't know. After the third one, I just stopped watching. I was like, you know what? Just stop, please. Enough. We know how this is gonna end.
But Crazy T, money. They need money to keep the franchise going, so it never ends.
Like, how many mass killers are there? Like 6. One of them. I'm like, oh my god, just stop.
Yeah, without spoiling them for Nerdy Neo, you should keep watching them because like they get more meta and more meta and more meta because like the first movie's already meta, so it's like, how do we go even further? And this is all Wes Craven, who did Nightmare on Elm Street, and so the Scream formula pretty much comes from a question I have for everybody, which is, it's not my favorite, but I have to mention Wes Craven's New Nightmare, when he came back to Nightmare on Elm Street. And is it Dragon Hour? It's Dragon Hour!
Yeah, that's Saphira.
Oh my god. Saphira?
Mm-hmm.
Hello! Oh my god. What a sweetheart! She's clinging to your headphones.
Yeah.
Just clinging to your neck.
Pretty awesome.
That's amazing. Oh my
That is so
god.
cool.
Yeah, I don't know. I just love all animals. So, yeah, and that's the thing, is it's like, it's a crazy what type of lizard is this again? I'm ignorant.
It's a bearded dragon.
Bearded dragon.
This.
And
I've known
so
a few people that had them. They seem like cool reptiles.
So it's like the scariest name ever, and look at this sweetheart just clinging to him.
Yeah, she's
Bearded
really
dragon
sweet.
sounds awesome.
That is freaking adorable. Thank you.
Yeah.
Aww.
So, given my taste in not scary movies, you recommend The Thing
Yes.
and what was it? The first 4 Screams?
Yeah, I think I agree with Crazy T. It's kind of for all the slashers are like comfort food to me. They're not the best horror movies, but they're nice, and for me they're nice and cozy and they feel like home. So I can put them on and get comfy and just enjoy watching Jason mass murder everybody. So it's kind of if for all of them it's like, "Oh, did you like the first one? Watch the next one. Do you still want more? Watch the next one." And then you can eventually stop like Jonathan did when it's like, "All right, I'm fucking done." The series is
nerdy. Do you like zombie movies?
the worst one.
Oh, yeah, I've seen a few. Like I saw World War Z, and I thought that was all right. Although I know it's drastically different from the book.
I loved the World War Z game.
I saw I Am Legend. That movie freaked me out. That was probably the first movie I saw with fast zombies. I've seen all the Resident Evils except for the last one, and and I didn't see the sequel, but I saw the first Zombieland. That was a fun one.
Have you seen Dawn of the Dead?
Don't watch the second one.
Oh, yes. Well, which one? I saw the Zack Snyder Dawn of the Dead, and I did like that one.
Oh, you haven't seen the original, the George A. Romero one?
I have not.
Oh, we gotta fix that. That's in my opinion, I love zombie movies. And there's Reanimator's another one I love. But yeah, Dawn of the Dead. That's my peak zombie. That's my peak zombie.
What
movie.
about Army of the Dead?
What was that? Was that a George A. Romero one?
That was the most recent Zack Snyder one, which didn't do very good.
Was it
was
Netflix?
in Vegas. No, it came to theaters. It was like probably about 2 years ago. I heard it wasn't very good.
Was Batista in it? I think
Yes.
I didn't see it.
It was
but
that one.
yeah, as y'all know, I'm not a fan of Zack Schneider, so I avoid I avoid what he does. But I did watch his Dawn of the Dead remake, and because a lot of people recommending it, saying it's so much better than the original. My opinion, no, does not hold a candle to the original, but it was watchable.
Did you like Watchmen?
I only love Watchmen because he pulled 90% of the source material, and it's my favorite book ever. But I'm embarrassed by this story, but I was such a Watchmen fan. I saw it day one, and without spoiling anything, Zack Schneider changes a very pivotal moment. Like, the one thing he does change really fucking changes, and in the theater, I screamed. I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
Was it the blue penis?
No, I was fine with all the blue penises because those are in the book. That's accurate. The blue penis is accurate to the source material, but no, it's the big twist in Watchmen. He radically changes it for no fucking reason, and I'm like, Zack Schneider did it again. So I love 90% of that movie because it's one. Same with 300. He did 300, and it's like 1-to-1.
I love 300.
And that's 1-to-1 with the comic. So Zack Schneider is great when he literally just uses the comic books as a script. It's when he uses creative control that I'm like, fuck off. I don't like you. But yeah. Oh, what I wanted to ask was
and then Shaun of the Dead.
Shaun of the Dead's great.
Shaun of the Dead was fun.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
was just gonna say, of that trilogy, Hot Fuzz is my favorite, though.
Same. I never saw the third one though, but I love Hot Fuzz.
It was a lot. The World's End was a lot better than I expected it to be. I enjoyed it more than I thought I would. But yeah, go ahead.
If you like zombie movies, I would recommend Train to Busan if you don't mind subtitles. One of the best zombie movies I think I've seen.
That.
Yeah, I've heard of it too. Highly recommended as like gripping zombie film, but I have not seen it yet. It's pretty new as well.
It fixes the zombies genre, in my opinion, because a lot of it's like nihilism, where it's like, oh, the bad people are really the humans, and the zombies are just side characters.
Mm-hmm.
Where this one's more character based. So
that's what I love.
It still has the zombies in it, but
that's what I've always loved about zombies is they're not like my favorite horror villain, but they have a way of bringing out great storytelling. And so there's so many from like pretty much, when did Night of the Living Dead come out? Like the late 50s, I want to say, or early 60s. But pretty much from then up until like the 90s, like zombies have just been a great way to like tell these stories. Like you got Dawn of the Dead, you got Day of the Dead, you got Reanimator, you got Return of the Living Dead, which is not connected to George A. Romero. And they're all like it's not about the zombies. It's about the human characters. Dead Alive is hilarious. It's one of the best. It's maybe the bloodiest movie ever. Like, if you're measuring a movie based on how much blood it has in it, like Dead Alive, which is directed by Peter freaking Jackson before Lord of the Rings. So,
Oh wow.
yeah, I always say my favorite Peter Jackson movie is Dead Alive just to piss people off. But it is actually, it's so good. There's a part where a guy fights a baby, but it's a zombie baby, and there's a drunk priest watching him fight a zombie baby, and the drunk priest doesn't know that it's a zombie baby, and he's just cheering him on, and it's fucking hilarious. So you just have this drunk priest being like, yeah, kick his fucking ass, and it's just like, what am I watching? This is brilliant. This is amazing. So if you love humor as well, there's so many good.
Hey, nerdy, before you go, have you not played Resident Evil? If you said you don't like horror games.
I played a good chunk of Resident Evil 4, but I never finished it.
Okay, that's surprising. Because those are like some of the top tier games in my opinion, like Resident Evil 4, the original.
Yeah, I know everyone says Resident Evil 4 is like one of the greatest games of all time. I enjoyed what I did play of it. I didn't think it was very scary though. So I was perfectly fine with it. I mean, it was a little creepy, but it wasn't like that scary. I was expecting it to be more.
If you want scary, play
1 and 2 were scarier from what I've gathered.
Play 2, the remake. It's one of the most scary games I ever played. Like I literally had to stop playing it because I'm like, I can't do this right now.
Is that the one with Mr. X is always following you around?
No, that's 3, I think.
Oh, that's 3. Okay.
Guys, I actually have to. Oh, sorry.
Oh, you need to go?
I was just gonna say I have to get going too. Yeah, little one's getting upset.
Well, thank you for coming on the real life Dr. Dolittle and showing us your lovely bearded dragon. Do you have anything to candy corn butt plug for us today?
No,
not really.
No.
Can't say I do this time. We'll see.
Well, that's okay. Well, yeah, Kendon is freaking great. You can always come in our Discord and hang out and chat with him. And I've been loving his animal update pics. So yeah, please keep sending those if you don't mind.
I will.
Yeah, man. No, I love seeing them, and yeah, I thank you so much for bringing this sweetheart on. Because yeah.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out with us, Kendon. It's been fun.
No, thanks for having me. Glad I found you guys. All from Extra Zero. Found you guys through him, so glad I did.
Yeah,
Awesome.
so
Had to put a face to the name, Kendon.
Yeah.
And a dragon to the name.
Yeah, right?
Very bearded dragon.
Oh, man.
All right, see you guys later.
Thank you for hanging
See
out,
ya.
buddy.
Good night.
Night.
And I see we have a newcomer coming in. Here comes a new challenge. Is that Jason I see in there? Maybe? I don't know.
Yes.
Muted.
That's fine. Jason, tons of fun. If you can hear us, how's it going, buddy? He's muted at the moment, I think. We're having technical difficulties. Anyway, what I wanted to ask while Jason does stuff is I love slashers because they're comfy. And the two kings of the slasher genre that have always been going neck and neck. There's Chucky, and there's Halloween, and there's Leatherface as well. But like, it's always Freddy and Jason. Like, the two slashers to me are Freddy and Jason. I'm curious what everyone's favorite Freddy movie is and what everyone's favorite Jason movie is. Crazy T, what do you got for those two series?
I would say the one that we discussed, which was the worst Jason movie, where Jason's spirit takes over everybody's body.
Oh yeah, you like Jason Goes to Hell.
Yeah, I was like, because I remember watching it when AMC would have like the horror fest every year. So I was watching the entirety of the Jason Friday the 13th series franchises, and I just caught one of that one when he wants him to. I think he was shaving his face or something, and he was naked.
Yeah, no, it's such. It is. So there's two Friday the 13th that are considered the worst, depending on who you talk to. And what's funny is one of them is Crazy T's favorite, and the other one is my favorite. So part 5 is my favorite, and she loves Jason Goes to Hell, which I think is part 9, I want to say. It's just called Jason Goes to Hell. And the whole plot of it is Jason's dead again, but he now has the ability for his soul to like inhabit other bodies. And that sounds great in theory, but like it's literally like
The execution sucked ass, but it was hilarious as hell.
And that's fair. But here's the thing. It's got one of the best endings. Do you remember the ending?
Mm-hmm.
So I will spoil it for you guys if you guys are okay with that. But the ending is, because Jason dies again, because he dies in every fucking movie. But the ending is you see his mask on the ground. Yes. Oh, he is Kenny. Oh my god. But remember, this is before Avengers, and this is before the MCU and all this shit where everything's crossing over with everything. Jason Goes to Hell. You see his mask on the ground. And then all of a sudden, it's on a dirt ground. You see Freddy's claw come up and pull it in, and you hear Freddy laugh. And I think that was the 90s? Mid-90s, I want to say that one was. That, as a horror fan, was like mind-blowing. It was like, was that what I just fucking thought that was? And of course, that leads to Freddy versus Jason later on.
Jason, I was going to say that.
Yeah.
In the beginning.
Do you have a favorite Nightmare on Elm Street?
It's between the first and the second. It's hard to say.
Interesting.
I like both of them.
So the first one is a lot of people's pick for their favorite. I would say most people. The second one is probably most people's most hated one, or it's the weirdest one. Do you guys know about why the second Nightmare on Elm Street is infamous? No,
I don't.
I don't know anything about the franchise.
Okay. I'm not joking. The second Nightmare on Elm Street is considered the gayest horror movie ever made. Because the whole movie is Freddy is dead, and it all focuses on this teenage boy in high school. And pretty much Freddy is kind of coming out of him and slowly possessing him to come back to reality. And there is a lot of visual imagery that is very much, and it was in the 80s, very much like, is this all a metaphor for being in the closet and repressed feelings and stuff? And you're sitting there, and the director denies it. He's like, no, that's not what it is about at all. But then, like people on the crew have been like, no, it was very clear that's what he was going for.
It's definitely a reference.
Yeah, and like there's a shower scene where like his PE teacher, his gym teacher, is like whipping him naked in the shower on his butt.
It's like
it's a very sussy film, and it's very strange. So a lot of people don't like it. A lot of people really do like it, but everyone agrees it's Jason.
Jason.
That Nightmare on Elm Street 2 is very gay. Anyway, how's it going, Jason?
I almost spit out my drink when you said that at first. I'm like,
it's going.
Hold up.
How about turn some lights on?
There we go. I like the
see
spooky
now.
ambiance, though. But yeah.
Yeah, it's been a while since I used the setup, so.
So, how's it going? Or what do you do to get into the Halloween mood and everything?
Yeah, games and movies. Like I said, I heard you guys talking about movie stuff, and I'm like, hey, I can contribute a little bit to the Halloween horror style movies. So.
Hell yeah! What are some of your favorite horror movies?
I mean, you guys probably said the best one is The Thing. I mean, it's not my favorite, but I think it is the best movie, horror movie of all time.
Yeah. Agreed.
If I had to say my favorite, it's an old one, but I watch it probably 3 or 4 times a year. Would be like the original Night of the Living Dead.
Nice.
I'm just a sucker for the original one. It was like my first horror movie, so it's more of like just nostalgia, and I think it's really, really good too. So
it's so good. The ending is so freaking shocking. I'm not going to say it because I have a feeling that some people on this panel have not seen it. But it's public domain.
It is.
Right? It's public domain. You can watch it legally, on YouTube for free.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, you can easily just find it on YouTube and watch it anytime you want.
Mm-hmm. So no, and yeah, the black and white adds to it, and it's the first zombie movie ever made, and it's still so freaking good. My personal favorite Romero one is Dawn, but Night, Dawn, and Day are all amazing. They're all amazing, and they're all amazing for totally different reasons. Like they're all very different films.
Oh yeah, and then I mean, just because George Romero just adds stuff in, just like they all have hidden meanings behind each movie too. So it's kind of cool to figure that out too.
Yeah. Has anyone else seen Night of the Living Dead? Oh my God. It's free.
I'm going to interrupt for 1 second. We're getting into the chaos hours, and we've still got about 4 people waiting. So I'm going to just open the floodgates, and everyone else that wants to be in this call is going to be here, and we're just going to have fun for the rest of the night. How does everyone feel about that? Let's do it, right?
Let the chaos begin.
Yeah.
Floodgates are going to open. All right. Be right back.
I'll bounce to make a little bit more room. I basically said everything I wanted to.
Oh, really?
So.
Okay. Well, yeah. No. Let's candy corn butt plug your stuff, Nerdy Neo.
Yeah. Yes. So, hello. If you haven't met me before, I am Nerdy Neo. I've got my next stream is tomorrow morning. Well, afternoon for pretty much everyone else except for Pacific time zone. 11:30 a.m. Pacific as my party chat. With my guest is going to be Beard of Liberty, and Resident Evil 4 is the answer to one of the questions tomorrow. So that's why I didn't get too into detail about Resident Evil 4, because I'm going to talk about that more tomorrow. And then I do so party chat is every other Saturday, and then I usually do an open mic every week, typically on Thursday, but not always. This upcoming Thursday, it'll be later. It'll be about 10 p.m. Pacific, and I am having Vanquish AZ, he's from Arizona, on as my guest. And then, I've got some other stuff planned, but that's another couple weeks. So that's what I got going on coming up within the next 7 days.
Hell yeah. Yeah, if you guys don't know, Nerdy Neo runs an awesome freaking show, and he's always welcome to have newcomers come on and just talk all things video games. And yeah, he's a hardcore Xbox fanatic, but it doesn't stop there. He'll talk any video game from any era, anything. So I highly recommend if you guys not only check out his show, but go on the show and hang out with him and make beautiful show magic with him.
Yes. I just love it. That's basically all I do on my channel is talk about video games. I stream them occasionally, but I like more talking about games than streaming them. So if anybody wants to come on and talk games with me, let me know. We'll make it happen.
Hell yeah. Cool. Well, thanks, man. And yeah,
as always,
I did love
being
you
on
playing
with you guys. You're a blast.
Thank you, dude.
All right. Well, I will see you later. And everybody, in the meantime, game on.
Have a good night.
Nice.
Later.
Yep, have a good night.
And yeah, he was playing, I want to say Republic Commando as well, which is just a freaking phenomenal game. So whether it's talking about games or even playing them, yeah, check out his channel. Because yeah, Republic Commando is so good.
Playing that, but I couldn't get with the controls. Like, I could do any old Star Wars game, but something about the controls of that game just make me mad.
Did you play it with a controller or mouse and keyboard?
I think it was a mouse and keyboard.
Really? And you had interesting. I couldn't beat it on Xbox way back in the day, but then with mouse and keyboard I was able to beat it, and I preferred it just because it's one of those tactical games like Rainbow Six Vegas, but like you rely on your friendly AI, but then they're dumb, and so it makes the game way harder than it should be. But with mouse and keyboard, my aiming picked up the slack, so to speak. But yeah, no, that's too bad. I love that game. It's not one of my favorite Star Wars games of all time. If KOTOR and Jedi Academy are all 10s, that one's like an 8. But I still love it. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe give it another go sometime. But I couldn't play it on controller. We got the flood coming in. Jerry Crow coming in. And if you guys have stuck around, I hear ya. If you guys were here 4 hours ago,
did you see me?
I don't see you, but I hear you. If you guys were here 4 hours ago, you heard Jerry Crow's amazing intro. I'm going to plug it again because, yeah, it was absolutely freaking incredible. We had a live music intro played completely by Jerry, 7 minutes long, and I mean live. He was in a Discord with us jamming out, and it sounded beautiful, and everyone loved it, Jerry. How's it going? Oh, what's this? Watch stream? What is this? Oh, there we go.
I had to show this, bro.
Is that the guitar you were jamming on?
The guitar. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Look at that. That made the beautiful, beautiful music that y'all heard in the intro. I love it.
How are we?
We're good. We've been talking spooky stuff, non-spooky stuff, all sorts of stuff, Jerry. Do you have any spooky stories for us that you can regale us with?
Well, maybe not for now. In a bit, don't need to. There was a story going on, so.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah, no, this is the chaos hour, so anyone can pretty much talk at any point about anything. Well, yeah. Well, we were talking zombies and Night of the Living Dead and Dawn of the Dead and Day of the Dead. I love so many zombie movies. Dawn's my favorite. I know Jason's favorite is now Night. What is everyone else's favorite zombie movies? Anybody? Crazy T?
I think Shaun of the Dead's a good contender.
Shaun's a really good one.
That is good. It's got such a, it gets so sad though. It gets so dark. It's so happy and then it falls.
That's what makes it good.
I mean that's what zombie movies are. They're happy and then they find a way to do stuff to you to
just true.
Bring you back to reality.
That's true. Crazy T, do you have a favorite zombie movie? I think you're muted. You're muted. Oh no. There we go.
Okay. Well, Shaun of the Dead is one of my favorites, but the one I don't like the most was the 28 Days and 28 Weeks Later.
You didn't like those?
I didn't like it. I went and saw 28 Weeks Later in the theaters with my cousins and my aunt. I was just like, no, this is not something I would see in the theaters.
That's
it's
fair.
just me, but I would just stick with Shaun of the Dead.
I have a man crush on Cillian Murphy, so I think that picks up a lot of the slack of 28 Days Later. I do think those movies are a mixed bag, and they're kind of what popularized the zombie be fast genre. But yeah, I think the first one's good, and then the second one is, I don't even remember, to be honest. I can't even.
It's a period piece, because back in the day, that was like one of the most amazing things to come out. I watched it recently and didn't like it as much. So it's more like a period, like, oh, wow, this was innovative type of thing.
Ever since watching 28 Days, I'm always afraid of, like, walking under, like, birds or crows or anything because of that one scene. That's the scene that always sticks with me, is when there's, like, that corpse that's hung up and the crows are surrounding that body, and he's like, get off of him! And then, like, something drops in his eye, right? And then that's what sets him off, and then I'm like, oh, okay. So every time I'm walking under birds, that's what I remember. Okay.
Yep, that's a very big scene that everybody remembers on that one.
Okay, you've been quiet. Let's get some input from you.
I've been letting everyone else talk and doing all the behind the scenes shit.
I know.
And, by the way, I've been chatting with chat. We've been having a good time. We've done a lot of random polls. It's been good. We're hanging out.
Give us some horror movie takes. I've forced you to watch horror.
The only horror movie I like is Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
That's true.
Oh god, I hate that movie. As a kid.
I've never ever seen that one.
Okay, wait. There's a lot that happened.
But why does it sound funny though?
It's great.
It's a fantastic film. It's amazing. Jonathan, why don't you like the film? What's going on?
Because my mom.
Why have you not seen it?
Clowns. He don't like Killer Clowns.
My mom showed it to me when I was a little kid. It scared the crap out of me. It ruined it for me.
It's such a gorgeous movie. Like, I like it just for the atmosphere.
The only Killer Clown I like is Sweet Tooth, but that's about it.
You might like this one then. You might like
you
it.
Might.
Isn't he worse than all of them?
I think he is.
Yeah. I think so. But yeah, no, I love Killer Clowns as well. It's kind of amazing how Killer Clowns has never gotten a sequel, and apparently I think they tried it at some point and it didn't work, but now we're getting a video game that looks so freaking good, and I'm actually excited for it more than any of these Dead by Daylight clones. So yeah, I can't wait. What were you saying? You didn't like it because of your mom, Jonathan? Is that why?
Yeah, she made me watch every horror movie when I was a kid, and I didn't start liking horror again until I was like an adult because it ruined me for everything. Like I was like 4 years old and 5, stuff like that.
That's actually a good question for everybody. What is a horror movie and why that just terrified you as a kid? Like maybe you watched it too soon and there's something in it. Anybody can go. It's the Chaos Hour.
I think Scream for me. For me, it was Scream.
Scream? You watched it
Yeah.
too
I
young?
think when I was too young watching it. And the first, like the beginning of it is what just really did it for me. I'm like, can I please leave?
Because the opening is kind of scary, like on the phone and everything. Is that
It
why?
was brutal. And then there was an alternative part of it that they took out, which makes it so much worse when I found out about it.
Oh, like I think the scene's more violent or something in the unedited version or something like that.
It was like in the beginning, it was an unedited part. They was gonna stab out his kidney or something, but it was really brutal. But they decided not to put that in there.
Oh shit! Yeah, were you afraid of phone calls after for a while? Like if the phone rang or anything?
That too, and then just being in the halls in the dark.
Yes. There's a great movie that has imagery about being afraid of halls in the dark. That's of course David Lynch directed. Lost Highway has a lot of great spooky dark hallway imagery. So maybe you want to stay away from that, Crazy T. That's a great one. Jason,
Is
you were
that
gonna
his
say
horror movie?
Is it horror or horror? Because yes to both.
No, horror or horror.
Every Lynchian film is just Lynchian. I'm too much of a David Lynch nerd, but it's like they're horror, but they're not horror. They're all horror, but they're all not horror, and they're all strange, and it's all about how you take them, and it's about the imagery in them.
You just like ascended the Chaos Hour. Like, what did I just hear? They're horror, but they're not horror.
That's
but they're
Lynchian.
this,
That's
but-
Lynchian.
What about Wild at Heart?
I love Wild at Heart.
Wild at Heart does have horror elements. Actually, there is
I
like.
consider that a horror film.
Yeah, William
A horror
Dafoe's
Say
character in that.
Horror.
We got to
Like horror
pronunciate that roar.
Horror.
But yeah, Lost.
Well, we're gonna have a separate Lynch panel altogether because
Are
I
we?
really want. I want you and Jonathan Davis to talk about Twin Peaks
And
along
Insidious
with
Bliss.
Insidious Bliss.
Yeah.
So we're gonna be doing that. And Paul, you still have a chance to catch up because we haven't scheduled it yet, but you don't have much time, buddy.
That's true. Jason,
Yeah,
I
so
saw
for
you.
me-
Oh, go ahead, Jerry.
Like the first, not the first, the only one I can remember as a child. That was like Saw. I'm not sure, was it the third one, but it was so fucking real how they themselves cut their hand. That was too much for me. Just that, normal paranormal activity. Movie.
Can we turn up Jerry's volume?
I've got Jerry. Oh, is that the stream volume? Where's he coming from? I'll see if this fixes it. Here, Jerry, talk.
If
now.
that fixes it.
There we go.
Whoa,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, so
There we
anyway, the images of someone cutting their own hand off, that was too much for me as a kid. But nowadays, yeah, it's just a movie, so yeah.
Yeah, Saw.
What I remember, was it the third Saw? Someone just cut their own hand to get a key or something. That was too much for me, though.
Yeah, no, I remember the Saw movies. They kind of came out when I was already watching a ton of horror, but I love Saw 1 so much. Like, so the first Saw everyone should see, and then after that they go more and more and more into the torture porn category. I find
dark
Isn't that torture porn?
Yeah, I've never been a fan of torture porn. There is one Saw where I I just called it quits, and I haven't seen one since. I think it was Saw 6, where it has hand cutting in it, and it's the one where it's like a buzzsaw, and the guy has to cut his hand like all the way down to here, and then he shows it to the camera, and it's all like cut in half. But I hated the twist on that one, because they're all supposed to have a twist, and the twist of that one was like, you all needed to learn cooperation and how to work together. And I'm like, fuck you. That's not a twist. That's like a public service announcement. So I stopped at that one. But yeah, I imagine.
I don't know. After the second one, it was just, I don't know.
As a kid, 'cause
I honestly don't consider the Saw series in a horror category. It's just more like torture. It's torture, more torture. And it's like, no, just stop. After that second one, I was just like, no, I can't.
Do you guys know the story about the second Saw movie? No? Okay, let me tell you real quick. Here's why. Here's why the second one you dropped out, Crazy T. Saw was out of nowhere a huge success. And then the producers of it were like, we need more. And the thing about Hollywood is, like, they'll just get people to turn in scripts all the fucking time. So they didn't have a Saw 2 ready yet. And they just picked up a script of a horror movie that they had ready to go. And they're like, if we change this word and this word, it's a Saw movie. And so Saw 2 is literally, it was another movie that they're just like, wait a minute. Saw 2. And so it's like literally from the second movie, it's just shameless cash grabs.
You know, I found out today that the 6th one was supposed to be the first 3D one, not the 7th one. So that was kind of interesting.
Really?
But the director said, no, we can't make this one the 3D one. So then they did 7 as Saw 3D.
They're all
all our cash grabs, all of them.
Yeah, I like the first one. I'll stand by the first one. It's good. It's a good psychological thing. It's got a nice twist in it. And look at that. The chaos continues because we got my boy DJ Axis in the chat. How's it going, DJ?
What's up, DJ?
Hey, DJ.
Oh, you don't have DJ Axis tonight. You got something real special.
No.
Uh-oh.
You know what you got?
Candy butt plugs?
You've got DJ Todd Howard, okay? Now, listen to me. Before, I want to talk about spooky Halloween and scary traditions, but first I need to sell you on 28 more editions of Skyrim.
No!
Now with pronouns, okay?
Are you kidding me?
What's up, everybody?
How did you do it? He can't keep getting no... I'm speechless. We have Todd Howard here.
The blinking is scaring me.
I'm really terrified of Todd Howard. I'm not.
How did you
That's
do
the
this?
idea. It's supposed to be as uncanny as possible.
It's really uncomfortable, but in a good way. I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's just like, what the fuck?
Like he's judging us. Like, what's going on here?
Oh, that's
Todd is always judging you, though.
Oh my god.
How many editions of Skyrim have you bought? That's not enough.
I don't know if I want him on an Indiana Jones game.
This is the best thing ever. I was like to DJ, why are you blue balling me? Just fucking go on the stream. Hurry up. And he's
there was
like,
a reason.
I'm gonna let people talk.
Yeah, I'm gonna let people. I was like Kanye. I was like, I'm gonna let everybody finish, but first.
This is so unhinged.
I am blown away. This is terrifying and amazing and everything. All
DJ, are you gonna become a VTuber and use Todd Howard as your avatar?
This is going to be part of my like live streaming.
This is amazing. And
This is what you're going to see when I stream games. Is you're just going to see Todd.
when you stream games, it is my goal to get Todd Howard to see this. I want a Todd Howard reaction to this. No matter what I do, I'm gonna tweet Todd Howard. He needs to see this.
If I get like really famous doing this, I'm gonna tweet Todd and say who's laughing now. So I have a whole bunch of stuff to talk about, but I'll let everybody keep talking about movies because I actually have some spooky stories.
I can't wait for those. I really wanted to hear Jason's answer. I saw it on the tip of his tongue. Jason, what was the scary movie from your childhood that you watched way too young?
So it's pretty much all of them. So yeah, it's kind of let's go back kind of thing. So my dad, it was a huge horror fan. Like, I mean, if I go back into my other room, I can grab DVDs upon DVDs of just horror movies that I've got from him. So pretty much you name a horror movie, I watched it way too young. So I didn't care for horror movies growing up. We would go to I was so scared of movies that we would go to like drive-ins back in the early 90s because I'm that old. And I would if there's a horror movie, I would be like, oh, it's bedtime for me. And I would hop into another seat and I would fall asleep because I wouldn't want to watch them because I didn't like them. So then when my brother got a little older and he started watching them because he's my younger brother, I'm like, man, my younger brother can watch it. Why can't I? So I ended up started watching them then. But I mean, yeah, so you name a horror movie, I was too young. But again, when I started watching The Night of the Living Dead and all that kind of stuff, that was the first one I watched as a really young kid. But I'm it's not too bad. Then I started playing games and all that kind of stuff, on the Super Nintendo, scary games, and I'd be like, oh, I can handle this. But my answer to a horror movie that I can't even watch as an adult, I can't watch Hereditary. That movie is the scariest movie I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, I keep hearing about it, and I saw James Rolfe even said after everything he's seen with horror, that movie got him. And I have not seen it yet. So have you not been able to get through it?
I've watched it once, but I will not watch it again.
Oh my god, I need to see this.
And anytime there's a clip of the movie parts that I'm I'm good.
Whoa.
Yeah, no, I mean it messes with you quite a bit. And I mean it's the premise of the movie isn't the greatest in a way, but the way that they do stuff and the way things are shot, it's very unnerving, and it just hits a part of you where yeah, I really don't want to watch this. But if you're watching for the first time, you're yeah, this is why what's the intrigue of it's what's so scary about it, and you keep watching, you're okay, I feel unnerved, and then you keep watching, you're oh, this is what it is. But for me, I can think of 3 scenes in my head, and I'm yeah, I'm good.
Wow. God, I've not heard a pitch like that, and now I think you've sold me on it because I love being uncomfortable and unnerved.
Oh, it is very, yeah. If you want to be uncomfortable in a movie, it's one of them. And I think all of his movies are that way too because what is it, Midsommar?
Oh yeah.
There's a scene in that movie that I can't watch just because real horror to me is the scariest thing. It doesn't have to be super scary, but there's a beginning part of the movie I'm yeah, I don't want to see that. And the rest of the movie is whatever it is, but then there's he has hints in his movies and all that kind of stuff. So I'm yeah, I'm good. His movies, he does a good job. So it's not me not selling stuff. He just it's too uncomfortable for me. And yeah, his stuff's good, but it's just very, very uncomfortable and very scary. So props to him.
And I don't think I've actually seen any of his stuff, but he's on my list. I know a lot of people either swear by him or think he's a pretentious hack. I'm trying to remember the name of him.
Ari Aster.
Yeah. Okay, let me see.
I think that's his name.
I want to see what else.
Isn't my beautiful face showing?
I think you're streaming, but not webcamming. If you go through webcam, it'll work. So I think you're trying to stream to us. I think that's the problem.
Now it says Intel.
Now it says Intel. Oh no, I think it's because you're streaming your face.
Oh.
So if you end your stream, we're doing it live here. If you end your stream and then go webcam, then it might work. I think. I don't know. Ari Aster. I'm looking up what else he's done here. Beau is Afraid, Midsummer, Hereditary, C'est La Vie, The Turtle's Head, basically, Munchausen, Beau, TDF Really Works, The Strange Things About the Johnsons, that sounds up my alley, and Hurman.
Barry, I try leaving the call, joining back in just with your voice, and then putting on the camera. See if that works. There you go.
The one that I think that as a kid, I just remember one thing, and it might be funny, but it was Gremlins also.
I love Gremlins so much.
As a kid, it was just what creature-like thing is that?
Is that horror or is that Christmas or both?
Even though that's kind of
it's a Christmas horror.
It's supposed to be at the border, but it's I don't know. Now it's just hilarious as hell. But as a kid, seeing that, yeah, I'm not shutting my eyes.
I absolutely love Gremlins. I've said it before. I have the non-Christmas movies that I love, and my 2 favorite ones. Everyone's favorite is Die Hard, but my 2 favorites are Gremlins and Batman Returns. So I watch Gremlins pretty frequently.
First on DVD.
Have you seen that second one? It's just bonkers. Like they just
Oh
don't.
my god, the second one that was funny too because the one grandma that actually talked.
Todd Howard tipped $20.
Todd Howard!
DJ message received. Todd
Oh my
Howard
God, that
skin
thing is-
coming to Dead by Daylight
It's so
soon.
unhinged.
Was that you, Todd? Was that you right here?
It might have been.
Oh my god! Well, thank you for tipping.
Actually, wait. That really wasn't me though.
Oh my! Who was it? Todd Howard tipped us for $20.
There was a hint about Dead by Daylight there. I have a suspicion who that might be.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh no.
There's a certain someone that pushes Dead by Daylight on DJ. We know who that is, and he's
Dead
in the
by
top.
Daylight doesn't work. Okay, it's not glitched enough. There's
Stop
no
lying,
dragons.
DJ. We know.
There's no dragons flying backwards. It just doesn't work.
Oh my. Well, Todd Howard, if that is you or Jonathan or whoever it was, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And I would use a Todd Howard skin in Dead by Daylight for sure. That'd be
Like, would he be a survivor or a monster?
Oh, he'd be a killer, no doubt.
He'd definitely be the killer.
Yeah, he'd kill all
Look at
your
this
hopes.
man staring at us. He's a fucking killer.
Yeah.
And didn't Extra
He's
Zero get into a
definitely
car
killer
crash
vibe.
directly after meeting him?
Yes, that's right. He did. Yeah. What is-
Killer confirmed. He tried to kill Extra Zero.
I think this. I think Todd Howard was also haunting Extra Zero. I think this explains all of his haunting stories. So
Crazy T, were you here for that story?
yes.
No.
No, she came
was
in
it?
at that part. She
Yeah,
walked
that
into
was the part
spooky
I
stories.
No. I'm
and-
saying Extra's story on the first Melee Town Square.
Mm.
Oh no, I wasn't there for the first one.
He talked about how he somehow met Todd Howard at like I don't know, it was a launch for a game or something. And then he left, and then he got into a car crash, woke up, saw a McDonald's, and was like, no thanks, I don't want chicken nuggets.
That's right. Yes.
The hell?
They were like, "Are you okay?" And he's like, "I don't want chicken nuggets." And it's like he's not okay.
DJ asked
DJ!
Virgin Victim tip $1. Oh god. James, K. I can't
God, that
find
thing is-
Todd.
his
He
face is
escaped your
haunting.
Switch.
Ah!
And I don't. Oh no. He's on the stream with you. Mother of
He's
God.
like, stare at me with such judgment.
He's coming. He's coming. Thank you, DJ. Thank you for the warning. Oh my god.
He's in the same room as you, isn't he?
Jeez, I think so. He's somewhere around here. Oh my god. So DJ or Todd Howard, I don't know how you want to be addressed, but you said you have spooky tales for us.
Oh yeah. Well, not just spooky tales, but just a whole lot of general Halloween stuff. First of all, I do wanna hype up Jazzy Panda. He was the one who's been giving me like tons of OBS coaching and how this like PNG tuber thing is even possible. So
It's beyond
big
me,
up-
dude. That's crazy.
Yeah, like he's been giving me like crash courses every single day on this, and he just wants to see me streaming. Like I told you, he's my super fan.
Yeah, no, he's awesome, and so that's so great to see. It's so nice that you have someone like that supportive. To it's like
And
I'm not only a fan.
That, by the way, not only that, Jazzy Panda also gave James and I a code to Blue Sky, so like also helping us when Jazzy Panda found out that we got banned off Twitter. It was like, do you want a code to go on here too?
And I never
Super
even
awesome
heard of
person.
that before Jazzy Panda. I didn't know that was Jazzy Panda, so thank you, Jazzy Panda, for that.
free our friends.
He's a great guy. But there's a funny story behind this particular like setup because he knew I was going to be on the show tonight, and he was trying to help me like come up with like how to make Todd look as best as he can. So this isn't the background I was going to use. There was an alternate that he was working some devil magic on. Like it was going to have like a Todd jump scare on like a single frame and everything.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it was next level, and then he was just like, "I'm just gonna throw this away because the graveyard one looks better." And I'm like, "Okay."
Well,
what?
I just realized what you reminded me of. Does anyone play this old like FMV-esque game that was about solving a murder mystery on the Titanic? It was called
I know about that one.
Titanic Lost in Time or something.
Mhm.
But the way your character
that a computer
moves.
game?
What's that, Crazy T?
Was this all like a computer game?
Yeah, it was an old PC game, but the way you're moving and animating is exactly like the characters in that. Because it was almost like a point and click, and you'd go up to them, and they'd have like 2 frames of animation, like talking and still. And so looking at you, Todd Howard,
Jerry Crow's free.
Oh, we got Jerry Crow. Anyway, that was all. It's just like it was bugging me what you were putting in my brain, and that's what it is you look like Titanic Lost in Time, I think it's called. It's a good game.
Nice.
But yeah, let's.
I would also accept Fallout 1 NPC.
Of the first 2 Fallouts, yeah. The shit.
Oh yeah. Here it is. I got some of it. I just need to find a person. Let's see this here. Yeah. Okay, this person's gonna come up, and the way they talk, it's like you. Okay, they had a little bit of mouth animation, but it's like almost creepy. It's like that old video game that's not supposed to be creepy, but it's kind of creepy.
I miss these kind of games.
Yes. There's a
James,
game.
are you gonna stream this for us?
I was actually just reminded there's a game I would love to stream for my childhood that is terrifying, and it's the game I point to when anyone is like, why are you fucked up as a human being? I point to Bad Day on the Midway, and that's a game I played when I was like 5 years old, and it's similar to this game, but it's very macabre and strange and weird, and it's made by this really experimental band, and yeah, it's... As we were saying with Jason, it's like unnerving. It's unnerving to look at. Let me see if I can find some of the unnerving stuff from it. Oh yeah, here we go. See, this is perfect. So this is the game I played when I was like 5 years old, and the sounds are all weird. And this whole band, the Residents, they're like, I think they're from Britain or something, but they're all about weird and macabre, and everything in this game is just strange and curious. I'm trying to find like the people in it. But yeah, the whole game looks like this. So I would love... This is like old DOS shit. It would be impossible to get running, but if I can get this running, I'm going to play this one day. Because this is why my brain is the way it is.
So I'm going to have to head out. I've been up since 4 a.m., so it's been fun.
Damn.
Oh my god. Well, Jonathan, thank you for tipping so much, even impersonating DJ and tipping. Do you have anything to candy corn for everybody to shield for the chat?
No, just let's plug the Gollum stream.
That's god, that's right.
Jonathan, while we have you, I think James will probably play it in the evening. Are you good for that time? Because I think you're going to join.
Oh, that's fine.
That's right, chat. Okay, so
we usually stream around like what 6 PST probably, James.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I'll eat dinner, I'll cry, and then I'll jump on stream. So as Jonathan said, good buddy of the channel here. He, for some reason, wants me to suffer. So he was nice enough to cause suffering by buying me Gollum. And he wants me to suffer and stream Gollum for all of you.
You said to begin with you wanted to play it. I just expedited the process.
That's true. Thank you, buddy. So
I mean, James does like bad games, so it makes sense.
Watch me like it. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. Like I don't lie. That's a thing. My horrible opinions are true. So tomorrow night we're doing a very special Gollum stream. Thanks to Jonathan Davis. And from what I understand, you want to be front row for the suffering, and you're going to join me on stream and suffer along with me?
Yes, that's the plan, if you don't mind.
No, that's fine. Hey, this is your stream. You paid for this shit show, so if you want to be front row for it, go right ahead.
So what's great about it is how James plays games. He's going to read every text. So this is just going to be one of the best streams ever.
Oh my god. Okay, well, look, as long
And
as...
he's gonna do the voices, isn't he? Oh my god.
Oh, I'm so excited!
Oh god.
I was like borderline Jar Jar Binks.
Yeah.
Lisa Bombad excited.
It's gonna be a Bombad shit show.
So tomorrow night, after I cry and eat some food and everything, we are gonna go live, roughly 6 p.m. PST, with Jonathan Davis in the hot seat. And we are going to experience Gollum together. I am terrified. But yes, thank you, buddy. I really appreciate it. And I always love hanging out with you and talking movies with you. I can't wait for that Twin Peaks stream we're going to do. Because I thought Twin Peaks, you came around to Twin Peaks at the end, right? Like you didn't like season 3, but
okay.
I mean, we can go.
So
in
there was
deep
one
now.
episode that brought me back, and then the final episode really just hit the nail on the coffin for me.
As good or bad?
Bad.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was good. I love that final episode. But look, we're gonna talk all Twin Peaks in a future stream, and I assume it's gonna be spoiler heavy. So only come and watch it if you've watched Twin Peaks.
So I'm gonna watch all his movies because
Yes.
I own all of them anyway, just to get a broader view of it, and maybe I'll come back to it and have a different perspective. So hopefully Paul can binge it by then.
I was thinking of doing it in November anyways, to give people some time to catch up, and there's so much going on this month anyways, so we could do a November stream for it, and then, watch the David Lynch movies in the meantime, too.
Oh, that works.
Yeah,
Perfect.
I would be very curious what you think about all of his movies. Have you seen any of them yet?
No, other than Walk with Me and Fire.
Okay.
Or Fire Walk with Me.
Yeah. No,
No, I love that movie. That's like a 10 out of 10 movie for me. Like,
okay, nice.
I would watch season 1 of Twin Peaks and then that movie, and I'll be set for the rest of my life. Those are
Yes,
great.
same for me. To me, Fire Walk With Me is the best Lynch movie,
Wow.
and anything he's ever done.
Interesting. Most people say Mulholland Drive.
I don't want to blow my load too hard here and spoil November, so...
Hey, don't worry, we have a plug.
A lot of them can't.
I just solved this though.
Let's go, Jerry! Oh my god, just quietly solving in the background.
Oh my
That was
God,
the
this
flex.
is-
That was the flex.
That was-
Jerry, why do you hang
I'm
up
gonna show you
with
the
this retard?
horror or the terror.
What is that? What is that? There's so much going on.
Is that a beer box?
Is that alcohol? What am I looking at? Tiny Terror? That was
Amp, right?
Oh, is that an amp?
The horror, the terror.
I know nothing about music, clearly.
I know the brand Orange is really good in amps, so I just didn't know if that's what it
Now
was.
they're good amps, but that was the terror bit, bro. It's
We
Halloween.
didn't let Jonathan
Oh.
escape. We're so
Okay,
terrible.
so Jonathan, thank you
This
so
happens
much.
all the time on streams. I say I'm going to go, and I end up staying for the rest of the stream.
Great
so
to
it's-
have you, Jonathan. Though, yeah.
You're welcome to stay if you want. You're welcome to leave if you want. But yeah, I appreciate everything, buddy. The tips, hanging out, and you're responsible for whatever happens tomorrow. Whatever shit show happens tomorrow, I'm gonna blame you. But also thank you for
We
it.
might need Kay on. She's the expert of Tolkien lore.
That's a
Like,
good point. Well, you both love Lord of the Rings, so that's a good point. I also enjoy Lord of the Rings. It's just I get heat because I say it's not my favorite, and it's like I really like it. It's just not like. But yeah, I really enjoy Lord of the
But
Rings.
you like the animated cartoon, right?
I love the Bashki one, not the
I've never
musical
seen
one.
that.
Oh, it's
Yeah, but you
so
need to read
good.
the book still, James. Like this is.
I just love rotoscoped animation.
No,
Like,
no.
It's so
Have you
good.
listened to the BBC recordings they did back in the day?
No.
It's like what Peter Jackson did with the movies. That was his inspiration. It's like 6 hours long. You get the meat of the story without going through like 20 hours of the book.
Interesting.
Oh, they're really good.
Well, I just did finish Heir to the Empire, so maybe I could read Lord of the Rings, or I could just listen to those. I've never been an audiobook person. I'm too slow. I read my books very slow, so the person's still reading it to me, and I'm still processing in the back, and I don't like it. And I bought like 50 Warhammer 40k audiobooks, and I tried listening to one, and I'm like, no, I need to read it.
Yeah, that's why I get to listen to it at work. So I listen to a lot of audiobooks.
Oh, yeah, no, for work, audiobooks are freaking great, especially if you can just zone out and enjoy it. That makes a lot of sense.
All right, well, I will see y'all later.
I will see you tomorrow, Jonathan.
See you
Thank you
tomorrow.
for hanging out,
see
buddy.
ya.
See ya, Jonathan.
See ya.
Oh,
You know what disturbs me during all of that?
yeah.
DJ cleared his throat for a split second, and Todd Howard reacted. And
Yep.
it
Yeah, that's freaky
was the
as fuck.
scariest thing that's happened this entire stream. Like there was like ghost stories and shit. That was the fucking terrifying thing, man. It's so unsettling. I can't. Man.
Oh,
he just last kissed me. Okay,
I think it just
and
works.
then this guy's face is extremely haunting. He's gonna haunt me in my nightmares.
Who's haunting you?
This guy's face here, Don Howard.
Oh yeah, Todd Howard's. Oh my God, great! You're literally causing nightmares,
very haunting.
DJ. I love it.
Oh, nice.
Hey,
So it's just haunting, and he's just judging you. He just has that judgmental face.
the V
You know that-
the VTuber thing's great. So I think this is gonna kill. This is awesome.
You know that dream that Extra was telling you about?
Mm-hmm.
Crazy T, you're gonna wake up at 4 a.m. and you're gonna see that static. Your ears are gonna ring, and you're just gonna see Todd Howard PNG giving you the Kubrick stare, just going, Crazy T, 16 times the detail.
I thought he was gonna say he's gonna offer me candy butt plugs, so I've been crying.
He might offer them as a mod in the Creator Club.
Butt plugs, yeah.
Oh my God.
Look, I have to say it before I forget. Crazy T, you need to join us on streams more often. You're fucking hilarious. I've been crying laughing this whole time. Like, I've been off camera just like crying and coughing because it's so funny.
No, when
I have nothing planned, so I don't see why not.
when Extra Zero told that like super haunting story, and then your response was like, "Nope, I just get out of there." I was like, "This is fucking great." This is like, it's like there would have been no story. You would have just gone. It was so funny. Oh my God. Speaking of that, I'm curious because we got new people here. We got Jerry, we got Jason, we got Todd Howard.
Yeah.
Does anyone have spooky stories to share? Does anyone have any spooky tales?
I have some spooky stories.
Ooh.
I was gonna start with some like just like fun Halloween memories, but it sounds like you just want the spook.
I'm here for everything. We were talking about Gundam earlier, so honestly, this is Chaos Hour. You guys can talk about whatever you want.
Okay.
So go for it.
I don't wanna spoil too much of the surprise, but this PNG tube thing of Todd Howard isn't the only one Jazzy Panda's working on.
Oh no.
And he might have a surprise for James coming up that he's really gonna love.
I'm sickened yet curious.
You will
I
be.
have two guesses. I have two guesses of what it could be.
Let's hear him. I won't confirm or deny, but I'm just curious if
I
your
figured.
guesses.
I figure one could be a PNG of Yoshi.
Okay.
Or Mr. Elon.
Oh,
those are my two guesses.
Those are really good guesses.
Those are good guesses. I won't confirm or deny, but those are really good guesses.
That's good.
Or
Yeah,
just
no, that's good
you
stuff.
more ideas to make more.
So yeah, like I grew up in the 80s, so this is back when trick or treating you could I think it lasted 6 hours, and we would go into different neighborhoods and stuff. So it wasn't just like areas around your house. It was a different time, man.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the best memories I ever had, I think I must have been like 7 or 8 years old. We actually spent the night at a friend's house, like eating like Halloween candy, and he had that he had a bunch of He-Mans and a bunch of Transformers and just toys that I never had. And he even had that like Castle of Eternia playset, like the He-Man one. Holy shit. I don't think I got a moment of sleep that night.
That's awesome.
It was just another time. Like, I feel bad for kids nowadays that, you know, like it's Halloween and they get like maybe an hour of trick-or-treating.
It's weird how different it is. So I
It
mean,
is, yeah.
To age.
I misvoted.
You misvoted in the poll chat.
Yeah. It's Todd Howard. It's Todd Howard. Yeah.
It's Todd Howard, right?
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh my God.
I should do a background of like a mushroom cloud, so it will be Todd Howard in the apocalypse.
There you go. The ideas can be endless with this.
Yeah.
But no, since you brought it up, and I'm an old man, so I was a '90s kid, and it is like weird how different it is, and it's like for the past maybe almost 15 years at this point, because people don't. it's. I mean, I'm sure if you go to like small towns, which still exist, mainly in America, like rural America, but like I live in like a city on the West Coast, and so what I see is like nobody trusts anybody anymore. There's no neighborhoods anymore, so it's like they have their kids dress up. They go to like a mall nearby, and like the stores in the malls will give them a little bit of candy, and they'll go home, and that's it. And it's like, that was not my childhood. Was like I go all around my neighborhood, and then my mom drives me to my grandmother's area, and then I go all around that neighborhood, and I have 2 like huge pillow bags full of candy, and it was a little spooky, it was a little scary, and it was absolutely lovely. That dark October night with the fog and walking around, and like, oh God, I still remember being a little kid, and knocking on someone's door, and they were having a Halloween party, which I love having Halloween parties. And they open up, and it's just blasting metal music, and there's like this vampire babe that opens the door and is kind of giving me like a "what do you want" attitude, and like the whole room's like bathed in red, and everyone's just partying and drinking, and I'm like way too young to even comprehend it, but that memory always stuck with me. And it was just like, I didn't even know these people were my neighbors, and they suddenly turned into the coolest people ever. So.
Oh God, James, you would have loved my dad. He loved like bad slasher movies and just B horror movies. He would even let us watch them when we were like real little kids, and he would only warn us once. He'd be like, "It's a scary movie. You know, if you get nightmares, it's your own fault." And then I'd watch them anyway. By the way, no one mentioned Chopping Mall earlier. Shame.
I love Chopping Mall.
This is why we're bros, James. This is why we're bros.
Best waifu. Everyone has 2D waifus. The girl from Chopping Mall, best waifu.
Agreed.
Yeah,
Agreed.
The the blonde one. I don't remember her name, but yes, the blonde.
I don't remember her name, but I know exactly who you're talking about.
That one scene. But yes.
But yeah, like my dad loved Halloween. He had a glow-in-the-dark Jason mask. He had he would put like black lights in the house, and like he had like a record player in the front of the house. He would have like spooky like Halloween noises on loop, and he had a strobe light in the back of the house. So when the kids would ring the doorbell, he would run like the fastest I've ever seen my fucking old man run for the door with like machete in hand, and you would just hear the kids like shriek bloody murder every time he'd answer the door. It was hilarious.
That's so awesome. Oh,
just to give them candy. Just to give them candy.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
I think I would have been best friends with your old man. That's for sure. That's. I've unfortunately never really, as an adult, lived in a scenario like we don't get trick-or-treaters or anything anymore. Like we just don't get them. But I've always wanted to do that. It's like I loved going trick-or-treating, and I was looking forward to carrying on the tradition. Like I don't have kids yet or anything, but like just answering the door and doing shit like that, I was looking forward to that. And it's like it literally pretty much doesn't exist around me anymore, which just sucks. But
yeah, that's why I said I feel bad for kids nowadays. It's just they won't ever get to experience this kind of stuff.
Right.
It's a shame.
Yeah, we got Halloween and trick or treating like only like 15 years ago. So
really?
The first years of my childhood, we had none of that. But like 2 years after, like when I was 11, it was a thing. But nowadays, it isn't a thing because everybody's on their phones and shit. But
yeah,
it was cool as fuck though. Rotten eggs into someone's mailbox, If you actually don't give me the candy, I'm gonna piss on your fucking stairs. That was the funniest bit of it. Yeah. Like I was wishing, do not give me the candy so I can do something fucking dumb. Yeah,
our weapons of choice were eggs or toilet paper.
Rotten eggs, like
yeah. You'd egg their house. And then you'd egg their house, and then you'd like throw toilet paper around the trees, and they'd never get it down.
Kids are such a fucking nuisance.
It was good times. Yeah. It was good times.
They were good times, yeah.
Oh man. It's such a shame, and yeah, I assume it's still like I don't know if any of you guys live in like because I know like Medicare lives in like Minnesota, and Halloween is like the biggest holiday. still over there, and it's like nothing has changed. So I don't know if anyone here lives in like a proper small town still, but that's where I want to move, and that apparently Halloween still exists there. But if you live in a city, as far as I've ever heard, like I've heard, I haven't seen this, but I hear a lot of people will just do like parking lot Halloween, where all their parents like will just go in a like not into the mall, but in a huge parking lot, and they're just like, all of you form a circle, and it's like clockwise. All the kids just kind of go deep, 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 and get the candy, and that's it. And it's like that's not Halloween.
Never heard of that.
Yeah, we have ones like that where you can do it at the mall, and it's lame.
Yeah, never heard that either. It's like, growing up, we just did the trick or treating. Now I'm an adult. We have Halloween Horror Nights and all the other stuff. And then I'm like 20 minutes from downtown. There's a bar crawl.
Nice.
Oh yeah, I wanted to hear about Extra Zero's like haunted pub crawl. Do any of you know what that is, or have done something like that?
No, but
my friend have, and she left me out.
Oh no! What'd your friend tell you? What is it? Did they go to like haunted locations and get drunk at them or something, or like what
Yeah, there was like a haunted location, and yeah, she got drunk without me. She's with her sister. I'm like, you could at least told me. And it has like a secret passageway in a bar, and it was just like, whoa, what the hell?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Kay, write this down. If this exists here, I want it.
I know they had something like a couple of years ago, where we went to this little. It's like it looks like a cornfield. It's like you have to solve like a riddles or something like that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's like an escape.
Yeah, the drive-through thing. She got me to do it. I'm like, I don't mess with scary stuff like that. Something jump out at me, I'm fighting. I fight people like no. So the first one, so you have to throw like throw something, let them pass through. I'm like, listen, I don't want no trouble. Can we just pass through? We're nice people.
Oh, that's bait. That's as a former haunted house actor, that's asking for trouble. That's like a shark with blood.
Halloween.
Listen, I don't want no problems. I did not ask for this. I'm just like putting my friend under the bus.
Oh,
they let us through, so John I quickly ran the car and we just drove off. Off to the next thing. I'm like, oh my god, it was so funny. If you put the whole video of me doing that, I'm like, that's not funny. I was hoping nothing jumped out at me because I was ready to fight. I was like on a fight or flight situation.
Yeah, and I can tell you, as like a former like actor in one of those, do you know how many of my fellow actors like had to be rushed to the hospital or would like get bloody noses? I had one guy, we all have panic buttons, that was like getting choked out because a guy got so scared that he like fight or flight and like started choking him. And he told me after, he's like, luckily he was choking me right next to my panic button. So I just went beep, there's security, like while he's like pressed against the wall. I hate this poor girl. She was in the dark room, which is just, again, dark and people lunge at you. And she had to wear like sniper camo, like full on like moss and everything. And she scared someone by doing that because she looks like she's just decoration on the wall. And then she goes like that. And yeah, someone like punched her directly in the face. And I was like, oh, where's Casey or whatever? And it was like, yeah, she had to be rushed to the hospital. I only never got attacked because I was Hannibal. So I was around bars, and so they'd try to attack me, but I had the safety of my cage. But I'd have people trying.
That's why I never like Halloween Horror Nights, because if something jumped out at me, I'd probably be banned there for like a year.
Yeah, but like
you see, she kicked the zombie. She almost choked out a serial killer. Like, we don't know what happened. She's not allowed back here.
Oh no. Jason, what were you gonna say?
No. So like I said, so as like an actor like stuff, what was like the most that? So like, obviously, I'm sure you just be like, you want to scare some of the crap out of them, all that kind of stuff. Like, but what's the limit that you guys would be set at? Because I'm sure there's a spot where you're like, all right, I think I've reached the point I don't want to do that, or we're just like, hey, I'm here to. This is what I want to do, and I just want to scare the crap out of them all the way. And there's no limit, or it's like, okay. I'm gonna back off a little bit because I don't want to get hurt or something like that.
Yeah, so the general rule is that you can, you gotta, well, being in the Hollywood house, you have to play your character, but it's like, every house has different rules, but the main rule is you're not allowed to touch them. You're absolutely not under any circumstances. You're fired on the spot if you even touch their arm, or anything. And so recently there's been a trend with these houses being like you have to sign a contract and the actors can do anything they want to you. And it's like, why would anyone go to that? That's insane. And there's actually been like trends of like ones hiring like crazy people. And it's just like I've seen the videos from them and it's like they're spitting in their face and like smacking them around. And it's like, oh, you can't stay the whole night. And it's like, that's insane, but they sign a contract. In fact, our friend a couple years ago wanted us to go to one, and he was like, "This is apparently so scary."
A fucking corn maze. I was like, "Go fuck
It was
yourself."
a corn.
I'm not going there. We're like, we'll literally throw a bag over your head. You could sign off
Yeah.
whatever. They can touch you. All this shit. I'm like, fuck
No,
you.
and
That's a red flag.
and again-
I'm not messing around with no cornfield.
And that was the
yeah,
thing.
already. The cornfield is already like, no. I was like, you're gonna throw a fucking bag over my head. You're gonna be able to assault me? Why would I sign off on this?
And it's like-
how stupid do you think I am? And I'm
No,
paying
thank
you.
At my house, you had to like follow paths, so you were literally like an NPC. Like as Michael, I could only stalk them like within my range, kind of thing, and I couldn't touch them. So there's only so much I can do to scare. I come out of the closet, and if they're not scared, I'm kind of just like, well, time to go back in my closet. So it's like I can't do much. But yeah, I actually had a story about because it's like how much can you scare them, but one story is I had this nice young couple come through as I was Hannibal Lecter, and this girl, and we're told to do this. This girl was like crying, sobbing, and shaking, and her boyfriend was leading her through. And he was a little scared, but she was like looking like she was gonna have a full-on like panic attack or something. And this is what you're supposed to. I could have just tried to scare them and carried on or all that stuff. I'm actually pissed that they got as far as me because I wasn't the first actor in the house. I see her and I see that she's like, she can't handle this at all. It's beyond fear. Like she could have like a fucking heart attack or something. But I'm also dedicated to playing the character. So this is what I do. As Hannibal Lecter, I go, "Excuse me, sir. Your girlfriend there, she seems disturbed. Is she all right?" And he's like, "Well, what? Your girlfriend, she's shaking. She's terrified. Is she going to be okay?" And he realizes that I'm asking questions, but in the Hannibal Lecter voice. And he's like, "Yeah, she doesn't want to be here." And I'm like, "Do you want to leave? Do you want to escape this place? I can show you a way." And they're like, "Yeah." So then I had a full cage, but two of the bars were prop bars. So I moved the bars out of the way, and that made them terrified because now I'm coming at them. And so I'm like, no, it's fine. I won't hit you. And I show it's a brick wall, and I show them it's like a fake exit. It's our fire exit. And I lead them out of there, and they're like, "Thank you." And I'm like, "If they give you any problems, tell them Hannibal sent you." And that was it. So that was my scenario. Is like, I don't want to just completely break character because I'm too much of a nerd. But it's like, I want to help this person as well. I don't want them, because people would actually, we had a Chucky doll, and that's what would send people crazy, is it was a Chucky doll on a tricycle and just an animatronic, and it would just move on the floor. And that wasn't even an actor. It was just a Chucky doll that was on a tricycle, and it was pretty much on a string in a gear system that would go like that. And that's what would make people. I would always hear people being like, "No, it's Chucky! No!" And they would go ape shit over this fucking doll. But anyway, we have Paul Hadoken in here. How's it going, Paul?
What's up, Paul?
What's up, guys?
Yo!
How am I coming in?
Actually, James,
You're coming in nice and hot.
You sound good, Paul.
I think you're good now.
Upon what?
You sound good.
Okay, cool. I am in my car.
Oh no, maniac cop moment. Oh god.
Wait, we always tell you not to James and drive, and you're doing
Yeah.
exactly that right now.
Yep.
It's deadly. It's
Shame.
deadly.
But James, that's how
What's that, Crazy T?
You cut out.
with Halloween Horror Nights, they can scare you, but they can't touch you. I remember when I used to work at Hours of Adventure, I saw the behind the scenes of it. I say, this is really cool how they put this together, but I still will never go.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. My anxiety would hit the roof and I would be fired. Again, I'll fight. I'll get banned. I probably might get fired.
We went to Fright Night, which is what I did just last year, and I even had even though I worked there, I had a little bit of a scary moment. There was a point that I didn't expect. Me and Kay went, and everything was fine, and it was in the dollhouse, so they all act like Harley Quinn pretty much. So again, color me scared and horny. But we're going through, and this doll girl is like leading us around. She's like fully adult, by the way, and everything. And she's just like, I'm gonna separate you now, and I'm like, bitch, excuse me. And
yeah, and for the record, by the way, I don't like scary houses shit either. I'm not like terrified like some of these other
I didn't
stories,
know what
but
was
I'm
gonna
not a big
happen.
fan. I'm not a big fan, and I was like to James, you know what? I will go with you to all of these, but you have to stick with me. And that one fucking house was like actually you split up, and I was like, what the fuck? This is the one rule I had to going to this
and
shit.
so she sent us on separate paths and to like separate and scare us, and I'm like, fuck, I'm actually a little scared. That bold move, doll girl. That worked. And I don't know what your path was actually like, but mine was fucking terrifying. It was like strobe lights and blood everywhere and people banging on walls.
There was a bunch of like, you know, like how they have meat lockers and then like you bump into shit?
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was what I had to deal with.
Mine was like, it looked like the level in Dead by Daylight where the hospital level. So it was halls with strobe lights and blood everywhere, and
yeah, no, I had like the strobe lights too, but I was just like bumping into shit constantly because they just had tons of like fake meat things hanging. I mean, whatever, like I'm not like so scared that I can't handle it or anything, but it was still like, what the fuck.
I was a brave boy through that all, and as soon as they separated us, I'm like, oh no. So it was great.
That fucking elevator scared me more than anything.
You, the fuck you will.
Yeah, I'll fight you, bitch.
The elevator was rough, only because I thought I was gonna. I think I was just recovering off a sprained ankle.
It was flimsy, yeah, and then you just literally healed your ankle like not even 2 weeks before that, and this elevator goes down almost all of a sudden it goes, and I was like, you're gonna break his fucking ankle again. I don't want to deal with this shit. What are you doing?
It wasn't a sprain. That's right. It was a broken ankle, and I was just walking on it again. Yeah,
you broke it in the streets of Montreal.
That's
on cobblestone.
That'll be a story sometime. I'm curious now that Paul's here. Paul, off the top of my head, have you ever done driving on Halloween? Have you driven like drunk costume people or anything? Do you have any?
Yes.
Okay, tell me. I want to know those stories. I want to know what it's like doing what you do on Halloween. I'm very curious about that.
It's mostly just drunk assholes. You know, it's mostly drunk assholes. You know what? I remember this one time. It was actually kind of hot. I picked up a group of chicks, and they're all dressed. You know, it's Halloween, so it's slutty, whatever.
Yeah.
And there was like 3 or 4 of them.
Halloween.
Was it what?
Halloween.
Horrorween?
Yes, Halloween.
It was horror. But I remember this one time. It was kind of hot. Right when those 3 chicks got in, 2 got in the back seat, and then 1 got in the front seat next to me. And right away, the chick next to me like was in the Halloween spirit, and she just like went like she got in the car and then went right up to my face. She's like, "Are you freaked out?" Or I don't remember what she said. And I'm like, "No, I'm kind of horny now, bitch. You got titties hanging out, and you just got it right up to my face. Are we gonna fuck now, or what's going on?" I didn't actually say that, but
you thought it.
You said it.
Absolutely. But no, I just that's all that happened, and I was like, okay, yeah, cool, whatever, because I'm too awkward. I couldn't get that girl's number. But no, other than that, I just get people in cool costumes. Either they're drunk assholes or they're cool, and I'll be like, oh shit, you know, cool. I've picked up people that are entering Halloween or costume contests, and they get in the car and they're like, yeah, we just won. Yeah, no, I drive a lot of people, so nothing too crazy, nothing too stupid. Halloween's usually a good night here in Chicago. If you go over by Wrigleyville, which is the Cubs baseball stadium, dude, I don't know if it is anymore, but post or before 2020, and when everyone was afraid of standing next to each other in groups, dude, Halloween on the strip. There's a strip that it's called Clark Street, and that's where the stadium is on. That whole strip is just nothing but bars and restaurants and stuff like that. That whole fucking block would be like a parade of just people couldn't even drive down the street because people were just flooding the street, going from one bar to the next, all just hanging out outside. It was almost like Mardi Gras, honestly. Like, it's not legal to be outside with booze, but no one actually had booze in their hands, but we're all like fucking out there partying. Oh man, me and my buddies would always want to, like, dude, it's Halloween, let's dress up and go down there, because there'd be a ton of hot chicks, just whatever. It's fucking 0 degrees out, nips blasting, booties out, fucking Horrorween for the win.
Yeah, Wrigleyville gets kind of crazy.
Where's that?
So Wrigleyville does get kind of crazy, just in like random stuff. So yeah,
it was pretty fun. But other than that, yeah, nothing crazy. Yeah, nothing. It's just people having fun. It's another party day for people.
I feel like Paul is Rolodexing stories in his brain, and he's like, can't tell that one, can't tell that one, that one.
Dude, it's so sad.
Every one of them, yeah.
It's funny because the number one question that I get asked as an Uber driver just regularly is, you drive at night, overnight here in Chicago? You must have some crazy stories, some wild stories. And I never have anything. I'm like, nah. I've been doing this 7 years. I think I've done over like 15,000 rides. And I try really hard to be like, this dude asked me to drive him to get cocaine once? I don't know. That's about it. It's like, it's nothing. People think I'm driving prostitutes and gangbangers, and it's Chicago, so it's fucking crazy. No, man.
It's Chicago, right?
It is, but it's boring as fuck at night, dude. Nobody's shooting. Nobody's doing nothing. I want to see the action.
Oh, no.
Go action.
I mean, I'm from Chicagoland area too, but like the most of the stuff is like, no offense to people that are on Gary, Indiana, like that's where the bad part of Chicago is. It's the more east you get. So I mean, I'm not saying Chicago is the safest place because again, look at news reports, but again, like Chicago's pretty boring.
It is. Honestly, yeah, like you said, there's two major areas that are just that have the gangs. It's the low income areas. It's the west side and the straight south side, like you said, right next to Indiana. And that's where most of like the gang activity is. But I roll through those neighborhoods all the fucking time in the middle of the night. Nothing's going on. I pick people up. I even do Uber Eats. I get out, fucking put food on their porch. Nothing. Oh, you know what? I do have one crazy story. One time I was driving someone through to the hood on this like particular block that was just having a block party or something. Not an official block party, just a block party. And it was in the hood, and I'm like, fuck it, I gotta get down this street, so I'm slowly making my way down the street. This one motherfucker, as I'm driving through, he like looks at my car, and with his fingers goes like that, and goes, ah. With his fingers, I go, oh, you like, fuck you. Like, I didn't like that one bit.
Yeah.
That's about as crazy
I
as.
wouldn't either. I would have GTA his ass. That would be just me, but.
Crazy T would earn those stars.
I need you to be.
I earn my stars.
I was gonna say, I need you to be my passenger, and fucking you hop out, beat some people's asses, and then jump back in. We'll do some drive-by ass beatings. Me and Crazy T. Oh shit!
I would love brass knuckles included.
Hell yeah! I got. Oh shit! You know what? You got brass knuckles. What do I got here? I got my fucking metal baton.
Oh shit!
Oh snap!
I'm fucking Striker over here.
You gotta have some protection out on the streets, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
In Chicago as well.
I've done Uber for 7 years. I've never had to reach for that thing. It's sad.
You want it.
Lucky you.
Thirsting for violence. What's interesting about my area is that it's like changing, and so like what was considered like the don't drive over in that area is now safer than like our main downtown area, and so now it's like I've noticed areas will evolve and shift around and all that stuff, and so now I used to be downtown all the frickin' time, and I would get drunk and have parties and all this
Not worth
stuff.
it anymore.
But
even
it's-
I used to go down there like 4 in the fucking morning. I would do like a shift or whatever, and then it'd be like, let's all get beers, go to the club, whatever. And then it'd be fucking 4 in the morning. We leave Denny's, we're walking home, it's fine. Now I'm like, I'm not going there at fucking noon.
Yeah, like literally broad daylight. Like you have to fucking watch over your shoulder in downtown where we're at, and it's sad.
Nerdy Neo put a story in chat, and I want to read it.
Go for it.
He said, because he also did Uber at one point, and he's done some on Halloween and stuff like that, but his craziest Uber story was this guy asked if his girl could give him a blowjob in his backseat, and then asked him if I wanted to come into the strip club with them when he dropped them off.
Did you go?
Why doesn't this happen to me?
Story.
I'm pretty sure he's like, hell no. I'm out. Get out my car now.
You know what? It's funny. I've heard a passenger told me a similar story where he's like, I usually wear basketball shorts all the time, and he noticed that, and he's like, oh man, you better watch out. Don't go up to this college town way up north, where Northwestern University is. Jason might know. He's like, don't go up there because the college girls are crazy over there. My last Uber driver told me. So this passenger is telling me about another driver that he had, and he told him, oh yeah, man, I went up to Winnetka is the town, and I picked up these girls, and the girl, 3 girls, and the girl next to me just reached over and started pounding me
Going to
off,
town.
and the girls. Oh, he was like, and he told me he was worried because the girls in the back looked underage, but they didn't care, and it was happening. And he said it traumatized the guy or whatever. And I'm like, what was the name of that town again? He's like, Winnetka. And then I finally drop him off to the airport, and after that whole story and all that, and. I drop him off, pull out his luggage. He starts walking to the terminal gate, and he looks over behind me. And he goes, "Hey, guy, don't forget, Winnetka." I'm like, "Fuck yeah, I'm going over there right now."
My favorite part of that story was as you were telling it, I was just staring at Todd Howard silently judging you the whole time.
Yeah.
That fucking death stare.
I know.
Todd's just giving everyone the Kubrick stare right now.
Yeah.
Well, like, why does he randomly move?
He does not approve.
Like, you're silent, and then he'll just go like, it's fucking unsettling. It's unsettling.
Oh.
It's to make it as creepy as possible.
That's brilliant.
Oh, God.
Just understanding and listening to us. That's all it is.
What he does, right?
Fucking terrifying.
It almost looks like when it's just a quick thing, it looks like he's hiccuping. Like,
Yeah, it does. Oh my god. I was curious, Jerry, do you have any spooky stories for us or anything?
Oh, no, not anymore. Used to have them, man.
Used to have them. What happened to the spooky stories?
A picture tells 1,000 words.
Oh my god.
What the fuck happened to you? Are you okay?
Well, no, of course, yeah. It's been like fucking 7 years, I'll take a photo if you want.
spooky story.
I'm down.
I'll be back in a few. I'll go take a photo
Of a spooky story? Okay. Godspeed, Jerry. I love
And
Jerry.
he never returned.
Yeah.
And he never came back.
Well,
That's
while we're
a man right there.
I love him.
Just in that moment, he never came back.
I have one story that I told you guys after we did the
Oh
the
yes.
music game. The 13 Ghosts story.
That's right. Yeah, no, the world didn't hear this. Let's hear it.
Yes. So I'm going to tell this. So, me and my buddies were 16, 15 years old. 13 Ghosts, I think, came out that year. And we're at my buddy's, my former singer from my original band, Kill Media. We were at his house. And we're just, all of actually, yeah, my whole band at the time, plus another one of my buddies, was there, and we're all watching 13 Ghosts. And mind you, I'm actually not much of a ghost person. I'm like Kay. I don't really believe in it. I want something to happen. I want something like fucking clear as day that like no explanation. This is a ghost. It's happening. Here it is. It's never happened to me, and I think it's because I have that mentality of like I'm searching for it. I want it, and I'm not even scared at this point. Because actually, all right, sidetrack. I have one other story that kind of solidified why I'm not really scared of ghosts, or I have some. There's always an explanation. So I remember when I was like 6 years old or something like that. I'm laying in bed. It's around Christmas time, and my room was technically like a room that was just kind of like maybe it was a closet at a time. My house got a second story added onto it, and the stairs to the second floor were in my room. So you have to go in my room to go upstairs to the second floor. So I'm laying in bed, and I'm sure you guys know when your eyes are playing tricks on you, when it's like really dark, you stare at the ceiling, your eyes start playing tricks on you, you could fucking start like seeing shit. And so I remember one time I'm just laying there and I'm staring at the little hallway going up the stairs, and I'm staring at it, and suddenly at the like very top of the stairs, I swear I see something looking at me like this.
Oh fuck.
But like dark. So like fucking like that. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is that? And I'm like Extra Zero. I didn't hide under the covers. You know what? I fucking ran to the lights, turned the motherfucker on, and I went, what is that? And it was Christmas time, and it was just some fucking picture of Santa hanging on the wall. I'm like, son of a bitch.
Yeah.
I thought it was it. I thought it was the ghost.
It was the pile of clothes trick where you put a pile of clothes on a chair or something, you turn off the lights, and it looks like a human. Yeah.
Absolutely. So I've just had this mentality. My singer at the time, his name Estevan, his family, they're Mexican. They're like the goth Mexicans that listen to metal and 80s new wave, and they're but they love ghost stories. They have fucking tons of ghost stories themselves, like passed down throughout their family. If I had my buddy Stev with me, he'd sit here and fucking tell you all his family's ghost stories. And I love listening to them, and I love like believing them. But at the same time, I'm like, until something happens to me, I can't fully. I love the stories, and I want to believe them, but I have an explanation for everything.
Yeah.
Even like I mean, sometimes people like, oh, there was a head out the window, but we're on the second floor, and I'm like, yeah, so I saw a head hanging out fucking on my stairs, and it turned out to be Santa Claus. So, but okay, so back to 13 Ghosts. We're all hanging out at my buddy's watching 13 Ghosts. It's creepy. We're in his basement, and unfortunately, sometime during the middle of the movie, I get a call, and I got to dip. I got to go home. Or my parents asked me to go get a gallon of milk. I don't know, some shit like that. So I leave, and then my buddies tell me what happened right after I left. So right after I leave, they're sitting continuing the movie, and in the basement, kind of across from where they were watching, was a doll, an old-timey doll, just sitting there, fucking old 50s whatever doll, and just staring at them. And then suddenly one of my friends is freezing, staring at the doll. Another friend notices him. He looks at the doll, and then everyone is freaking out looking at the doll because the doll has risen up and is fucking hovering like just right in front of them. And they're like, what? They're freaking the fuck out. 2 seconds later, the doll just drops. And after they see the doll drop, there's a window behind the doll, and they see a hand leave the window, and two little kids scurry away. It was his younger brother and sister. fucking sticking their arm through the window and fucking freak them the fuck out. They tell me this story later, and I'm like, you bitches, you guys should have ran up to that doll and punched it in the face. Instead, y'all just crying and shit. They tell me they're crying and all that. So yeah, that again is another story that just makes me go, that there's an explanation to all this. So yeah, that fucking story makes me laugh to this day. It's like, oh my god, it would be such a good ghost story if you just leave out that ending.
Oh my.
But yeah,
I know that's one of my favorite movies.
13 Ghosts was the shit.
That was actually when I asked earlier, what's the movie that scared you as a kid? That's one of two for me. Is 13 Ghosts. I watched it way too young, and I've always been the spooky stuff for me has always been possession and spiritual stuff, and that movie comes off like cheesy, funny kind of times now, but as a kid, I don't know what it was. There's something about how that movie is filmed or edited, and it's just very choppy, snappy, aggressive, and it fucked me up as a kid so much. That
you want to know what movie fucked me up as a kid?
Yeah,
Crazy P's favorite fucking Jason movie.
Jason Goes to Hell.
Jason Goes. What is the beginning? What is the beginning
Oh, yeah,
of Jason
yeah.
Goes to Hell? Who remembers the beginning of that movie?
You told me this as well. Yes.
Isn't that where they dig him up?
Yeah.
No. Or maybe they dug him up, but then the guy fucking examining his body. What does he do?
Eats the heart. Eats the heart.
He eats the fucking heart. I'm 5-6 years old. I don't understand movies. I'm seeing a dude just like, oh, look at this heart. Ah, rah, 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 rah. And I go, oh, that's nasty. I puked. I puked, and then I was just sitting there like, what the fuck did I just see? This is so fucked up. Yeah.
Yeah, I caught in the wind of him being shaved naked. I'm like, what's going on here? What kind of party is this?
Yeah, it's such a weird fucking film. It's got its moments, and I think there's like a lot of footage left on the cutting room floor that makes it even more fucked up. Like, because there's a scene near the end where the Jason worm slithers into a girl.
Yeah.
And that is much more graphic in the unedited rough cut or whatever. It's a movie. It's a movie.
Can we address what photos Jerry just dropped in general?
Let's take a look, Jerry. What do you got?
I need
for
to
us?
understand what happened. I've been holding this in for like 2 minutes.
That's a
1,000 words.
That's a
1,000
ghost
words.
story. What happened, Jerry?
You wonder why it's not burned all the way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what is going on? Was there an explosion? Like, what the fuck?
Now I was lying on where it wasn't burned.
What?
What happened?
Yeah, that's the horror story for you. So, it just, you know how flammable those are, right?
Yeah.
A convection heater, it shorts itself.
Oh.
One pillow, that's it.
Damn.
Fuck, man.
And that happened recently.
No, it was 6 years ago. Was
Oh, right. You said it was many years ago.
Yeah, but it fucked me up though. Yeah, fucking flames and shit, right?
Oh my god.
Anyway, I got this wood stove there. There's this chimney thing, so I got that in, and I tumbled to the first. You got 2 doors, right, to keep the cold out. In the first door, I just woke up there. What the fuck just happened? Everything's fucking black, like black fucking metal.
Fuck.
Yeah, but 1,000 words. That's horror for you.
Yeah, man.
Like real horror.
Real life horror, yeah. Fuck.
Yeah, after that, not so interested in the paranormal activity. But one thing. The door was fucking unlocked. I didn't fucking know I could even do that shit. It was fucking unlocked.
But
what the fuck?
What?
Yeah, my
That's
outside
crazy.
door never being unlocked. You could just push it open.
That
is
suspicious.
scary.
That's the fucking horror bit, yeah.
Yeah.
That is horror.
Who was it? Was it me? Was it someone else?
Yeah,
Wow.
Jesus. Well, I'm happy it was seemingly just a bed, and you left that unscathed. By
What I
looking-
call Tiny Terror.
Good old
Tiny
terror.
What the hell?
That was a little tiny terror there.
Well, 1,000 words there.
I think so. Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. Good God, but yeah, no, I'm happy that you got out of that. I'm rip mattress and everything, but yeah.
Yeah, I haven't had a bed after that. I'm only sleeping on the fucking floor.
Oh,
Right?
you don't trust them
Yeah,
anymore?
because no beds. Yeah, no feet on the bed. Right, a bed, but no feet on it.
That's okay.
That would be
That's-
traumatizing, man.
Get the Japanese style bed that are just right on the floor.
Yeah, Japanese style house nowadays. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Except this computer bench seat. This shit.
Nice. Yeah, no, do whatever works for you, man. Whatever works, so we can avoid. I don't want any more Jerry Crow fires. I like you.
Random break-in explosions.
Yeah.
Like, what the
Yeah.
fuck?
That is just.
There was luck. Let's put it that way.
I'm happy luck was on your side. Keeping in the spooky traditions. DJ, you have some spooky stories for us, right?
I do. It's spooky time with Todd, huh?
Yes, it is.
Oh my god.
Okay. Is everybody cozy? You ready?
Ooh, let me get
before we get spooky
Yes,
with Todd. Wouldn't it be? I mean, I think it'd be perfect if like you see that light behind Paul in his car.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like I swear, if somebody like popped up like out of his back seat and his phone just turned off, that'd be amazing.
Oh my God! You should have
just see
DM'd
this-
him that.
You just
Like,
see the
there's-
silhouette of Todd Howard.
Yeah, something like just grab it that turns up. But there's like been these lights. I mean, obviously I'm sure there are other cars, but there's like these lights I keep driving by. And I'm like, man, it'd be pretty funny if it'd be perfect if there's somebody just back there. Sorry, Paul. I mean, I'm probably just. I know it's like 2:30 for you right now, and it's like, yeah.
I mean,
you'd be looking behind you like,
Jason, you're the one closest to him. If anyone can pull it off, it would be you.
That would be.
Oh, have you guys met up, by the way, or hung out or anything? Oh, we got to make that happen.
We've tried a couple times. I've reached out, but like, yeah. I mean, we're probably about an hour from each other, if that.
Right. I probably drive. Well, not so much recently, but I used to drop people off. You know, I used to do long distance rides. Would be my bread and butter. I'd drive people like way out to like Naperville, Aurora, and all that. But lately they've nerfed the distance prices, so it's not really worth. You know, it's not. We don't make as much now for distance. They put it into time. So
Just a
short
small horror
run,
story, right? Look at my iPhone. It
Yeah.
has a home. It has a home button.
Uh-huh.
So you're.
Oh my!
Home button. Your eyes.
Oh my God!
Nothing has a home button anymore.
Nothing. Yeah.
I fucking
The
hate
horror.
that. I hate that. I hate
That's
that
all
buttonless
technology.
thing.
Imagine something coming up behind Paul and he whispered, "Candy butt plugs."
Or something comes up behind me and goes, "Let me suck your dick." Yeah. No.
That's just
I want
Dermy,
both
though.
blowjobs.
Like,
Yeah, Paul, that
now
would
you
just be
have to have
Dermy.
That night stick and just start beating hell. Like, no, just no.
Oh my God. Well, yeah, you guys got to keep us posted if you ever hang out. Halloween parties in Chicago, you guys should attend. I
No.
think that'd be cool.
We gotta go to. I gotta. If anything, me and him would meet up at the arcade. I think that'd be kind of a halfway point. The Galloping Ghosts. We should hang out and go to the Galloping Ghosts today. Fuck yeah.
And that's like a world famous arcade, right?
Arcade. I
So
know
if
they're
you-
gonna have a party there.
I mean, I mean, granted, for I know you guys are Canada, but like, if we ever do like a melee game stuff like that, I think obviously it works for me and Paul. But like,
yeah,
I think that'd be a pretty cool meetup for like everybody right there, especially because it is pretty easy to get to and hotels and all that kind of stuff. But that'd be a pretty cool place to meet everybody.
Yeah, I would absolutely love to, and I would let both of you guys know if I'm ever in Chicago, whether it's for like some sort of meetup or just to hang out, because Chicago is actually a place I've always wanted to go to. Everywhere I want to visit is pretty much in America. There's just so many places in America that I love, and yeah, Chicago is definitely one of them. So definitely one day maybe we'll have a real life meetup. That'll be fun. I'd love to.
The thing for me, if I want to go to the Northern Americas, I'd probably have to go to Canada and then get a visa it is to get to the States. So,
All right. Well, Jerry's in for Canada. I will make Chicago happen one day. I don't know when, what year it will be, but I'm freaking down. Is Kay coming in to say objection? We're not going to Chicago.
No, I don't care. We can go to America all you want. I love America.
Okay.
I just posted a meme, that's all.
You made a meme?
It was really good too.
Did you make a meme?
She did.
No, there he is.
I gotta look.
He heard you didn't like Starfield. He's coming for you.
The basic Uber passenger, right?
Paul, I have some mods I need to install in your esophagus.
Oh no.
Oh no.
It just works.
So unsettling.
Are we all ready for DJ Spooky? Are we all
I was going to
cozy?
say, we're hitting close to 6 hours, so I think we should wrap up within 30 minutes. So anyone that wants to get stuff out, you have 30 minutes.
I want to hear DJ Spooky stories.
All right. I'm gonna listen to DJ Spook. Oops, sorry, DJ. I'm gonna interrupt you one more time. I'm gonna actually listen to your stuff as I wind down myself. So you said it's getting to be 2:30 in my end, and fortunately, I have to go into work again tomorrow early. So I will be definitely on the other end in chat, listening to your stories as I wind down for the night.
Oh my God! Well, it was nice hanging out with you again, Jason. Yeah. I always love chatting with you. Let's. I know you haven't been streaming too much lately, but let me plug your stuff real quick. You don't even want to? You don't even want to?
I mean, you can find me. You guys can find me in the Melee Games chat every once in a while. Like I said, yeah. I've been working way too much to even plug anything. So if you see me in chat, obviously I'm there.
Well, chat, I will let you know the second that Jason starts streaming again, because yeah, his streams are freaking great.
But you got a YouTube channel or something.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Do you?
He's got a Twitch.
Yeah, I have a Twitch, but I haven't used it in forever. That's why, like, when I got on, I'm like, oh, cool, my mic set's definitely not working. So I have the same problem as you do. When I get ready to go live or something like that, all my settings are all jacked up.
That happens to everybody. Like, audio settings just get busted. But chat, I will let you know as soon as Jason gets back on streaming. And I said this last time we hung out, but like, I loved your game shows and I love all those ideas. So I want to see those make a comeback. And obviously, work's priority. But whenever you get that bug again to stream, I will let everybody know to come check you out.
Jason, I got a quick thing. I'm probably going to talk to you soon about it because we just did our first episode of Bielsa Pub last night, and the idea was let's think of some sort of trivia. You know, it's like a trivia night type segment. And I was like, oh shit, I might have. Jesus Christ, there's people racing down my street.
It's Todd, run! It's Todd!
I'll go get him out. No, I was thinking about you too. I'm like, oh shit, maybe I might know someone that could put together some sort of like trivia game for a little Bielsa pub, like a pub trivia night type style. I don't know what it would be even about, but I was like, oh shit, I might know someone that could help. So I might hit you up for just a random trivia night. For it might be late. But yeah, you're up right now, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, just message me, and then, like I said, I can see what's going on and give you ideas and kind of work something out for you.
Awesome, appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, bud.
All right, man. You take it easy, and like I said, DJ, I'll be hearing that story as I wind down, man. Take it easy.
Cool.
Have a good night, Jason.
See you, buddy.
See you, Jason.
All right. Are we settled? Are we in? Are we settled in and cozy for this? We ready?
Actually,
got the fireplace going and shit, right?
Look at that!
I'm actually gonna head out too. I'll be on the other line too. I got more shit to get done. I just wanted to tell them a quick couple stories and pop in and pop out.
Okay, man. Well, let me candy corn butt plug Paul Hadoken here.
Oh my god.
That's the official term forever.
Look at this, man. You know Paul Hadoken from being one half of the talented musical duo from us, but Paul, why don't you tell them all the amazing things you're doing on the internet as well, apart from that?
Right on. I finally have a link tree, so you can just go to that for all my links. linktr.ee/Paul Hadoken. I got YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, Twitter, yeah, I've been just mostly gaming. I should be doing more music stuff, but I just want to game. So
That's fair.
catch me
Do whatever you
gaming.
want, buddy.
Yeah, I'll be doing music streams soon. The band just got back together after a summer break, so we'll be jamming pretty soon. I think later this week. And yeah, we just did our first episode of Beelzepub with Devil and Kenzo and Ryan Reaper from the Full Aussie. And that was great, man. We had a blast last night. It was awesome. I'm really looking forward to doing that every week. It will be every Friday night, Saturday morning, 2 a.m. Central Time, where we'll just shoot the shit. I love the premise. It's like buddies meeting up at a bar after work, and I'm like, it's a good concept, and it really felt like that. We were just going all over the place with conversations. I love that there was no set structure or any topics of discussion. It was just shooting the shit. So I really enjoy it. Beelzepub on Devil Made Me Do Its channel, Beelzehub. Yeah, fucking check that out. Devil makes some great stuff. Get ranked. And now this. And fuck yeah. So come check me and us out wherever you want to.
Yeah, it was a great first episode. It was last night was the first episode, right? At Life's a Blur.
Right.
And I had to wake up early for Side Scrollers, and Kay was listening to it, and I'm like, oh, fuck, this show's good. And I had to force myself to sleep because I just wanted to keep watching and keep hanging out with y'all. But I can't wait to catch up with the VODs and hopefully catch a live episode because, yeah, no, it's a great formula, and I'm looking forward to that. So whether you're playing games or you're hanging out at the bar with your buddies and streaming it, fictional virtual bar. No, Paul's super talented and a super fun guy to hang out with. So everyone go check out Paul wherever you can find him.
Appreciate that, buds, and thanks for letting me pop on. And y'all have a great stream. And
Thank you, Paul.
Y'all killed it on Side Scrollers today. That show was hilarious.
Thank you. I always.
Oh, it was good. Yeah. From start to the end.
Oh, thank you,
Yeah.
guys. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Every time we're on Side Scrollers, it's just fun because, Craig, I think, gets the energy that I want to bring and everything. So then he just like perfectly snaps into it. I love him joining in on the Macho Man superpowers shtick. Yeah. I didn't know how he was gonna take that, and
It was a script. It was a scripted.
No.
Yeah, come on, you scripted
No,
it.
I didn't even warn him.
Planned it.
We were in the pre-show and we're like, "Oh, hey Craig, how's it going? That's great." And then we go live, and then as he's like doing his introductions before I'm on screen, I just go, "We're gonna snap in."
Yeah, he didn't even know you were wearing the glasses or anything because we met Melanie Mack in that few minutes.
No,
that
it
we were
worked.
behind
That's
the
what I'm
scenes,
saying. It
right?
fucking worked.
Yeah.
Thank you, buddy.
And then it was just like, yeah, we're this, whatever, nice to meet you. And then it's like, okay, let's go live. And then literally it just all started. It was great.
Yeah, we had no prep time. There was no Batman prep time for that stream. We just boom went to the moon on that. So thank you for saying that, dude.
Fucking worked. It was great. Yeah, no, good show, guys. And yeah, man, I'll check y'all later. Appreciate it. And,
See you, Paul. All right, I am gonna run to the washroom because I don't want to wet the bed, so to speak, when DJ tells his story. So just hang tight for like 2 minutes. I'm really, really scared, Kay. Don't give me that look. So
okay,
I'll be right back.
Stretches.
I'll be back.
Todd Howard's gonna follow him to the bathroom with his judgmental face.
Dude, Todd Howard is freaking me the fuck out, man.
He's haunting.
I
can't imagine if I was drunk and Todd Howard was on the stream, it would be like a million times worse.
And he's at the gates to the cemetery as well. It is
That's
actually
what
fucking
makes
creepy.
it worse.
Ah.
I have to dig up another edition of Skyrim to sell you. Come on.
Why? And he blinks, but he stares at you still.
Mm-hmm.
And it's moving.
Jazzy Panda did too good of a job.
He did. And as I said, this
Yeah.
isn't the only PNG tuber he's planning.
What is that? Is that a Thrasher hat?
Yeah, ever seen one of these?
No, actually, that looks cool.
Yeah,
Is that like a
male
popular
return.
brand there?
Yeah, it's from a skateboarder. He got it like in the 90s and shit.
Ah, that's pretty sweet.
It is, yeah.
I love the fireplace you have going on behind you too.
Poor
It's like such a
Casey.
cozy
It
thing.
warms me up, actually. It does that.
Just from seeing it, yeah. It's like
You
when
put
you
on
watch
Moral Ice
TV
as
and you put the
well.
log on.
Did that show? No?
And also, Jerry, I love your beard. I've been wanting to say it for a hot minute.
Well, that makes one of you.
I just love his beard. Like, the beard.
I look even better if I put it.
I'm ready.
Oh, you could like braid it and shit too.
I missed beard braids?
Yeah, Jerry's showing off his beard because Crazy T likes it.
It is a magnificent beard, I gotta say.
That is fucking awesome.
Right?
I obey it. I obey the beard.
Respect the beard.
I hate that Todd Howard is just staring at all of us.
He's waiting for it to tell spooky tales.
Ah, stop hiccuping.
Todd has patience for this.
Face.
Is this my future with you, DJ?
But yeah.
Is this what I have to deal with from now on?
DJ,
I'm so
you're up.
scared.
No, I could eventually do a proper webcam, but I think this is better.
But here's the thing: is like VTubers, they pretty much are the future. Like, it really makes sense to go this route, and I think it's gonna.
Yeah. Like,
good.
yeah. On that perspective, it makes sense. I'm just
What if
fucking
I
around,
what
but-
if I had like a full 3D like Todd Howard rig? You know, where like with like the eye capture and everything.
No.
Okay.
Is that better or that's worse for you?
And also, you know what it is? DJ's voice works with Todd Howard's face.
I just have to make him
It
sound
just
a little
works.
bit more. It just works. It just you have to
works.
sound a little bit more nasally, and you can get the Todd Howard kind of thing going.
Yeah. There
He's
it is.
good at it.
There
I
it
could
is.
tell the story.
That was a
as
good
Todd Howard.
stick you did. Just a bit.
I have my moments. Thank you. But I think right now everybody wants
Every
to be
one of them,
spooked.
right?
I am so ready for the DJ Spook Hour.
Yes, tell your spooky story, and that'll be how we send off the show. We'll tell the
for
spooky
sure.
story, and then we'll say where to find us, and then we'll go.
You know what sucks is I actually have 3 spooky stories.
Let's hear 'em.
So, okay,
Let's
I'll
hear
try to make these as quick as possible.
No,
so,
I'm all in.
No,
You-
enjoy them. Enjoy
Okay,
them.
okay.
I will. Yeah, I am here with you, DJ, the whole way. I'm
Alright.
gonna listen to them all in great
Okay,
detail.
so I don't think any of these took place on Halloween, but they're generally they're genuinely spooky because of just how unsettling they were, and just the first one especially just scared the ever loving shit out of me as a kid. So this one took place in about maybe like 4:30 in the afternoon. It was like I had come home from school and I was the only one at my dad's house. My parents divorced when I was a kid, so like I was too old for a babysitter. So like my dad, he knew I wasn't going to get into trouble. Like it was just me in the house, and I was watching The Real Ghostbusters. If anyone remembers that show. It
Oh
was on-
yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I can remember this vividly, and this, I mean, take that as you will. But the episode in question was there was something going on in Paris, and I think the episode is even called Ghostbusters in Paris. And there was a scene where the Ghostbusters were climbing the Eiffel Tower, and they had to do something with like a power box or something like that, or when they like messed with this like electrical device, it like sent a bunch of like ghosts out from the tower. And just as like someone in the show like messed with the power box, it like started like shorting out, and the TV that I was watching exploded. Now for context, this was like an old tube TV. It was a gigantic TV. It was one of those old ones that had like the wood, like it was kind of like built into like a piece of like wood furniture. If anyone ever remembers those, like this thing was a good like 36-inch television set that just sat on the floor. So it was pretty old, maybe 1950s, and it just erupted in glass. Like my dad's living room was just like immediately just bathed in like shards of broken glass, and I didn't even have time to react. It exploded so fast. So the only thing I did was like I just kind of like covered my eyes and just hoped for the best. And when I opened them, the glass had landed just around me, like on the floor. Nothing touched me. Nothing even touched my clothes or anything like that. and it was just like if it had, and the other thing too is because I'm vision impaired. I was sitting pretty close to the TV, maybe 3 or 4 feet away. If I had been sitting any closer, I probably would have been blinded by that or like injured by the glass like shooting out.
So yeah, I mean, it's just like what is that? That's not even like scary. That's like almost like you have a guardian angel or something, or it's just like the sheer luck. Like, what are the fucking odds? Also, good lord, Jerry, that's terrifying.
When it happened, it scared the shit out of me. So like, and of course, I knew when my dad got home, I'd have to explain to him like what happened. So.
Yeah.
So there was that too.
Mm-hmm.
That one's probably the least. Oh, I never found out what happened with it. I could only assume that it was like one of the capacitors in the TV exploded, and that's what caused the tube to blow out like that.
Yeah, no, that's what I imagine as well. That it's just like it's probably like just that's how that specific old TV failed. But it's a crazy miracle that like the shards of glass went fucking everywhere. And then somehow did not hit you when you were so close to it already. Because, you said you're vision impaired, so you'd assume that it's like, oh, is this how you became vision impaired? But no, somehow, even though you were super close to it, it didn't get in your eyes or anything.
Yeah, and when it exploded, it sounded like a car crash. You know, like how you hear it in movies where like you heard like the twisting of metal and then like glass just showering. That's exactly what it sounded like, and I'm just like, oh, holy shit.
Because these old ass TVs, they were like fucking little nuclear bombs pretty much. So if something ruptures in them, then yeah,
you don't want to touch capacitors in television sets. That's a good way to die.
Mm-hmm.
But that is the first story, and that one's kind of the least like. That one has the least to do with the paranormal. The other two are definitely paranormal, and the second one, like this one's pretty terrifying. But I didn't know about how scary it was until after the fact. So I was a little bit older on this one, and I spent the night at I wouldn't call him a friend because this kid was fucking annoying. He was one of those kids that like his mom would like buy all the video games, so he had like a Genesis and like a Super Nintendo and like a TurboGrafx and a Sega CD.
So you were friends with him out of convenience. You're like, I will be friends with you so I can play all your games.
You know, it wasn't even that. It was some sort of like, okay, so like I think it was like one of my mom's husbands was like banging this woman. So like I had to be friends with him to like, you know, like smooth things over or something. I don't know. It was fucking complicated. I had a fucked up childhood. But anyways, this kid lived alone with his mom, and his house was fucking weird. So, first of all, their basement was not only unfinished, it had a dirt floor. Like there was no flooring to the basement.
I see. Oh shit.
And it had one of those like really steep old staircases. So like it just almost goes straight up from the basement. In fact, when you come up from the basement, you kind of have to like watch your head because it goes down at such a steep angle. And I've never seen the upstairs of their place, but oh god, I'm gonna get chills talking about this. Apparently, the mom believed that the second floor was haunted, and they just abandoned the whole second floor of their house. So like, my sister went up there once, and she said like all of the furniture was like covered in like tarps, and just like there was dirt on dust on everything, and there was like old newspapers on the floor, and that was it. Like everything, there was no photos on the wall or anything. It was just completely barren. But I never went up there, so I didn't even know about this until after the fact. I spent the night at this kid's house, and he had like all of his toys like in his room. He had a fucking bunk bed that he refused to let me sleep in, so I had to sleep on the couch right by the staircase to the second floor. And there was something that bugged me about that staircase. Like every time I'd like look over at it, like I just I didn't see anything, but I just got this feeling like something was watching me, or that there was something just really, really unsettling about this house. So I don't think I got a wink of sleep that night, and it was just I never wanted to go back to that place. It just, like Extra Zero said, it's like you go into a place and you just feel like something bothers you, and man, the hairs on the back of my neck just stood up.
So it was just did you ever go back or anything, or you were done after that?
No, I was done. I noped the fuck out after that.
I was done after this for sure. Yeah.
Oh my God, Jerry, are you getting hit in the nuts?
Oh, I got it. It's like for eternity. The memories, right? Man. Like you can see the angle, right?
Yes.
It's a fucking knife.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that will definitely shot you. I loved the image you did while DJ's telling this horrifying tale. Here's Jerry analyzing like he's John Madden a nut shot perfectly with the white lines and everything.
That was me being dad. Yeah. Nah, just kidding, but
I was wondering, I'm like, is he wanting to show this to the I don't know, does he know that his monitor's on? And yeah, he did. Okay, good.
Yeah, it's just a joke.
Did your
That's me as well.
That's
me as
you?
well. That's me as well. Yeah.
No,
I
what?
got makeup on here, right?
Oh my God.
I got my hair all fine and shit, right?
Yeah, you're very pretty.
Thanks, man. That's me as well. And that's me as well.
That's you. Okay, that was very appropriate for the stream, for sure. This one is the most stream appropriate in how inappropriate it is. I love it. It's fucking
This is
terrifying.
as well. This is as well my
Trogdor.
And his name was
Oh my God.
That's a fucking classic. DJ, for this last story, for the second story, so you mentioned that your not so friend's mom believed that the second floor was haunted.
Yeah.
And they just fucking abandoned it, which
Yeah.
is crazy. So they lived on the first floor.
Yeah, they
was that
lived-
was that the basement where with
Oh,
dirt?
so they lived on the ground floor. They didn't do anything on the second floor, and they kind of almost refused to go down in the basement.
So it was like
his
one
mom-
floor, and then they're
Yeah.
sandwiched in between nightmares.
Yeah, so apparently, like, the mom said she would hear voices down in the basement when she'd be down there alone, and considering the floor is fucking dirt, and this place looked like it was a good 100-year-old house. I'd believe it. I'd believe that you'd hear some shit there.
Yeah, because that was going to be my question, because you noped out of there. So what were the stories you heard? So yeah, the mom was hearing voices. The whole tarp thing is a little weird. Was there any other tales from your not friend or your not friend's mom?
No, I really hated this kid. Like, he was a piece of shit. So I just tried to avoid hanging out with him. That was kind of like the only run-in with this one, but it was enough that I like never wanted to spend the night there ever again.
Wow. Oh my God.
Just I swear I could have seen things going up and down the stairs, but like I just kind of got more of like a creepy feeling more so than anything. And then like the next day, that's when I heard about like, oh, his mom thinks the house is haunted, and I'm like, well, that explains a lot.
Yeah, good Lord. Yeah, no, I've definitely shared that feeling that you've had and Extra's had, where it's like you just go into places and you get like that Sixth Sense spine chill effect, where it's just like something's not right here, and it's nothing obvious. It's not like there's blood on the floor or anything like that. It's just like the place should otherwise look normal, but you go in and your spidey senses are tingling, and you're just like, wait a minute, this ain't right. There's something that happened here once upon a time, or something's wrong. And yeah, I don't think there's any scientific explanation for that feeling. It's just the Sixth Sense, effectively.
Yeah, I've always wanted to do like urban exploration, but I always worry I'm going to go into some like abandoned hospital or something and then encounter something like that and be like, nah, I think I'm going to retire now. Don't think I want to do that ever again.
Yeah, no, I'm the same way, where I'm just like I've seen some things. I haven't told any of my spooky ghost stories, but it's just like I don't go out looking for it, because I'm a believer. I'm a believer, if you will.
Well, my third tale actually does involve
swiftly
me.
and a believer.
What's that, Jerry?
I'm a swiftly and a believer.
Oh my God, the T-Swizzle coming in. That was like the last thing I heard on Paul's stream last night, was as I was trying to force myself to sleep, they were talking about something about Taylor Swift or something.
Yeah, because Paul mentioned the whole like Lord of the Rings Taylor Swift fans
That
or
was it.
whatever.
That was the last
And
thing
then-
I heard before I fell asleep.
We got into that conversation, and then I was like, I make fun of them because they literally did a Boromir x Faramir, like, oh look, Boromir's dead and all this stuff. Let's play Safe and Sound, which is like the song that they used in Hunger Games from Taylor Swift. And I know this because I like Taylor Swift, so it's not even a thing of me being like, oh, but it's just cringe. It's
She's
fucking
good.
cringe.
She's fucking good.
I love Taylor Swift. I think she's a great musician, but I also think it's fucking cringe to make AMVs of Boromir dying to Taylor Swift.
I don't-
And that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't think I could name a Taylor Swift song.
Crossovers from fucking fantasy to Taylor Swift. Yeah, no.
Yeah,
Do you-
exactly.
Just do you with your nice outfits on the fucking concerts. Yeah, it's cool. But
Exactly. So anyways, that's why we were talking about Swifties
leave the
yesterday,
rings
and then
to us.
yes.
DJ had something to tell us, right?
Well, we have the third spooky story.
Yeah, and this one has a payoff at the end. There was actual spook at the end of this story.
Uh-oh.
So this third tale, the first two was when I was pretty young. Like the first one I was a little kid. The second one I was like almost teenager. This third one was when I was in my early 20s, I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
And me and my sister's husband, we really wanted to do some like paranormal investigation stuff. So he found some places, like I think he found like a website called like Haunted Ohio or something like that. At the risk of doxing myself, I'll just tell you some of the places we went to. I mean, you guys already know which state I'm from. So...
Feel free to not disclose whatever you want, of course. Like, you know.
Okay. Well, it's fine. It's fine. So, the first we went to 3 locations. I don't remember if this was in the same night, but I do remember these were all in like really close proximity to one another. So it was all around the same time of the year, and it was around this time. It might have even this one might have even been the closest to happening at Halloween. It was really cold out, so like we were all like bundled up in the car, and you had like the heat going as we were driving around. The first one is it was a kid that supposedly got run over on a road, and his chalk outline persisted.
Oh my god.
And the tale goes that if you drive over, because of the way he got hit, like if you drive over the chalk outline and you stop your car, you're supposed to try to start the car again, and it won't start. And believe it or not, the chalk outline was still there. Like you could actually see it on the road. But like we tried it like a couple of different ways. Like supposedly some people say you're supposed to like roll over it and stop the car, or like like put your car in like neutral and kind of like push it over it. And we tried a couple of different things, but it didn't. It was a no-go. Like the car just started like normal, so we were just like, all right, well, this is creepy, but it's not that creepy.
Right. Yeah.
So the next place we went to is it's a wooded area where a school bus like went off the road and not only killed the bus driver, but it killed all of the kids. Like the bus supposedly like burst into flames, and like it was pretty gory. Like it's like an urban legend around here. And I think we found the spot. It was actually this one. I remember it being warm out, so I'm sorry. This one was not around Halloween times, but it was oddly peaceful when we got into the forest. We couldn't find the crash site. It was just it wasn't scary. It was just kind of like it was more trippy than anything. There was like tons of lightning bugs, so I was like, this is kind of pretty for being so scary. So we were getting pretty discouraged by this point. Like all these places we wanted to go to, they weren't really scaring us. So we finally found this one, and I believe the place is called Nazareth Hall. It's this old, like, I don't know if it was like a Masonic temple, but it's like an old like cathedral style building.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was built in like the late 1800s or the early 1900s. And there were some tales about this place that there was a nun who worked there who hung herself, and I can't remember why she hung herself, but I know there was something happened to her that like drove her crazy, and her ghost still haunts the place. So like we roll up on this place. It's fucking cold out. We have a night vision camera, and I think we saw something, but you know how like night vision footage is. You look at it back and you kind of like you want to believe that there was something. I swear to you, because we didn't get into this building, we wanted to, and the owners of the place refused. They absolutely refused to let people come in and explore it because like they don't want the bad publicity. So we got the footage of what it looked to be like an old woman like looking at us through like the veiled curtains.
Really?
Yeah, and she didn't look like she was wearing like modern clothing at all. Like she looked like she was wearing something like some sort of like Victorian era like like a dress or something like that, or a bodice, I think they're
Oh
called.
my god! And
Or
you
like a
got that
corset.
footage? And you do you still
It's-
have it?
I don't think he still has it. It was kind of hard to make out. As I said, like it could have been a person or it could have just been a shape or something. Because you know how ghost footage is, but it looked convincing enough that you could see like a figure. Like because yeah, like the window was like dark, and when like the person comes up to the window, you could see like like how it gets a little bit. You could see like the face get a little bit lighter, and I'm just like, holy shit, is that a woman staring at us? Because she doesn't look like there's no light in the room. Why would she be watching us from like a darkened room like that?
Yeah, gee, oh my god, that's like classic Ghost.
And we kind of got that. At least I didn't talk to anybody, but I just got this feeling like just ran through me like I shouldn't be here. Like it's like that woman herself was telling me, you shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be doing what you're doing. So we got the fuck out of there after that.
Holy shit, that's fucking wild. Are you still in contact with this friend that had the footage at all? Or?
No, not really. It's my brother-in-law. I don't
Okay.
really, or my sister's husband. I don't really get along with them.
That's fair. That's fair. No, I was just curious because I would love, whether it's on stream or just personally, I would have loved to see that footage. But that's fine. My God, that's fucking scary. So, are you personally you believe in ghosts? You're on the ghost side of things.
I believe more in aliens than I do in the paranormal, but I would say that I think there's a possibility for paranormal stuff.
Yeah.
Like I don't disbelieve. I believe in both, but of the two, I'm more convinced that aliens that exist than like ghosts or things like that.
Do you have any like alien encounters or anything? Any close encounters with DJ Todd Howard?
Thankfully, Todd's on. We're on good terms so far, but
Oh my god! Well, no, that was fucking wild, dude. And I'm trying to think which I've heard your television story before. I heard that one. For me, it's more like I'm just glad nothing happened to you. The most interesting one to me is actually that middle one with the weird fucking house and all that stuff. Because the house, it's weird. The people in it are weird.
Yeah.
And there is weird stuff about that. That's like I would like to know more. I want to know more about that. And it's just like, I assume you don't have the answers or anything, but it's just like, I like a good mystery. And that one fucking left me with a mystery.
It bugs me too because like I knew very little about this woman and her kid. Like I only met them once, and apparently like my sister knew them a little bit more, but they were really just kind of like on the fringe. Like they were on the periphery of people we really associated with, and it was only for like 1 year, and then like we never talked to them again.
No, understand.
So
and it's a smart decision to pull a Crazy T and get the fuck out of there. That's for sure.
Yeah, I never wanted to be in that house again after that.
Yeah, man. Well, God.
How old is that kid?
Trying to think. I think he was a bit younger than me, so he probably...
Not on the picture.
Jerry's asking about himself, I think. Smoking a cigarette. Let's say 16.
It's 14.
Oh, that was close.
But I'm 150 kilos anyway.
Dang it. Jerry's just trolling
Look at
my
this
spooky
fuck.
time.
This is the same. Is this all you?
It's me, man.
Oh my God! The many faces of Jerry Crow. You look different in every image.
That's
it's impressive.
That's where the skills come from, right?
I see them.
Nice.
Almost 20 fucking years, yeah.
Those some sweet fucking tunes, and yeah, no, those are some sweet pictures. But yeah, no, thank you, DJ, for scaring everyone.
That story, DJ, though.
That was good
Good.
stuff. Then,
Oh, thank you.
yeah. Kay,
I'm glad.
how's it going in there? Where have you gone, Kay?
I had my Discord hiding. I'm scared of Todd Howard, so I was hiding away.
The Todd Howard really sold the stories as well.
Yes, it's weird. Your voice is too like calm, you know,
too
and it
Todd-like.
works with Todd.
It
Yes,
just works. It just works. Kay,
DJ has an awesome voice. It's just like it works too well with Todd. That's the thing that terrifies
Watch me get like a cease and desist order from Todd. Like I'm like it's like plagiarism or something.
Can you imagine? Holy shit.
Oh my god. Well, Kay, I don't know about you, but I think we're good to end it on the spooks. We had a good
I
spooky
think so,
ending.
yeah. That was a great way to end it.
I love this was a wild, spooky Halloween edition of the Melee Town Square. We went off the rails. We had some stuff all over the place, but I think that's a great way to end it, is just end it with the nice ghost spooky stories. So thank you for that, DJ. I really appreciate it. Between you and Extra Zero Story, like, I would be down to even do a sequel, and just do ghost stories, because I have ghost stories, and I'm sure there's other people that have ghost stories. So in the future, we could even just do like a whole ghost thing. I can talk about. I used to be really into the old, I think it was BBC produced, like, retelling ghost stories, and they would like get actors to pull them out. And then I also watched the psychic shows where like most of them have been debunked, right? Because the psychics would be proven as frauds. And so, you know, I would watch the old shows where they'd go to the haunted place and the psychic would be like, "Oh, I sense something here. I sense it." So those were always good. So we could definitely do a sequel to this one day. And we could just do all ghost stories, talking about if people believe. Hey! Anonymous
tipped $21 and 21
That was Todd Howard, innit?
Todd Howard.
Anonymous came in. I don't know who that
It was
anonymous.
Todd Howard, wasn't it?
The message was Todd Howard. The donator was that you, Jerry? Was that you?
Of course it was me. No, I gotta say thanks for having me. It was an awesome.
Oh my
stream.
god, dude! It was an absolute freaking pleasure to have
Banger,
you on.
right, yeah.
Thank you for tipping as well, and thank you for doing our
No,
freaking
for you,
intro.
for you, man. No, for you, man. You deserve it for sure.
Oh my god, after my heart! How dare you go after my heart like that? Sorry, Kay. It's
You're
the
doing
Jerry
a lot
now.
of work. You're not even realizing it, right? It's like every other day, right? Go get yourself a beer, a pizza, whatever that gets you.
I will drink for you, Jerry. We need to do a drunk
Thank
stream.
you.
That's another
Thank
thing. The sober to drunk stream ratio is very unbalanced. I need a drunk stream. Let's do a drunk stream with Jerry. That sounds like a fucking blast.
I'm not sure why you're not drinking though. Like,
well, like you
know,
said,
this is my 8th now during the stream. And
yeah, if I was drinking, maybe I'd be having I'm having a great time. But yes, I'd be having a great time. But
Let
then
me
I'd
open up the
accidentally
clock for you as well.
Oh my god.
There it is.
I would accidentally
yeah.
end the stream and it would go into even more madness. It would be a mess. It'd be a mess. But yeah, no, thank you,
It's
buddy.
been
I
like
appreciate
6
that.
hours. So you've been
Yep.
on 6 hours.
We
yeah.
just hit 6
Just
hours.
passed it. Yeah.
Yeah, man. So no, thank
Great
you. Thank you
stream.
for tipping Todd Howard. Everyone's Todd Howard now.
That was Todd Howard. It was Todd Howard.
They were all Todd Howard. That's the spoiler.
It's all.
Yeah, it was also what the fuck's
It's okay. I'm drinking.
Google.com.
I'm drinking right after the stream, and because I can't fucking sleep between Extra
A
Zero stories
courtesy
and
to
DJ stories.
as well as Todd Howard. It was a courtesy to DJ as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It was from the both of us, right?
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. He came in with the spooky tales, and you came in. It was the trick and the treat. He had the tricks of the stories, and then you came in with the treat.
yeah.
Exactly.
I
Thank
think-
you, my friend.
I think I know what happened. Everybody who tipped in the name of Todd Howard, they just installed the Todd Howard mod.
There you
Oh,
go.
God.
Oh God.
Yeah, I want the Starfield now, actually.
You too can wear
want
the
the
skin of Todd Howard. It just
I want the
works.
pronouns now, yeah.
Oh no.
Oh dear God.
I want it.
I'm gonna have nightmares about this fucking face.
Hey!
As I said, I could make it
Elon
get more
Musk
terrifying.
tipped $4.20. I'm back. Looks like you are too.
Elon
but
Musk
not
tipped
for
too.
long.
Elon Musk just tipped us to say I'm back, and looks like you are as well, but not for long. I believe that was Elon Musk. Thank you, my friend. Oh my god.
Elon, little.
You guys are too much. You guys have been super generous, and honestly, I just love hanging out with everybody in our community, and these are always like the most fun streams. These are like a lot of Kay's doing. This is a lot of her legwork. I'm just here as I'm the pretty face. But yeah, Kay puts us all together, and she does everything. So Kay, thank you so much for doing this, and the people clearly like it. So we got to do more town squares because I want to hear more stories from these people. I don't care what
I
it
mean,
is.
I have plenty of them planned. Obviously, if you guys want to revisit the ghost stories and stuff, we can. With the Halloween one, like that's gonna be a yearly one regardless. So.
Hell yeah.
That was cool.
And Yamaha representing from Jerry. Hell yeah. Cool. We've been going 6 hours. Let us go through the robot roll call. And let's get all of our plugs in. Crazy T, you've been here for a while. I know you don't like candy corn, but do you have anything to plug? Yeah, do you have any?
No.
Do you have any plugs, Crazy T?
No. No. No plugs. No plugs.
Todd's got some plugs for you.
No. Oh no.
Plugs or pigs, we got them all.
Oh no. Well, I do want to say, Kay linked Miss Crazy T's Twitter in the chat. Go follow her. She's one of my favorite people. You can find her hanging out in our streams. I love how Crazy T also appreciates the madness, and yeah, I always love hanging out with you, Crazy T. And as Kay said, you were fucking funny today. You were freaking hilarious. You had me actually like gut laughing there for a few of those things. I loved you coming in and telling jokes right after Extra Zero terrified us all. That was like the shattering we needed. So honestly, I hope to see you on more. I want to see you on more streams, whether it's our streams or anybody's streams. I want more Crazy T in my life. So thank you for hanging out, Crazy T. You're awesome.
Anytime.
Hell yeah. All right. And then let us go over to the one, the only thing, the thing that scared Kay away. That is DJ Axis. And I'm going to pull up his channel right now. DJ, you've got so much stuff going on. Tell the people what you're all about and where they can find you.
Okay, so I am DJ Axis. I'm not normally DJ Todd Howard, but I can be if you're nasty. I make original music and I make retro remixes, remixes of classic video game musics. I might even do some remixes of modern video game musics. I don't know. There might be some more stuff in my future. Who knows? I mean, you already get the Todd Howard reveal, so this might be a taste of things to come. There might be weirder things. Who knows? But for now, you can find me on YouTube and on Rumble and on Twitter, either DJ Axis or DJ Axis RR, like Jeff Jarrett.
Yes, JARRETT.
Yep, you got it.
Oh my god, yeah, and if you didn't already know, look, if you're coming here, you know that DJ Axis is absolutely one of my favorite people. He's super freaking talented, and he's super hilarious, so I love hanging out with him. The fact that he might be streaming in the future under this horrific guise, if you will, and telling you all that it just works, oh my god, I'm gonna be tuned in, so... Everybody, go check out DJ Axis. You hear him on this very channel all the frickin' time along with Paul Hadoken. Go listen to him for yourself and taste that sweet DJ music. That's YouTube at DJ Axis. Check him out. And finally, we have the man that introduced the show, and we're going to exit the show with him. So, Jerry... where can the people find your sweet tunes that they got introduced to today?
Well, they can find them if they're lucky enough for me to be near them with a Gibson guitar. That's where the tunes come from. I actually do mean it. Like, I've been playing Gibson for 10 years now, right?
Mm-hmm.
I will not change it.
Hell yeah, man. And I'm looking at one of your videos right now on stream, and it's like, look at you. That's both you. That's double you. You're getting double Jerry right now. Playing the guitar, banging those drums. That's fucking amazing, and that's talented. And look, DJ even commented down there saying you spoil us. You do
DJ's
spoil
the
us.
best, yeah.
He really
He's so
is.
supportive, yeah. It was his idea to get on with the guitar again.
Yeah, I'm glad you shared that with us, Jerry. I was waiting for
I'm
the
gonna
guitar
share a bit more as well.
Nice.
It's just
nice.
I got an album coming out next year. Let's put it that way.
Oh
right?
my god, I cannot
So
freaking
it's
wait.
R21D, R21D.
Yep.
And
So-
it's Gibson guitars. That's about it.
So if you guys were here for our intro and you heard that amazing live intro, that was all this man that you're hearing right now. That is Jerry. YouTube at R21D. You see it on the screen right now. He's musically talented as fuck, and he's honestly one of the smartest people I know. Like, I've said this before, but it's just like, if you're in our Discord, Jerry's like super intelligent, super smart, and like the things he says sometimes, it just like floors everybody and leaves everybody speechless, because it's just like,
you're too kind.
I don't even know how to respond. It's just like Jerry will just floor the whole conversation and make everybody think. So follow the ultimate philosopher guitarist R21D that you see on screen right now.
Thank you, James. Thank
you,
Kay. Thank you, DJ.
Of course. It's been fun.
It's always a
Real
pleasure,
blast. So, with these messages, thanks for all.
Perfect. Kay, anything else before we get on out of here?
I don't know. Thanks to everyone who gave us cash today. I don't know what's going on. You guys are being way too nice. What the fuck? Thank you for all the tips. Thank you for everyone that joined the call. There were so many awesome stories. I just love that, like, there's so many people that are excited to talk, and, you know, it's a good problem to have, to be like, how do I schedule all these people in? So I'm really grateful for everyone that wants to hang out and talk to us, and we're definitely going to do another one, and the next one is going to be games that defined us. So that'll be in November.
Ooh.
And it's going to be, you come in and you talk about video games that kind of defined who you are as a person, or that are like sentimental to you, or change your life view, or whatever it could be. It could be even graphically, you're like, whoa, like this system blew my mind back in the day, anything like that. So that'll be in November. I will talk about that soon when the date happens. Other than that, upcoming for us, we have Gollum tomorrow at 6 p.m. And also Jonathan Davis is going to be on with James as well. So that'll be fun. And then next Friday, we're going to be on Dermy Show Ballbusters, James and I. So that should be fun too.
And even before that, we're doing a Friday the 13th Eve stream,
Yes.
right? So we're going to be hanging out with Dermy on Friday the 13th. I'm sure nothing's going to go wrong on that stream. But yeah, if you want to hang out with us on this channel the night before, we are saying adieu and bidding farewell the eve of Friday the 13th. And we're going to be playing the Friday the 13th game with all you lovely people. So come play that if you are interested in the game. It's one of your last chances to play that game, and it's super fun. It's super buggy, super fun. We're gonna have a freaking great time. Cool. All right. On that note, all we got left is Jerry, who's banging over there on the drums, and DJ, who's terrifying Kay. And what a great way to end it, with everyone getting terrified. The hiccups! All right. I'm going to bounce out of here. Thank you to both of you guys, and I'll talk to you all very soon.
Have a good night, everyone.
You guys.
See ya. Peace.
All right. That was the spooky special. And with that, I am going... Once I get it going... Where is it going? Give me a second. Look, it's been some hours. It's been some hours. No, that ain't it. There it is. I am going to hit that music, and that music is DJ. Boom. Thank you guys so much for hanging out for 6 whole hours and getting through that amazing spooky stream. That was freaking awesome. What do you guys think of that? we aren't done with October yet. The fear does not end here on Melee Games. We have more October shenanigans coming. That is right. Gollum tomorrow. What's scarier than that? Friday the 13th the week after. And a bunch more surprises coming. So everyone, come and hang out and stay tuned, because we got so much in store. Thank you, everybody who joined the call and told all their nice spooky stories, talked about their favorite horror movies. That was freaking awesome. I didn't even talk about like 100th of what I could have talked about. So we gotta have a part 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Finally, let me shout out all you lovely tippers that came in. First tipper, Jonathan Davis. Thank you so much, buddy. Extra Developer 0. What's scarier than Steve Ballmer? Nothing, but I love him. Thank you, Extra. And then Jason came in and tipped that 666, the number of the beast. Thank you, Jason. It was awesome talking to you again, my friend. And then 20 from Todd Howard. Guys, if you keep tipping under Todd Howard, I don't know who is who anymore. I appreciate it and I love it, but I'm just going to keep thanking Todd Howard. So Todd Howard coming in and tipping again. Thank you, buddy. Oh, that's right. That was Jonathan Davis because he was talking about DVD. And then we had DJ Axe Murder Victim. I believe that was DJ, the real DJ. Thank you, my friend. And it was awesome hearing your spooky stories. And then we had Jerry come in as the alias Todd Howard and tipping right there. Jerry, again, thank you so much for your freaking killer intro. You absolutely killed it tonight, buddy. And then the final tip of the night. I don't even... Who was this? Elon Musk tipped us! Elon freaking Musk tipped us. You guys are the best. You guys are the best, honestly, all of you. Thank you to everyone that came on. Thank you to everyone that tipped us. Thank you, everybody. I can't wait for the next Town Square. I'm going to see you guys all real soon. Until then, so long, good night, goodbye, and see ya! Happy Halloween!